Welcome to today's streamed event. We have the 20K buy-in at the TLPT Shinhwa World Jeju and with Yon. Good morning. Well, good afternoon, really. A few familiar faces that we have, kind of gotten used to in the last couple of days. That is Mendoza, isn't it? The seat one. Yeah, so he came runner-up. Second place finish yesterday in the 15K main, and Steven Son was the winner of that main event, which had the privilege of interviewing him earlier. He said it's his first time in Asia. He's never been.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like really surprised because I believe he's Korean. He's I guess his family originally was from Korea. I think he was born in America. And yeah, it's his first time that he's been in Asia. So
Wow.
he chose to come out here, have a look around, and he's really liked it. So yeah, that's good.
So he'll be back.
I think he'll be back. I mean, look, he's currently the chip leader in this event as well. And I don't know, who knows? I might be interviewing him twice. So we've got Amy Barrera. I think he might have won the Aussie Millions main event at some point, if I remember correctly.
And the interview you made, we're going to see that?
No, I think that's going to be like the one of those properly trimmed and edited version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe during one of the breaks.
Yeah, there's a chance. We'll see. And here we have the hijack position, James Mendoza with the King 10, making top pair on this board. And Amy Barrera's not really going anywhere with his hand. He's got middle pair plus, some possible backdoor draws.
What's going on with Marius here? Popping a few buttons on that shirt. He's getting more comfortable. Maybe you realize the more skin he showed, the better he ran. That's a too many outs scenario, feels like almost. 8 outs. And Mendoza is going to let go. Surprising? With top pair?
Yeah, no, not top pair. He had middle pair.
Oh.
Yeah, but he turned a 7, but then that gave him a gutter, so I don't blame him.
We see Dominic as well at the table.
We have Nevin as well, and is that Demush? Is that? No, that's Taylor. No, the guy in glasses. Do you remember?
I don't think I've seen him before.
No? I think that when I was commentating with Kevin, he was there, and
I saw on my way here. I saw Jungle
Man. Yeah.
He was going up the stairs, so I don't know if he posted.
Oh, okay. I see.
Something going on. Well, hopefully, we'll see him. We haven't seen him on stream yet, right?
No, we have not. He's quite a character. I would love to actually see him on stream playing. So Taylor, right? Taylor. Yeah. So he's the one that was really short. I think he had 0.6 big blinds left on day one of the main event, and he just ran that up to like 20 big blinds at some point. And then he got quite a stack later on, and I think he did cash that main event, so he did really well off a 0.6 big blind stack.
Not as epic as Mendoza, though.
Oh no, that is crazy. Yeah. When I heard that story, I was like, oh my goodness.
What a flop.
Wow, what a flop. Here, Nevin Chan in the big blind checks his top pair over to Taylor. And Taylor's going to bet 6K.
Are you more incentivized to bet big here when you have a set on this type of boards because you unblock like some of the pairs?
Yeah, I mean, yes, there's definitely going to be quite a bit of draws out there. There's nothing wrong with betting half pot. I think half pot, is pretty sufficient. I don't see any flush draws out there. I think the main things you're worried about is, those gut shot straight draws most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would go for like say maybe 40% to half pot bet. I don't want to like bomb it so that like whatever just kind of goes away. I think I would want like something like a 9-10 to hang around as well. Queen Jack, those kind of hands, But if you bomb it really big, I mean, there's a chance that say something like 9-10 might fold, right? So
I was wondering if you might slow play and check back,
check back,
and then you did the opposite. He
no,
overbets.
yeah, overbets. Yeah, I like betting. I still like betting because that board does, hit. I mean, he is in the big blind, but I do like to build a pot when I have a strong hand. Yeah.
Great folds.
Really good fold there. No, he didn't get stubborn with his top pair on the flop.
Hey, we're still very deep, of course, early in this tournament. Saw players with, I think it was 170 big blinds here. Still a very chatty table. I feel like Mendoza, he didn't win the previous tournament, but he must be on cloud 9 regardless because of his result and how close he was to winning a lot less.
Yeah. You know what? When you were down to 357k with 9 players left, right? And I think you're hoping for the best that you might light up once or twice, but you did not think you were going to come second, and that is an amazing result. I think at that point, you cannot complain.
Would have been nice to hear from him too. Maybe he'll win this one and tell us all about that,
about that
crazy
story.
comeback. I think that would be cool. And this is a 2-day event?
Yep, this is another, it's a 2-day event.
And then there'll be a 25k, I believe, and then the 50k shot deck to wrap up here.
That's right.
Would you say the festival or circuits? What was the right term?
I would say it's
Festivals.
Festival. I think it's kind of a bit of a festival because you started off with, smaller buying circuit events, and then you got like this, the super high roller series. It's quite interesting that you put both together. Do you mean? Usually what you see is that people run one and then they might run the other one, right? And they might chuck in a couple of high roller events here and there. But they just literally had all the smaller buy-ins at the beginning and then just kind of turned into all big buy-ins after that.
So we're familiar with a lot of these players here already, as they were, I think, for the vast majority in the previous 15k that we had, which concluded yesterday, and saw Stephenson winning 750k. And here this man on screen on the left, Mendoza, taking second place after falling very short, 9-headed. I believe Marius Gierse was third as well. And Dominic, I know he didn't catch the first. Wait, did he play? He might have played the initial main, or maybe the 15k was his first one. But I don't think I've seen him cash so far. So perhaps looking for his first cash here. I think he was aiming for 2 bullets, perhaps in the 15k. Definitely one of the other high-profile players we have here at the Lord Poker Tournament, Jeju. And he did confirm to me also that he's a hold'em only guy, so we're not going to be seeing.
Is that right?
Yeah, we're not going to see him in the
shot deck. I see.
I told him, what if you look over at the tables and you feel like it might be good to sign up anyway? He was like, nah, probably not. So I think this 20k and then 25k will be his last 2 tournaments.
Good to see a relaxed atmosphere, players having fun, having a chat.
You've been to a lot of tournaments in your career. How do you feel like in terms of results here? Is this one of the nicest? How does it compare to maybe because I guess I've seen footage, but I've never been like the Bahamas, for example.
Yeah,
Is it on par, would you say? Like the maybe the hotel and casino itself? I'm guessing like it's hard to beat swimming with pigs and dolphins.
Well, the thing is, it's hard because it's not like you could just walk outside and go swim with the pigs and stuff, right? You actually have to catch like a flight or a boat.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
and the
thought it was
flight
closed.
sometimes is like, I think 4 a.m. in the morning or something like that to get to a different
Oh,
island.
wow, okay. Yeah, so
Yeah, so, or I mean, you have to
that's
get
a
to
trip I
that.
could never make.
Yeah, or yeah, you just like have not gone to bed and you just go, right?
Yeah.
And then, or there's a bit of a boat ride that they offer now to swimming with the pigs. Yeah, but in terms of like, the surrounding, it's really nice. It's a really nice hotel. Yeah, but I guess in terms of like turnout, right? Like Bahamas is just that big one. It's, most of the time you run a tournament there, sometimes you get like 1,000 players showing up for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's massive.
I guess the downside would be like everything seems so expensive there. Like I kept
Oh, my
hearing about
goodness.
like the price of like meals and everything.
Yeah.
And here in comparison, everything's so cheap.
Everything's so cheap because the thing is, Bahamas, they don't really grow their own food, right? Like a lot
Yeah.
of their stuff has to be imported. And that's the big downfall is because like, you can literally go to a restaurant, order like 2 dishes and it'll cost you $100 US, right? And we're talking about like standard dishes. We're not talking about eating like, lobster or abalone or anything like that. We're
It's
literally
probably
talking about like a
3 to
beef.
4 times it's more expensive than here, right?
Oh, more than that. I think it's more. Here you could get away with like, some of the food court food items are like $10 US for like a salmon bowl, right? So
Yeah.
to me, that's crazy because that is really, really cheap. But yeah, when you go to Bahamas, like I think that if you were to eat just Shake Shack, it's $15 USD for a meal.
50?
15. No, 15.
Oh,
15
yeah.
for like a burger and a drink or something like that. And, that's way more than, you would want to pay, for just a burger and drink. Yeah, and then there's, I think, 20% resort fee, 10% tax, that kind of thing. And then there's tip and everything on top. So everything ends up being a lot.
The good old resort fees, eh?
Yeah. They charge that for everything. Like your room rate, there's a resort fee on top. I think it's like $40 a day or something like that. Yeah, so everything's not what you see,
But supposedly it's for, I think, Wi-Fi and like the gym and things like this.
And swimming pool and all that stuff.
I was actually surprised here also at the efficiency of like there is a restaurant specifically for like the circuit here for the Lord Poker Tour, and they have not only a lot of options and long menu, but also they're very fast. Like
They're very
they
fast,
already
yeah.
like I think pre-make some of the stuff.
Yep.
And then you order and like it's like if you only have a short break, you can still eat very.
You can
easily.
still yeah. They usually get the food ready like to go within like 10 minutes, right? And then just pick something up on the break.
From gaming event, I'm used of like nightmare scenarios where like you have no time and there is no options and you're
Oh,
just like
yeah.
struggling the whole time.
Yeah, I can
None
see
of
that.
that here.
Yeah. I'm seeing 2 players do this flop right now. And it comes down an ace-8 board. And we have Dominic who raised it up in the hijack.
I think did he limp call because it said Marius raised on the
Yeah.
overlay for a second. I can't imagine that he would limp 5s, but Dominic is one of those few guys that sometimes limps.
By the amount in the pot, I can see Dominic being the initial raiser, but then Marius did re-raise it up pre-flop. And that is the reason why Marius here has been the one betting that flop as well. So he's bet 6K with his 10-9 suited into this board. And Dominic has opted to call. Now, Marius, definitely picked up some outs. Outs that he doesn't know might be outs for him. But as we can see, right now, any queen, jack, 10, 9, 8 is going to be an out for him. And he bets out and gets it done.
And Dominic, 65 blinds, shortest stack at the table. Obviously, that's still a very playable stack, but I was mentioning he's perhaps looking for his first cash here. That's not the way so far. Of course, I'm sure there is still late registration open for a while.
Yeah, late registration for this event is actually open until day 2. So you can bust out today, take a break, and re-enter tomorrow if you don't feel like playing.
But today we played down to 9.
No, the registration is still open tomorrow, I believe. I
Yeah,
don't.
like, so what's the? How long do they plan on playing today then?
Probably not too long, right? Because I can't imagine playing down tonight and then be like, oh, you can still maybe the final table they can still enter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You enter with the 9 left. You're the
When I
10th
left,
guy.
yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah,
let's
yeah.
rebubble the final table, guys. Spread out on 2 tables. Now let's play 10-handed. Actually, let's get ready for Vegas. I assume you've had the misfortune of playing 10-handed.
I have, yes, yes. It's very annoying. I got to play tighter for sure.
And it's crowded too.
And there's some people who likes to take a lot of space on the table, you know?
Yeah. Somehow, like, I'm one of the bigger guys, but I'm always squeezed in between 2 guys, like taking too much space. Marius Gears are cruising right now, 285k. Does Nevin speak English? Do you know?
Yes, I think he does. Not too well, but I have seen him chatting with Steven Son.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know Steven doesn't speak Chinese, and Nevin's from Taiwan.
You know, he has a Montclair jacket, and like yesterday when I left the resort, he was in the Montclair store. And it looked like it looks like it was closed, and he was in there like browsing, like looking at stuff. So I want to ask him. I'm also a Montclair enthusiast. If he got something.
And the players look like they will be getting a dinner break as well, I think, at some point.
I guess eventually we'll see how many people we have left as well, because right now in the top right, it's not there just yet. I like the slogan of the Lord Poker, anyone could be a star. It's very true, right? Like you win the tournament, I guess you're a star for a moment.
Yeah, you are.
Queen 8 of suits is going to continue. And 8-9 of suits can't do much here other than folds. Pretty straightforward hands we've seen so far. Yeah, I like also that the tournaments don't start too early here.
I think most poker players don't like an early start.
Yeah. I think like noon is reasonable. Anything before that, not really. And then anything after that, like it's great, you know.
Yeah.
Makes it easier to maybe sometimes play a little bit later, which it's hard to control exactly when, you know, like you're going to go into day 2. Like if you want to play down to a certain number, because it depends on like the pace of play, the field. Mendoza, 9-6 off suits. Not going to get in there. Marius Gears, mystery hands. Opens it up in the cutoff. Ace-2 suited. Looks like a call here. How would you say? Amichai?
Ami
Amichai?
Barrera. Oh, no, he just goes by Ami. Ami.
Okay.
Like AMI. That's all he goes by.
Ami?
I actually didn't know there was more to his first name.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's just always been known as Ami Barrera.
Dominic coming along in the big blind, 4-3 of suits. Flexing the gains, Marius. And what a flop for him. Not flush draw. Dominic gets a piece as well. And Ami with 2 of the cards, but no flush draw, not even 1 heart. That's when I'm sad, you know. I don't even get one of my suit. No backdoor draw.
Nothing, yeah. Looking pretty helpless.
It is on Dominic to act first. He's gonna wait. Wait, I don't. It said he folded. Oh, they checked around. Wait, what happened? I'm confused. The bets are being written sometimes very quickly on the overlay. And now we go to 4K bets. No, it's disappearing. No, it's back. Production's testing observing abilities. Can we tell how many chips they bet? Just like with the naked eye, just looking at chips.
I have trouble telling how many players still left in the pod.
Wait, Dominic is back.
Dominic is back.
He resurrected.
He
You know what the chips are? The denominations from colors?
No.
I get it.
So-
it's not universal, right?
No, definitely not.
Because I think cash is universal, right?
Oh, like red being 5,
Yeah, like
green
black.
25, black
yeah,
is 100.
yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Dominic with the raise here. Remember, he had fall 3 of suits. See, I'm observant. Can he be believed? He's actually running into one of the worst hands here that Ami could have, so it feels like he might just let it go unless he can sense that something's up, but nope. Dominic, aggressive. So that's how you win with fall 3 of suits. Can't wait to try this and get called down by a 3. I like that we get shape updates constantly as well. And those are rocking some pretty watch and jewelry here. We can see a little better. Where is the Louis Vuitton hoodie? He took a break for the day. Maybe it's a little bit hotter, I guess, today.
No, but you see his Van Cleef Arpels bracelet.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it is. Usually, I've never seen a man wear it.
Yeah.
It's, a female jewelry line. Yeah, but no, he's rocking that.
I see where all of that high roller prize money is going.
Yeah. I mean, you can spend it right away upstairs too,
Yeah. Ooh, Dominic
Here with the kings.
did well with the fall 3 off. Now he's getting a real hand. How about the dealer has a badge that says visitor?
Is it?
I don't know if that's the
Oh
right term.
yeah. No, maybe it's not.
He's a guest.
Yeah, maybe it's not provided by the casino, the dealer.
Okay.
There's a chance.
Yeah, actually, I saw like some dealers earlier, and like the blouse, or I don't know how it's called, like the jacket, blazer.
Yeah,
like
it looks
that they wear.
different.
No, but like there is engraved
Yeah.
the Lord Poker on it
Okay.
specifically.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Feels like, wait, how many time banks is that? Oh no, that's like he has a paper under Taylor. It looked like he had a stack of like 15 time banks. Do you know how many you start with? Surely not that many, right?
No, I don't think.
Maybe
I think it should be
5
5.
of them,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'd imagine it'd be 5. But then you get more like as time goes by, and if you haven't used it, yeah, you'll get a chunk. So I imagine the dark purples being. Oh God! See, usually the players like to put the big denominations towards the back, right, and the smaller at the front. So I can imagine those purple ones being worth the most.
Yeah, because they have the least. Of them.
Correct. So everybody starts with 200,000.
So it's what, 50K, 25K?
Yeah, probably something like that, 25K.
Yeah, Dominic chipping back up a bit. Um, Definitely looked like Marius Gierse was going to win perhaps the 15K. He was cruising for a long time, but eventually took just third. Probably not too torn about it. Yeah, here's some of the, I think, I just heard one of the players cough.
Oh, on part of the streams, there's nothing.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, you have somebody like Mendoza who's running unbelievably good. There's not much you can do. Even though, yes, Marius did go into the final table with a really big stack. I think he went into the final table with almost 10 million chips.
We didn't see too many like brutal coolers.
No,
did we?
no. It was just kind of slowly dwindling down. But it was just more like, well, Steven Son just happened to pretty much bust everybody else at the table
Yeah.
and built a much bigger stack.
But yeah, we saw a ton of flips.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
like,
a
not
ton.
really. I can't even remember seeing aces against kings even once.
Mm-mm.
What's the point? What's the... Nah, you're right, I'll do it. I'll be
Okay, I
ready.
hear. Yeah, I hear the players now.
Okay.
Just leave the hand open. Like,
I think the mics might have not been activated before, but now they definitely
Not
are.
reaction. When you flip it over by mistake, just try to turn it back over. It's just like,
yeah.
I wasn't doing it fast. I thought
Yeah,
I
yeah,
saw it, so I was just, you know.
it's just like,
Now Mendoza here on the cutoff with the king knight of suit. He's going to raise it up,
Jack six suited, you know?
make it
You
3k.
should know what it is, right?
fucking penalty, yes. Get it done.
Let's angle for this penalty.
Penalty is silly, but... You get a penalty?
Jack 7 suited in the small blind, I guess, because they're this deep. Do you want to play this?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I still think it's let go.
Give me a
He
penalty.
thought about it, you know.
From what suited Jack would you be happier to call?
Yeah, I mean, small blind. I think maybe Jack 9.
Okay.
Jack 8 is somewhat closer, but I still think better with Jack 9. I think definitely coming along with Jack 10.
Marius flopping bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw here. Small bets for Mendoza. Looks like a call. Wait, unless he raise? Oh no, 10k. Is that a typical play when you have say a bottom pair and a backdoor draw?
Yeah, I've seen big blind do things like this where they hit like a bottom pair and then just go for a check raise. They say that's part of those ranges that you should be check raising with. So you could be check raising with like, you know, other hands, including say top pair even, right? But you just have to, it just has to be balanced. You know, you could do it with say maybe possibly like a straight draw or whatever as well. You know, that kind of thing.
In this case, you run into a nothing hand, which became an easy fold. I guess didn't allow him to get there too.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, like he would, you know, he might also do it with like a set as well and two pairs and all those kind of hands as well, right? So it's got that balance in the kind of ranges that he's going to check raise there with.
But most
Yeah, some
facing
players are
aces
way
instead
quieter
of
than
being
other.
hand,
I think like they're meant to have the microphone like this on their collar, but some of them I don't even see it on their collar. So maybe they just put
Right.
it to the side.
To the side, yeah.
It actually happened yesterday that we saw
Oh, is that
Stephen
right?
Song, like he was on the rail, and then they told him
Oh, okay.
put it on, I believe, and then he was putting
Yeah,
it on.
yeah, because I can see the little B on some of their shirts, but I
Yeah.
don't see it on the others.
Yeah, exactly. So you hear them talk like very faintly.
Oh, okay. So it's
Can't
maybe
you
just
hear
on their lap, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we see Joseph Gary here, raising up with ace queen of hearts, and then Amy Barrera here in the big blind with ace 4.
Dominic has the funniest giggle. It's
Does
like,
he? Yeah.
45.
Here, Joseph Gary looking to see bet that flop.
places have strange rules. as
It's
well.
tricky to the eye like this when you have a red ace queen and it comes red, but it's
Yeah, it's
kinda
not the
wrong
right.
raid.
Yeah,
You
but
still
you're like,
think
oh
that you
no,
have a strong hand.
I still kind of have my back door, hut draws that I could go on with. If a 10 comes, especially, you can bet with like the gut shot as well, and then you kind of have an over to the board as well.
And wasn't it like French in France that you couldn't raise
Also
the size
something
of
with the
the,
rake
that'd be
in
the
there
total
as well,
bet.
right?
You had
They
to double the
have to
size
take
of
more
the bet.
rake
You
in
couldn't
France
like click it
on Omaha.
under. That used to be the case that was like 10 years ago.
One of
wasn't
them has higher rake, and I don't know why, but this is the law in France. France has the best rules. Like,
They're talking
it?
about
Was that a rule at one stage? You have to be double
the
bet,
rake
not
and
double
some of the
raise.
rules with
that's why I
raising.
said France has the best
Okay,
rules.
yeah.
Under the
And
gun.
Dominic said France has the best rules because they were talking
Oh,
about
is that
France. I
right?
don't know if it's sarcastic, but
Oh yeah. Ace queen here for Dominic with
Yes, there we
the under
go.
the
See,
gun
like, you
position,
come up-
raising
come
it to
up with
6k.
Yeah. What was it? Yeah, it's called like a someone looked it
Oh,
up.
me.
Some
Sorry,
on the
I'm
phone.
confused.
Yeah.
I think the opposite.
I think the king is an R and it's roi.
I just presumed you had cards in it.
another ace queen suited
There's
here.
different-
This
you
time
can put some-
diamonds
like different,
looking very pretty. Nobody has anything. It's going to be good enough to pick up the blinds here for Dom. And now Ami our shortest stack, but 73 big blinds, of course, as we're still very early in this tournament.
but there's a clip of Ivy looking at just like it's like woo or whatever. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought. Yeah, I thought it was 1-2. I thought it's 3x. Oops. I was gonna say for me that's not like
John making something up. Who would have ever guessed?
No one's even questioned it. It's like
Yeah,
no,
it's
alright.
literally, honestly, I was like, it's supposed to be what he does.
Four.
All right, ace nine suited.
Not there. I'll be honest.
Announces a raise. 4,000. Ooh, all right. Now we're talking. Queens in the hijack for Taylor. Goes for 14,000. Marius, ace queen off, lets it go. And Chong Yu Chong. Pocket
Pocket
nines in the
nines.
small blind. What a tricky spots.
Definitely.
Because it's like a bigger raise, right? Because they're way deeper, obviously, than later on. And also bigger than 3 times the raise. Do you think about calling?
Yeah, he's definitely thinking about calling. I wouldn't really fault him to set mine here because, we do, everybody is playing
Oh,
with
no,
a lot of
4 bet.
chips. But yeah, he's going with a 4-bet here from the small blind. That should be very, Taylor should be pretty happy to see that with his queens. But at the same time, he might have to worry about Nevin having even a bigger pair, something like ace king. So he's going to just call pre-flop and evaluate.
Are you worried here if you're Chung Yu Chung, if somebody calls you pretty quickly when you called 4-bet like this? Or you think that there's like no timing tell, like it's pretty straightforward what the range will be?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you had like something like kings and aces, he might think about shoving. There's a chance he might think about shoving. The fact that he just calls, I think that Nevin could probably put him on things like queens, jacks, no tens, ace, king maybe. I'm not sure how comfortable these guys are gonna be, happy getting in for over 100 big blinds each.
Yeah.
Here we're seeing you could say a really bad flop for pocket nines, just because there's absolutely no overcards, and he's at this point, gotta think that his pocket nines should be good.
Basically every week.
He's let out with 22k. Taylor just opted to call.
You still play much?
Doesn't think too long again.
No. I think these spots are spots that, you kind of have played numerous times in the past.
Yeah.
and the decision making is pretty automated, depending on your stack size, depending on what happened pre-flop and so forth.
And also, Chong Yu Chong took a while to bet. So for all this time, I guess you're already thinking what you're going to do against different bets here that you're going to face.
Yeah, and
Now is where it gets interesting. Does he continue?
yeah. So with the 6 here on the turn, I mean, doesn't really change too much. So I can see Nevin considering betting again. There is a good chance that, say, for a hand like Ace King, they do peel one on that board, with a paired board there.
Ace Queen suited too, right?
Exactly. So there's a lot of hands that will peel one. So I wouldn't blame Nevin here for continue betting.
Could eights be in there from the hijack? Could eights have 3-bet and then call the cold 4-bets?
Yeah, it's possible. I think eights is a possibility. I think that the fact that they're so deep, like I said, you can set mine. No, Nevin decides to check here. So he could consider check calling, but if he was to check and then fold, that would be really amazing to see if he could read into the situation right now and make a fold on the turn. I said check.
Oh, well, that locks it up.
Yeah.
He's already ahead. But
Okay, so yeah, Taylor's like, right now definitely got the hand, and I don't think he can put Nevin on aces and kings, because I do think that with aces and kings, Nevin should be betting the turn again. And now he
isn't there
checks
something
over.
like pot control sometimes?
Yeah. I mean, I think that I don't see Nevin raising if Taylor had bet the turn. I feel like if Nevin had the aces and kings, he's still continuing betting.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that he can put Taylor on having a hand that's better than aces and kings, especially with the pre-flop action.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Taylor's really looking to get some, chips out of Nevin on this river. He's gone with 30k, which is, relatively small. He's bet like a quarter pot.
Maybe he's putting his opponents on exactly like what you talked about. Like
Exactly, yeah.
tens, jacks, nines. And also sometimes this bet can induce some pretty aggressive play, which would be very ill-advised here against a full house.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen players who do question these small bets on the river and go for check raises without having the goods. So a small bet, does induce your opponent to sometimes play more aggressively against you when you have something like a full house. I really like it. And then get a lot of those marginal hands to make the call. So it's like 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Like you actually do, find the right bet sizing to get both of that done, if that's what you're looking for. Another time bank chip going in.
I think he has only 1 left, if I can see right.
Yeah, I think he's only got 1 left. I mean, I think that turn check might have confused him a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he's like thinking, well, what kind of hands check that turn? And he decides to pay it off and really,
They'll kill it.
pretty, bad to lose that bet
Do you
on
feel
the
like
river.
Quince on the turn here would bet a lot of the time?
I do. I think that when the guy checks, I do see queens betting quite often on that turn. I do think that, that turn really disguised his hand. And that's also the reason why Nevin had made that call on the river.
And then if you have queens here and you bet the turn, I guess it's on the smaller side?
Yeah, he bet 22k on the flop.
Yeah.
I
It was a
think
bit
that
of a
if he was
folder.
to bet the turn, he probably might be like 30k or something. But then because if he goes and bets the turn and Nevin does call one more time, I don't see Nevin calling the river.
That's also like the more
Okay.
you learn about
Yeah,
it's
so
just gone automatically as well.
4.
I guess the turn, I mean, I don't know how many more, I think he's getting 1 street of value out of Nevin no matter what. And it might be the turn or the river, but I don't think it's going to be both.
So it's similar to like when you have a medium to strong hand and you're not sure whether to do 2 street or 3 streets of value, I guess.
Yeah. I've got an array of playable hands in here. We've got under the gun Joseph raising up with the king jack suited, and dealer pocket force from Nevin comes along. Small blind Dominic calls as well, and Mendoza here in the big blind with the ace four of clubs. Hasn't immediately opted to call. You
It's
know,
good to consider a raise or something. We've seen it actually earlier, the
Yeah.
squeeze with the ace-4 suited.
yeah, ace four suited is a good hand, you know, to do it with. He's definitely calculating, you know, if he was to 3-bet here, what would he have to make it? And it has to be pretty big. I would say something like almost 20k, like close to like something like 18, 20.
Yeah.
You know, he'll have to make it just because he's also out of position. He does raise it up. It makes it 22,000.
And it's a pretty tough spot for when you're sitting here with king jack suited. It feels a little light. So you're thinking, oh, I really wish I had, you know,
Yeah.
maybe ace queen suited at least.
No, it's going to be easy takedown for him here. Great 3-bet here by James Mendoza.
I was actually surprised, like when in cash, like when I looked at some of these spots and I saw that even king queen suited is like a fold. I was like, wow, like I think so highly of king queen suited, but
Yeah.
it's not even good enough.
There's no serious as shit, so they make everything serious. Now they're serious as shit also. No one cares anymore.
Yeah, I remember during COVID when they. It was actually good. When
COVID was fun. COVID was so fun.
Mendoza's feeling it. It's been sharp, honestly. Like, been very impressed with him, as well as many other players. Patrick Demouche yesterday, Marius Gierse, Stephen Song, of course.
The guarantees just get a bit smaller every time. People going broke.
I assume Jungleman's probably gonna play the short deck, right? I think he plays that.
Does he play shot deck?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
so.
okay. Wait, I was told that this Gary Thompson guy, the one that looks like Adamo, is a Formula One race driver? Is that correct?
What? Really?
I think it would. If people would be locked down, I think it would. Like,
People won't do it again.
There's a lot of overlap between athletes and sometimes
I think it would help to increase profit by a bit.
players of poker or other. I'm curious now.
It's gonna get really bad during the summer. No one's gonna play.
People at the start.
Oh my god, I think he is. Yeah, that's him, right? Irish.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
Irish, yeah?
Yeah.
That's-
Well, he looks like he's
Oh, this is much younger.
14 years old.
Yeah.
Who owns cars these days? Who owns cars these days?
He drove in Formula 3 from 2013.
Flutter Gaming.
That's pretty cool. It's interesting though because he's so fast, and then poker is like so slow in a way. It's like he went from like living life like super quick.
No, that's pretty
You
cool.
have to have insane reflexes to drive at this level.
Oh, it raced in the he drove for BMW by the looks of it, right? That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do come into poker, whether it's like sports injuries or something like that.
Yeah.
And Patrick Antonius was a classic one where he used to play tennis, and due to a career-ending injury, he started playing poker, and he's great at it.
Yeah. Yeah, Neymar loves poker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He loves poker.
There's quite a few football players, maybe lesser known as well, that I've heard of, that picked up poker somewhere along the way. A lot of gamers, as we know, transitioned from
To
being
poker.
professional video game players to pro player in poker.
Now here, great turn for Nevin. He outdraws pocket sixes, now holding 2 pairs. And the turn was checked though, so Joseph Gary.
Oh, that's a classic. Also.
Bets 5k. 5k too.
Easy call. VPIP Ami actually at the top. Marius and Mendoza. Bottom of the rankings here. I mean, it's not a very big sample, right? Obviously, we've not been here very long. Just haven't gone much. Can't read too much into those numbers, I think, just yet.
I wonder, I'm sure you can. I heard that he got like 10 million from
I wonder how much players want to factor in
But let's
the
say
fact that when they play on the feature table, every hand will be
great increase.
public for anyone to watch and study. I guess it's a good thing to keep in mind to maybe try and anticipate how somebody might react when they're finally at your table, because you have to assume almost everyone will be watching.
Yeah, for sure. There are some players who totally hate being on the feature table, and they say that they do play differently on the feature table compared to if, you know,
As in how you, I mean, or like
probably tighter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Except in cash. In cash, you just punt.
You just
get
punt.
invited to the games.
I mean, to be fair, D-Nex definitely helps a lot to grow the game over because he has such a big fan base. You know?
Yeah, of course.
But
And also 10 million for him might not be that big compared to what
Yeah, actually, the last 2 years, I caught a bunch of the main event streams. There were some crazy plays in there.
Mm-hmm.
Some insane, like some hands that I would never think would go all in pre. Inserted like Queen Jack suited somehow ended up against aces all in pre and things like this.
Yeah.
So again, I'm like no tournament expert, but I remember seeing those hands and being like, yeah, like those guys are really taking the spots.
Yeah, no, it's
think
got
it's
to
good.
do with so much like metagame, right? Like the stuff that, you know, they were shown in the past, you know, how the guy's been playing on the table. It's like, for example, Steven, right? Steven, he was playing a really aggressive game. But if he didn't find the hands yesterday, it's not like he could call the shoves and everything. But he did happen to find numerous kings and, you know, those ace-king hands. And when players did play aggressive against him, he had the hands to call. But a lot of times, because, you know, Steve has a wider range of raising hands, he probably wouldn't have the chips to call. So, yeah.
Sounds like the perfect blend of good play and good run.
Yeah. He did tell me in the interview that he felt like the players on the table didn't really believe him anymore. So then he had to change it up a little bit as well.
Yeah. No more bluffs.
Yeah, exactly.
And most players actually think that, but then they still can't help themselves.
Still can't
They get
help
into a spot,
themselves,
like,
yeah,
all right, I got
yeah.
the right blocker, I got the perfect hand, let's go. Nope, called. Yeah, actually, the French player I was telling you about that last summer was like not cashing anything, and then he won one of the last events. This guy also, he had a deep run in the main the previous year, I think 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And he made like a vlog about it and like explained like his thoughts, and he was like bluffing like crazy. And then it's so funny, like the term that he used, he said like he had an image that was like dégueulasse. It means like disgusting.
Yeah, yeah.
So he had a disgusting image to like where they didn't believe him anymore, but then he couldn't help himself. He tried to bluff one more time, and then he lost a chunk of like what he had. It's hard to hit the brakes sometimes.
Yeah,
Especially if like all your bluffs are getting through, you're like on top of the world.
Exactly. It's like you have the momentum, you know, why not, right?
He's like, surely they're gonna think I have it this time. Nope. Ace-4 against Ace-4 here. Does anybody want it more?
And Marius is gonna go probably take a stab here. 20k.
Very fair price. I say as well.
Gary says it's a very fair price and flicks in a chip to call the 2K.
Yeah, just one big blind bet on that river.
That's funny, he said it immediately. It's not a one blind.
And Taylor is currently leading our final table with a big stack.
What's going on here? We're playing drums. I thought flip-flops weren't allowed.
Flip flops.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Nevin's
he's wearing
wearing,
flip. No, Steven both times I interviewed him was wearing flip flops.
Yeah, he was wearing like those.
So it's
like,
not allowed.
Well,
I think slippers are not, but flip flops. You think it's okay?
I guess
Maybe
like
it's
for
okay.
poker, maybe they're like pretty relaxed.
Yeah, because I think numerous players would show up wearing flip flops, and you know what? They'd be like, "No, you need to change your shoes," and then they'd be like, "I don't have anything else."
Yeah, because when I got here, I didn't have my luggage, so I was worried because I only had like sweatpants.
Yeah,
And then when I went to casino in Germany, you actually have to dress up
Just
a little
properly,
bit. They wouldn't
yeah.
let sweatpants or any sports clothes
right,
get in.
right.
So now I was like, oh my god, like are they just not letting
No,
me?
no,
So
no. I think the really baller Asians, they show up in like pajamas and stuff like that too. Yeah, slippers and pajamas is so common. Like the richer you are, the more likely you show up to places just wearing your PJs.
yeah,
Yeah, it's like, well, I don't need to work.
yeah, I know, I like it. Who was it? I think was it Kevin who was saying like he prefers that there is like a dress code and like people actually like take care of it. It's like no, like I don't care. Let people wear tank tops, like whatever they want, whatever they're comfortable with.
I can't imagine this being correct though. Here on the dealer button, Taylor 3-betting to 50k. Is that right?
That would be a
After
big
5k raise, yeah. It's like it says that Gary's raised to 5k and he made 50.
We need to know what the blue chip is.
They haven't made Emmy Barrera fold his ace jack though, but yeah, that's interesting if that's the raise size he went with.
I mean, still our shortest stack here. No real big pots being played right now. Just gonna chips exchanging hands pretty evenly across the boards.
No, I cannot.
Still one of the early levels. Where it feels like the players are pretty deep.
I'm kind of hopeless though. You can, yeah, you say that if you're a woman.
Do you know
Yeah.
the APT is running pretty regularly as well?
Yeah, I think they have a stop in Vietnam, one in Taiwan.
So in the future, the Lord Poker Tour, it's likely they could have a lot of stops like this as well?
Maybe like
The rumor I've heard is that the next stop is going to be October in Thailand.
No, that's...
I wouldn't mind going to that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thailand's great. It's actually one of my favorite spots for like a family getaway. I love Koh Samui.
Everything is good, right? The weather, well,
Yeah.
it depends if you can rainy season, I guess, but like weather most of the time is good. Food is good, activities
Food is
are
good.
amazing.
Yeah,
Depending where you go, sometimes it can be very busy, right? Because there's a lot of tourists.
yeah.
first time bluffing him.
Where do you like the best?
He just didn't fold.
Koh Samui.
Yeah, Koh Samui.
Yeah,
I've been there.
you've been there. Yeah, it's great.
I remember for some reason, I was, I don't remember, maybe I was traveling a lot or maybe I was living in Asia at the time.
Exactly. Just got it.
But sometimes I randomly really miss like European food or Western food. And I
Yeah.
think I had like one of those things and then I looked up online and I found like a
One time.
Swiss, some sort of Swiss restaurant which
Yeah.
had cordon bleu. And I was so hyped to go
Oh,
there.
yeah?
I went there, yeah, I ate my cordon bleu. I was like, on
Was it
cloud
good?
nine. Yeah, it was good.
It was
too.
good. I actually found a sushi place too on Koh Samui Island, and the food was good. The sushi rolls and everything was fantastic. There's some of the best Michelin restaurants in Bangkok. Actually, I think the top 10 of the world's best restaurants. I think Bangkok has like 4 restaurants in that top 10 in the
So
world.
they have multiple stars.
Yes, multiple, like 3 Michelin star,
And
like
it's
best of
more
the best.
affordable than Vegas,
I'd imagine so. I think if you were to get like a tasting course menu, it would have sent you broke. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody like behind laughing at
Yeah, Vegas has a couple restaurants where you know like it's like 400, 500 for like
Yeah.
one person.
No, I know poker players love to play credit card roulette as well when they go out for a dinner.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think I've had one where the bill came to like 4,500. But don't forget, it's Vegas. You have to tip on top as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So now the tip is like extra $600-700, right? Yeah.
I went to a really nice restaurant actually one time in Vegas with Dominic called Partage. It's like French. And I don't remember how much, like there was a tasting menu that was probably like around 120 or something at the time. Now it's much more
Yeah.
with inflation. And I was like, okay, well, this is not cheap, but you know,
Yeah.
I'm playing 1-3. I guess I can't afford that. And then he started ordering everything off the menu, but a la carte. And I was like, oh my god, like I'm just gonna go broke. And then he ended up treating me and like some other people.
Oh yeah, that's
And
very
I,
nice.
I
of
got
you.
him back a couple times. Like I
Yeah.
bought him ramen, I bought him another meal.
Yeah,
later.
yeah.
I was like, I'll get you back.
Dominic is background is French as well, or
German.
German, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you guys converse in English then?
Yeah.
Just yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be him. This,
Raise.
no, it's so
King
obvious.
10, are we thinking about it? Yep.
Alki is French.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
So when you see Alki, you talk to him in French?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Type there.
But it's funny because like I talk English more regularly than French.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, like
Yeah. Because you live also in Vienna now as
yeah,
well.
I live in Austria and like online also. Like a lot
Yeah.
of people I talk with, like they're.
So would you say that you're more fluent in English now or still better in French?
It's weird because obviously I'm French, so it's supposed to be like still my main language.
Yeah.
But sometimes I struggle because I don't speak it very often, so I'm searching for my words because they're coming to me more naturally in English because that's what I speak more often.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get that sometimes. So when it comes to Chinese, sometimes I have ways of like not being able to express myself just because I don't use it that often.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to search and I gotta find different ways of actually saying what I want to say.
And then yeah, Alki also he speaks very fast. And
Okay. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
a very
he-
specific guy.
but even
so-
English, he speaks really fast.
Yeah.
He just. Buh.
I remember one time somebody telling me about Elki, like one of his friends being like, no, Elki is not French. Elki is like, he's alien, you know? He's a very specific guy.
Yeah, because it's hard to understand him when he's speaking English if you don't focus. You got to focus really hard when he talks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what is he like speaking Korean?
Very good. The footy
Slower?
was,
Oh, still.
break takes right afterwards. I heard some
I haven't
stories, very
heard
good.
him speak very often in Korean, but I think he's pretty good and like,
Like, college
it
degree,
sounded
like,
normal.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I think languages is pretty cool. Just to be able to speak different languages. It's probably one of the most useful
yeah.
things you can learn.
It'd be interesting if he did the same because like culturally, I don't think they have a lot of people that speak very well. And like
Yeah.
also in Korean, you always need to add like the proper term to be respectful.
Yes,
You
yes.
need to add the yo.
Right, because it's like got to do with if they're older than you or younger and stuff like that, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when you meet someone, unless they tell you to be like non-formal with them, you always have to do that, right? Yeah.
I have to be careful when I say a few things in Korean because in French I'm like
Talk about something else.
there is no formal. It's just like
Yeah,
I
yeah,
speak,
normal. Yeah.
I speak like straight, you know. Like,
Okay. So
casual.
do you go out onto say the casino floor now and sometimes you talk to them in Korean?
No, like I think it's like if I order in a restaurant, but like for example, we didn't have a garbage bin, so we got a bag, and then now today it looked pretty full, so I called one of the cleaners,
Yeah.
and then I was like chogio, and so I add the yo,
Yeah.
and then I said like, you know, it's almost tempting to say like "Seregi iso." It would mean like I have trash, but I have to add the yo. So I said, so I remember the last second I was like, oh, iso yo. So yeah, you shouldn't forget. One
Okay.
thing I'm bad with is, and also I still know it. I know it, but I don't do it well. Is like when you pay or when you pour a drink, you need to use two hands. So if
Okay,
you notice
okay.
that, next time you go to like 7-Eleven, pay attention. Or like you pay something, they always give you with two hands the change back.
Is that right?
And so like technically, you know, I mean, obviously,
Yeah,
you're not
yeah.
from here, so they won't hold
Right.
it against you. But you could do the same. And every time I remember the last second, and I just hand it with one hand, and I'm like, I'm
Oh,
thinking in my
yeah.
head, they may think I'm like a juvenile, but obviously it's different culture.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 days was his max.
I got a hand that has been taken to the turn here, and we have Gary Joseph Thompson, I guess that's his full name, checking to Nevin with the best hand, and Nevin checking back.
Interesting how when we have deeper stacks, we see a lot of these 6-4 or 4-3 offsuits.
Yeah, people are coming in with, lot less holdings, but that definitely changes once people get shallower, and you're not going to see them defend that wide anymore.
Big play.
And then Gary has gone with a 5k bet. And let's see if Nevin decides to make this call with King High.
Jack 4 suited
Counting
this time,
chips. It looks like he made the call. Oh, he raised. Wow, okay, 30k. And that was enough.
That was enough.
Wow, nice bets.
That's
Puts it
that's
through.
quite interesting because you know, a lot of players here they'll be like, oh, you know, I've got a pair of aces, but I do have the king kicker, right? So on
Yeah.
that board, it might already be good enough.
And he was like, I already went to Value Town earlier. I didn't like it there.
Yeah. So you know, raising instead of calling gets him, you know, the chips in the pot. That is the difference also between like a pro to a recreational player, because recreational players a lot of time they'd be like would never think about the possibility of raising on this river.
Yeah.
When a player bets out at you, you know, you a majority of the time you're looking at what you're holding, right? But when it comes to pros, they can like, oh well, can I represent having a good hand here? And if his answer is yes, then you know what, I'm gonna go in for a raise. And he managed to win a pot that he wasn't supposed to win.
I do whatever I feel like, I'll be honest.
Never here with another playable hand, ace 9.
Brazil, all the secrets out of here to play against it. That's a problem.
Is this also because we're deeper that you'd make this open? Or if he had like, let's say only like 30 big blinds, would this still be okay to open, do you think, ace 9 offsuit?
I think so. I think ace 9 is quite a strong hand to open. I think I've seen hijack raised with a lot less than just ace 9. Yeah, I think ace 9 is strong enough. I think ace 6, that's where you can probably start to talk yourself into folding pre. We see a 3-bet now from Dominic here, up to 12k. It's going to be 8k for Nevin to call. It's not a small raise, it's actually a full 3x. And Nevin makes a call. Oh, did he go for 4-bet then? Because it doesn't look like calling chips. He has 4-bet to 28k. This boy has heart.
You're not messing around. And all of a sudden, you're liking your Jack 10 suited a lot less.
All in?
He says all in. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow! What a play by Nevin, and just to see Dominic Nish shove over that. Wow,
Yeah, that was sick.
that's what makes some of these players just absolutely world's best, doesn't it? Like, I did not see that hand play out the way it did.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, even the 4-bets. Is ace 9 one of the hands that sometimes you'll go for a 4-bet bluff with?
I mean,
Usually not, I guess.
no, I don't think so. But
And don't
I
even
think
it's
maybe
like-
ace 4, ace 5 suited. I think they might go for a 4-bet there.
Yeah.
Probably not ace 9, but to see Jack 10 to shove it in. I don't know if it was something that, you know, Dominic was able to read into
Yeah.
the bet sizing or something. I don't know what it is, but no, that was great. That was really cool to see.
I doubt it was a lifestyle type of thing, but
Yeah.
maybe I think it's more to do with the aggression level. As of late, we just saw a re-raise, which obviously there was no showdown, but maybe he was able to, like, obviously he's paying attention to the hands.
Yeah.
And he picked up on something and was like, okay, I just don't believe him this time.
Right.
Like he was
And-
taken to value town and then now he's just starting to raise every hand.
Yeah, and there is a chance that, like, say for example, somebody does decide to call, they're probably not gonna have like ace 10, ace jack in their range. So when you have jack 10 suited, it might not look too bad up against ace queen, ace king, unless obviously the player has, you know, overpair.
Yeah.
But yeah, like most of majority of the times, you know, the combination of ace queen and ace kings there, and there's more of that than say aces kings and queens.
Maybe the timing.
I have a timing
There
too.
is something about it because it was
It was
decently
quite
quick,
fast, right? Yeah, it was quite fast. It was more like Nevin had kind of planned for it. And I think that, yeah, Dominic maybe felt like if he had a big pair, he would have took a little bit longer than that to re-raise.
I remember I was watching my friend one time in Wizbad and he was playing cash 2-4-8 and then somebody 4-bet pretty quick and my friend went all in over the top and then I was asking, what did you have? And like, weren't you worried? And he's like, when they have aces and kings, there's always some cinema. Like they think for a long time.
Hollywooding.
Yeah.
There's always some
and I remember
Hollywooding.
thinking, like, wow, how did he realize that? And like, what if you get it wrong? He's a very experienced player and a very good player. And I was like, yeah, this actually makes a lot of sense. And the guy pretty much, I think he ended up folding because maybe they had like a lot of chips.
People would actually record themselves, and even that they could like when they are straight. But
Yeah.
It's interesting the different mindsets around certain things. That's like as players will see things differently on certain topics like this.
Yeah.
Could be a nice floor roll, though.
Sometimes it feels like there is not necessarily one definitive play, like just multiple different ways to play certain hands. That's what makes this game fascinating as well.
Called out on TV.
Ami falling or dropping to 43 big blinds now. Chong Yu-chung with that 4 bets, second lowest in chips now as well. I guess it plays a part that Dominic also, I'm pretty sure, like if he busts here, he's pretty ready to just rebuy,
Yeah.
fire the next bullet, come right back in.
It's a small
Yeah,
chance
things
now.
do change if it's freeze out compared to a re-entry tournament. I think players are more willing to play their draws more aggressive and, try to double a stack up.
I actually love that. Put me on the TV table in that thing. It can be so fun. You'll make some people cry.
Here, Taylor with the Queen Jack on the button. Gonna raise it up to 4.5. And Amy here with the 8-9 offsuit in the big blind.
The main's the best for the big blow, so people are just like,
That's what I'm saying.
have enough.
I make some.
Never catch the man
It seems like Stephen Song's leading the field currently.
Oh, I'm gonna run out of interview questions for that guy soon. It was actually really random. We had a chat, and he remembers playing my husband heads up for a circuit ring in Thunder Valley, Sacramento, of all places. And he's like, that was so random because he actually used to watch Randy's stream,
Yeah.
and he actually said Randy was really serious because he watched his stream and he thought he was a really fun, goofy kind of character. But when they were playing, I think, he felt like Randy didn't really speak. He was really serious. They didn't talk much. But he was like really surprised that Randy and I happened to be out there, for some random tournament. And it was weird because we weren't planning on it. We only knew the series was in town because we went to visit his parents who live in Sacramento.
Yeah.
So we just popped in to play. And no, Randy actually said to me that Stephen kid, he's good. And this is before Stephen became
Yeah.
the household name he is now, right? This is before his World Series bracelet. This is before his EPT title. And yeah, he's just been crushing ever since. No, he won a WPT event too. It was a 1K buying, but first was paid 740,000.
Oh my God.
So he beat a field of I don't know how many players
Yeah.
to win that kind of prize
Thousands.
pool. Exactly, and it was just one of these prime championship events they had.
Yeah.
So something really crazy. Yeah.
I can't remember the guy's name. I remember
I think he's one WPT main event away from having the Triple Crown.
it's a dick move, but I couldn't
And the Triple Crown is, I think, a WSOP bracelet, EPT main event, and a WPT main event.
I see Martin Sedlak, he's in the fields. Patrick Demouche is in there. Yeah, Calvin Lee.
And because it's a bubble and everybody's stalling, the floors just came over and giving everybody really short
Christopher
clocks,
Park as
everybody
well.
taking the piss, so.
Leyu. Actually, second in chips.
Yeah, inexperienced dealer. The dealer's got.
Do you know about Leyu? It says he has.
Yeah. Because I did like
He won a WSOP
like,
event.
Jam was like 2x spot or 2.5x spot or something. It was like it wasn't
Oh,
like
yes,
it
he
was
did.
a
So he won,
small jam.
is it in Bahamas? I believe, because he recently played the WSOP Paradise event in Bahamas,
Yeah.
and he won an event. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a life. Traveling around the world, playing cards for a living.
So he was here for an event just before this, okay? And he's playing this, and he's flying straight to WSOP, okay? He's got his wife and he's got his kid, and that does mean he's not going to be able to see his kid for almost like 2.5 months, just being on the road playing poker.
Oh, but they won't come to Vegas too?
No, they won't come to Vegas. And I think he tells me that he might be home 2 months out of a year, just because he's just going from stop to
Yeah.
stop to stop.
That's wild.
To be fair, there's a bit of that. The whole
Maybe looking for that big score, and then he can.
playtime
have some simpler days with the family, some financial security. Pocket eights opens it up.
He opened like
Jack 10 offsuit flats on the button. Flops the open ender. I mean, obviously there's 2 over. So not really a pretty spot here for Mendoza. Just gonna check it.
And the one time he got called,
Oh, he had it.
no, he blasted off on the river.
Ami's been having a difficult time with the
Bluffing. I was like, dude,
the chips so far. They're
9%.
going more than they're coming. But here he's gonna fire in position.
That's that. That's
No,
that.
actually, you know what happened? The lady like led into him on the river.
And Mendoza
and
just
he
lets
like,
the
jammed
eights
on
go.
her. And she's
I
just
mean,
like, she was so over.
back
she
up
just
to
called
50
it
big
one pair,
blinds.
but she's just
Check
like,
raise.
whatever.
1.2.
He's just bluffing. He's like, dude, pump the brakes,
Dude.
buddy.
It's crazy because he was playing so normal the first 2 days. I mean, the first day.
They're talking about a player and the way he played some hand, I think, from what I can hear.
Playing normal.
I know some pro players, they don't like if anybody talks strategy at the table. What do you think personally?
Oh yeah. I
Um,
tweeted off to him and
Yeah, I think that for
Yeah,
pro
it's
players,
on
they
the
want to
end of 1K or
like
whatever it
kind
was.
of not share as much as they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
But for some reason here, it's been really,
It's like
really
the first
is it the resort? It feels like it's a vacation. Like
Yeah,
those guys
yeah.
are like so relaxed.
I mean, to them, it's kind of almost like a home game, right? They've been
Yeah.
sitting with the same guys for the past like 3 days, you know, and it's just fun. And, you know, it is also an event where the buying is not too much for them, right? So, like, you can see if the buying is like 50K or 100K, then players are getting a little bit more serious. And I don't think they'll be as relaxed and as chatty as they are here.
Yeah.
You know, the higher the buying, obviously, you know, the more serious the players get. But yeah, for this, you know, majority of players has played a 10K, a 15K, a 20K numerous times. So it's not a big deal for them to just kind of like be, you know, chatty and even talk a strategy on the table.
It's gonna be weird actually. Like they fly to Vegas, and like I've seen so many of those tournaments where you just hear chips being shuffled for like 12 hours,
Yeah,
and
yeah, and
nobody
people don't-
says a
people don't
single
chat.
word.
Yeah.
Unless there's an argument,
No,
then they'll talk.
Yeah, they will talk, and they get very angry about it. And that's what actually Steven said. He said that he feels like the players are so very nice in Asia, and people are just having fun and chatty. He says where he plays in America, people get really angry and really tilted when they like lose a hand, and they like would yell at you and stuff. So he says the vibe he's getting from poker here is a lot better.
Also, you're Jewish, so park is the problem anyway.
Safe to say he'll be back, perhaps as defending champion
I've
next
only
time,
eaten hot pot like 5 times with Ivan.
as he did win the
He only eats
15K
the one
yesterday.
hot pot spot. He says the only place he'll eat is pretty funny. It is good.
The one that we went to was quite good yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday?
Is it break now? Dinner break now?
I was just giving him shit for being Jewish and he can't eat the pork anyway.
I think we've done it on the 45-minute break.
We're talking about foods.
Yeah.
I think there may be the dinner break coming.
Oh yeah, yeah, dinner break is coming up. 45-minute dinner break.
I mean, he's looking right at. He's looking
Gotta
right at.
get, gotta get cancelled for saying the red Jewish.
He's looking right at you, so he can't help
Yeah.
himself.
I said one of those things to Scott Baumstein as well on the WPT final.
What'd you do for food today?
Oh, I ordered a clay pot. It's crispy pork belly with tofu, and I enjoyed it. It was quite good.
From where?
Just a Shanghai bun.
Okay.
Just yeah, like their normal menu.
Yeah.
And had mushrooms in it. It had bamboo shoots. It was just a little bit healthier, I think, compared to some of the other food.
I had fried chicken.
Oh, okay. Well, exactly. It's a bit healthier versus fried chicken, that's for
And
sure.
now my stomach's upset. Figures.
Yeah. No, I actually had Korean barbecue the day before with some of my friends, and no, I did not feel good the next day.
Which one you go to?
The one
The
where
fancy one?
so you go down the stairs, and it's the one on the left. So
Okay.
not the one that's further down, but there is one just on the left.
Oh,
and
immediately or at the end?
immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, so just before the convenience store. They specialize in lamb.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Because like the specialty of Jeju is black pork.
It's
you
black
know?
pork, yeah. So they have like beef and pork on their menu, but that particular shop actually specialized in lamb. And they've got like side dishes that you can order as well. Actually, the funny thing is the eggs in Jeju taste really good. I don't know what it is. And the eggs...
Everything, I think. Right?
Yeah. It's just like they have so much pride in their produce. You know, I think that they're big on like mandarins, oranges, there's strawberries. You know, a lot of like those fruits. They're very well known in Jeju.
Yeah, it's weird actually to look at normal strawberries because when I was in Vegas earlier this year, I went to Walmart a bunch of times. I don't know what steroid-filled syringe they use to make those strawberries, like the biggest strawberries I've ever seen, and they're like so perfect as well. They have like no cracks,
Everything
nothing.
one is perfect.
Like those are not natural strawberries for sure. And then now when I went to the 7-Eleven, I saw the strawberries. They look pretty damn good actually.
Yeah, they are very good.
I was like, I know it's not 2,500, so I just kept. I kept waiting. I was like, someone's gonna tell me eventually.
Dominic cut off against another gun with king queen offsuits. It said the raise was 25k, but that would be something.
Yeah, no, that can't be right. That's why I said the 3-bet earlier couldn't have been 50k.
Yeah. Oh, what a flop. Okay, now we see the real pot size, 14,000. It's probably 4.5k raise, something like this, 5k.
Did you open 10 levels in this?
We literally just saw the same hand. 8s, raises. Then it comes with 2 of the cards. This time it was against top 2. Yeah, not much to do else than fold here with 8s.
I don't know if they're gonna keep it that way.
Did you get before 11?
Guarantees no problem, right?
What do you think about if you're gonna play for a tournament, in a tournament like this for like long hours, about wearing jeans? I never understood people that wear jeans. I feel like some of them somehow like they're unbothered, but it shouldn't be something comfortable that you wear jeans, right?
No, I don't think so. You know, but that being said, I used to sit hours wearing all sorts of clothes for a poker tournament. That was not comfortable.
No.
Yeah.
Why? For the style?
For the style, I guess, like, you know, back then, I was one of the team pros, and you know, you just kind of have to dress a certain way that looked presentable. And then there are times where I have to do like, you know, different like kind of media work and stuff like that.
We'll see what happens.
Raise with the 5-4 suited, and Joseph Gary says 14. So we're gonna have a 3-bet in position with ace-8 offsuits. It looks like Sean Yucheng gets out of the way very, very quickly with 4-5 suited. He wasn't feeling it.
So not much has changed. Taylor is still archipelago on this table, and Ami Barrera. Shorter stack, but still, you know, 50 big blinds. Players coming to this tournament with 200 big blinds.
You know, actually, something that surprised me about Vegas is how little
The one outside or
good food options there is, because it's so many people, and
really?
like even going to toilet, like I mean, the men have it far worse too, because it's just like mostly men.
Yeah.
You just have to line.
Actually, that's the only time I see the line for the men's bathroom
Yeah.
longer than for the female bathroom.
No, it's crazy.
Area.
And like when you have the break after like 55 minutes, it's like a 5 minutes break, right? So it's like you're just in line the whole time, like you miss a hand when you come out, it's just
that's
so
right.
obnoxious.
Yeah, the whole time you're just waiting to go to the bathroom.
But yeah, food-wise,
No, it's
I
very
don't know how
limited.
they haven't set up like something incredible to just like provide good / potentially healthy food for everybody with deliveries. I think there is maybe something, but it's not that great and like way overpriced, obviously. But I think if it's gonna be overpriced, at least it should be like semi-decent to good.
Yeah.
So I was surprised by just the lack of like really anything.
I actually had a lot of Chinese players complain that there is no Chinese food.
I like it.
Isn't there a place when you're in the Horseshoe and you go to the casino floor immediately on the left? I think there is a Chinese place, no?
For the World Series, the tournament?
Yeah,
Isn't that
so-
Caesars?
Yeah, they have plenty of options. Like even
No,
steak.
it's at Horseshoe and Paris, right?
Actually just
It used to be at the Rio, then it went to.
I thought it's at Caesars, I'm pretty sure.
It's Caesar's properties.
Oh, okay.
But-
But you're saying it's at the Horseshoe?
Yeah, which used to be Bally's. Now it's called Horseshoe.
Oh,
and
is
it's
it?
connected to the Paris, so it's both. But when you're on the side of the horseshoe, which by the way, like it's no smoking in the WSOP area, you
Yeah.
go back to the hotel lobby, literally everybody's smoking, so you got like a smoke screen, which is
Wow.
pretty bad. There is like a, I think, Chinese restaurant at the corner here on the left, but obviously you have like 10,000 players and like the restaurant like capacity. Must be
Yeah,
about
it's
a
not
couple
going to be
hundred,
able
so it's
to.
like, well,
Yeah.
you better make a reservation or have somebody already in line, so it's still, not great.
Are they going to move it to somewhere else this year?
I don't think so, no, I think it's still
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was. I've played at both. Like it's nice. You're more central, so if you want to go play like cash game elsewhere, you cross the street. You're at the Bellagio. But yeah, they could definitely improve some of those things for sure. I think like food.
Yeah. We've got a hand here where Amy did flop top pair, but that board really made both players slow down. And it was a check on the turn river, and Nevin takes down that pot.
Just the best country in Asia, I guess, in my opinion.
42 big blinds for Amy.
We'll be back for a long time.
Everything's just great over there. Food, weather. Right now, weather is pretty nice. It's not too cold.
I
not
think
too
we're
hot.
very close to the dinner break here.
How many days you're spending there?
Depending on how I do in the 25.
The 25.
If I bust day 1 and 25 and I don't rebuy or whatever,
And it's just like 2 hours.
Can you actually? I guess you can order at the table here, right?
for like 2 days.
Oh,
I
you can,
assume.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you can order at the table and they bring out the food.
I was supposed to only be there for like 3 days, but I liked it, so I extended it and just missed the opening event here.
Was that your first time?
No, it wasn't my first time, it was like my third time. I just enjoy it a lot.
Hijack. Joseph Gary finds pocket
Are
threes.
you by yourself or? Yeah.
What are you doing next?
Opens to 5K.
Heading back to LA.
Marius, Queen Jack suited.
Under 25K as well, maybe. So, yeah, take a couple
What's the
breaks.
factors that make you decide between 3-betting or calling here? If you have the Queen Jack suited in position.
I guess it's got to do with that balance, right? It's whether or not like you've been,
Yeah.
being aggressive and so forth. Your opponent,
Yeah.
as well. If how often your opponent opens it up. I think Joseph Gary's more on the tighter end. I haven't seen him, kind of like his ranges hasn't been as wide as say some of the other players. And also Queen Jack being suited, it's also going to play really well post flop.
Yeah, you just have to pick the flights, really. It matters a lot, like what time you're
He's gonna
flight and
check
what
here on
time
the
you're
slope.
coming in. So like, let's say for example, you're leaving there during nighttime and you're arriving here in the morning, that would be pretty
Now
perfect
Marius, he
for you.
doesn't have much, but he's in position and he's been checked too. Gonna check back.
And when you get here, that'll be morning time and you just don't sleep and you just...
Turn is a king. And we do have the 3 of diamonds actually for
I mean, I
Joseph
just
Gary, who
mastered
knows
it
a
'cause I
flush
just
draw.
travel, like a lot, like coming back in Asia,
I
but
tried just like
Yeah, it does look like it's the last hand there before the dinner break, perhaps. As players are already standing up. I saw a couple of racks as well on the table,
then you should have...
meaning we'll change the lineup when we return.
Yeah,
And Joseph Gary ends up betting on the king turn here.
you just wake up in the 5-5. right? Yeah.
Marius with the Queen Jack of clubs isn't gonna make that call, and that wraps up. And it's gonna be a 45-minute
Yeah.
dinner break, and we'll be coming back with more action after that.
AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face to face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the
Welcome back everyone to the 7th day of live poker from Jeju, South Korea, where we will continue our 20k buy-in, 500k guaranteed. As I think we have swapped in and out a couple players. I have replaced the Todd for a little while. I am joined by Selena. And bring me up to speed, Selena. What were the highlights so far of this 7th day of poker?
Well, I mean, Steven Song making back-to-back final tables in both main events, and chip leader currently in this 20k. So I might have to interview him again.
You're gonna get really close with Steven.
I know, right? Like we're gonna know, his parents' names, and be invited to his wedding in the future. Who knows?
How did Steven get up to 700k this quick?
Yeah.
A lot of little pots, or do you know how he
No,
gained?
so we haven't seen him today so far. This is the first time he's been on the stream. I saw a couple of times where Ivan's just donated to him pre-flop, just shoving all in with like questionable holdings, just building up that prize pool.
We got a King 8, a Deuce Rainbow flop here in the first hand after the break. As this is obviously a familiar man as well. Calvin Lee, he's back. Lots of players that we've seen a decent amount throughout the last few days. But yeah, this really has been so far the series of Steven Song. I think he's going to be incredibly glad that he made the journey all the way to Jeju, South Korea. Doing good in the circuit. Absolutely crushing the 15k high roller main event. We've got another king rolling off here. If I know my man Steven Song, he's probably sitting on at least one over here.
Yeah, he's had the goods. He actually told me in the interview that like the players haven't really believed him. So he had to actually change it up a little bit. But, he does like to continue with putting the pressure on. That king coming on the turn does make it less likely that Steven has a king in his hand. Calvin probably is happy to see that king and thinking that his two pairs right now should be good enough. But Steven isn't slowing down.
Yeah, if you believed in your 8 on the flop, you should probably believe in it on the turn as well. But it does become scary because Steven Song has a tremendous amount of chips. And this 18k bet is a very sizable bet already on the turn. It's tough. It is so tough. We can see it. Calvin Lee is probably thinking, what if he does have it? What kind of a bet am I facing on the river? Does make the call for now. Excellent call. And we know that he can't lose this hand, but it's obviously going to come down to how much will Steven bet. Can Steven get Calvin Lee off the 8? Steven kind of has to fire, right? There's 66k, and he's...
oh, no. I think with that showdown value of him actually turning a river in the 4, made him just check that river. And he would have to put possibly Calvin having a king in his head as well, maybe just not with a great kicker. But yeah, he decided against that particular opponent, he was going to just check that river.
Starting stack here in the 20k was 250,000 chips as well, I assume?
I think it's 200,000.
Oh, just 200,000?
Yeah, 200,000. 200 big blinds today. And we have new entrants into this field the last hour or so. I think we have a player named Gavin, who is one of the Team Pro jacket donors coming to the tournament. We have Lam Bing. I think we saw him in the previous streams.
He had a deep run.
He had a deep run. Yeah. So he's joined us. And registration is still open until tomorrow start of play, so we can still see more entrants coming in.
Calvin Lee here on the button is looking down at ace, a queen offsuit. After you has decided to open it up with the pocket threes. We're just going to come along for the ride. Patrick Demush, one of the stars of the main event, played absolutely stunning poker. In the end, he got eliminated in 5th place. But what a run it was. He was a short stack for a long time. He had to dodge bullets left, right, and center. Made phenomenal folds. And I think he can be very, very proud of his run. The man who finished 4th yesterday, Martin Nielsen, I ran into him in the convenience store.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and he's like, hey, you're the StarCraft guy, right? I was like, hey, you're the guy I've commentated all day.
Did you tell him that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we had he knew as well. He's like, you've been doing the commentary. I was like, yeah. So we just kind of talked about the
StarCraft
tournament.
guy, yeah,
and
that's pretty cool.
A little bit of StarCraft, like a little 2-3 a.m. conversation at the
that's quite
GS25.
cool.
But yeah, he was super kind. Obviously happy with his run. I asked him about the short deck, and he said he's absolutely playing it later this week.
Yeah. He's the player with that World Series bracelet, isn't it, in short deck? Yeah.
Yep.
So that's right up his alley. Seeing Yulei here on the hijack, still with the best hand, pocket threes. And maybe looking to fire one more bet on the turn. Just because, not really any picture cards and so forth has fallen off here for him to really stop betting.
And Calvin Lee, the man who just won a pretty decent pot with his 8-7 against Steven Song. He's now really facing a real decision. As the hijack player bets 18k into him. Ace Queen not looking all that powerful on this 5-deuce-deuce-7 board with 2 clubs. He does hold the Queen of Clubs, but not sure how relevant it is. Does decide to make the call. And is obviously hoping to improve here on the river. The river is a 10 of spades. That does not help the ace queen of Calvin Lee. These pocket threes from the hijack are still good. Yuli does decide to check it. There is obviously showdown value here in the ace queen. There are a couple of draws that did bust, like 6-8, 6-4, 6-3. But ace queen is no good. So Calvin is immediately going to lose a couple of the chips that he just fought so hard for against the man who's leading this table and has been crushing the competition over the last 7 days. What a run it has been for Steven Song so far over here, the Lord Poker Tournament Series in Jeju, South Korea. How is the cold treating you today? Is it a bit better or is it as bad as yesterday?
I took, so I've got very limited amount of medication, okay? So I had 4 different medication being given to me, but there is only 1 dose of each type of medicine. So I saved the 2 that I had, especially for flu, just before my interview with with Stevenson earlier today. And it's kind of held me over so far, but I suspect it's going to last pretty much only 6 hours altogether. Yeah.
Well, I hope that you wake up tomorrow and you feel as good as new and it's all gone.
I know. I wish to. Yesterday was worse because I woke up with a really sore throat. So the second day, the sore throat has gone, but I'm still congested and I'm still coughing and sneezing. But, hey, the show must go on, right?
Appreciate the warrior spirit. I see that you picked up the hoodie. Did you get it? Or
yeah, I did. I actually thought that the merch here is probably one of the nicest I've seen in poker.
Yeah.
And I like the pearls on it. So I was like, yeah, it's nice. And it's actually cool in the sense that, the inside, it's the same as the outside.
Yeah, that's very
So
soft.
it doesn't have that terry, it doesn't have the fleece, and it's like really smooth. So I'm like, oh, this feels really nice.
How much was that?
I think it's 430 RMB, which works out to be maybe...
Oh, it's in
what is that?
Chinese?
It's in Chinese, yeah. So it's like $50, $60. So I think it's pretty good value for it because it's really good quality.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I haven't had the RMBs in my hand for a while. My last trip to China has been a long time ago. Used to go quite often.
Oh yeah, 60 USD.
No, it's reasonable.
It's pretty good. Yeah, reasonably priced.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
I like it actually more now. I see it up close than when I liked it when people were wearing it at the future table.
On the stream, right?
Because
Yeah.
I didn't like the sleeves that much when I was looking at it.
Okay.
When I was just looking at it from far away. But now that I'm
Yeah.
closer, I actually really like the pattern. And it looks a lot better.
It looks really good. I think it's one of the best designs I've ever seen. Yeah. Normally, I'm not into poker merch of any kind whatsoever. Like, I have a bunch. I've never worn it. Yeah, but this was nice.
The blinds are 1K, 2.5K with a 2.5K ante as well. Steven Song might get tired of winning at this point. Aren't we supposed to face a little adversity over here?
Oh man, I know. He's just been like steamrolling the competition, and there is some tough players on this field. You know, with buy-ins of 10K plus, it's never going to be a walk in the park, right? There's always going to be good players coming out, you know, looking for soft tournaments as well, right? Because that, you know, in Asia, we are known to have some of the best fields.
And that's perhaps why it came, but even then the results are impressive because it's still poker at the end of the day.
It is.
And
You think it's got variance, right?
exactly. Like you're not supposed to get back-to-back final tables and then we start at 20K and you're immediately chip leading it like 3 hours in. Honestly, pushing it a little bit, Mr. Song.
Yeah, what happened to the bad beats, right? Every time, even if you're ahead, right? What happened to the bad beats, you know? Not talking about just holding with your hand, but flipping and everything, you know? But that's the thing when you have a good player with a big stack, right? He can withstand some of that variance. He can double up some short stacks without it hurting his stack. There are times where you're short and you're up against players and you lose that flip and you're out of the tournament. So that's the difference of having a good stack versus having a short stack.
And then on top of that, he obviously plays incredibly solid, where he's also really good in staying out of trouble and not putting himself at risk too early when it comes to those big flips. Even if he like a couple percentage ahead, like he would much rather keep the pot small until he's very certain that it's locked up. And deep into the tournament, yes, of course, you're going to have to call off a bit lighter. You're going to have to make some plays. You're going to have to steal blinds. And that can always get risky because if they have a hand on the wrong moment. But yeah, it kind of feels like, especially the first 10, 15, 20 levels, it is incredibly rare to see Steven lose a whole lot more than he's ever supposed to lose.
Yeah, definitely. Just a very solid player all around. Now we have
Spicy.
Chris Parkia with the flush on that turn. But Yulei is drawing to a better flush.
Yep. It's probably a turn card that he's incredibly excited over because you pick up the gut shot as well. Obviously, we already had like a straight draw, but now we have the gut shot, straight draw to the nuts. And of course, with 3 clubs holding the king of clubs, you feel like you have the nut flush blocker. This could become a very exciting hand. What do you make of the 4 high flush from the small blind checking here? I find it a tiny bit surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is he possibly going for a check raise?
It must be.
Yeah.
It's just risky, right? Because what if it gets checked back and then another club rolls off and then you're stuck with a 4 high flush?
Exactly. You want to stop your opponent from drawing. You want to make the pot bit bigger. It's a lot easier for your opponent to call, I guess, if he was the one betting that turn. So, you know, Yulei is going to continue with his drawing hand.
And Christopher Young will think, I love it when a plan comes together. That is a very large bet as well, 71K. I mean, I'm sure that he was thinking of the check raise, but that is a monster bet.
That is a monster bet.
Pot-sized bet.
Yeah, because now if he was to check raise, he might have to shove his stack into the middle.
I actually think that Christopher can probably put this one together, where this is some sort of a combo draw, where it's a high card with a high club, whether that's the jack of clubs or the king of clubs. As it does seem, I think he...
Yeah, he's opted to call, I believe. He has not put in a raise just because of how big that turn bet is.
Oh, what a river. What a beautiful river. If you're sitting there on the 4 high flush, a total brick, the deuce of diamonds. And will he check again, Selena? Oh, what a hand. Oh, my goodness.
He is setting that trap for his opponent. And let's see if Yulei has that third barreling him.
He looks like a man that does have it. Oh, this is going to be one of these very sad moments where if you do announce it and you get snap called, you're like, oh, no, you got me. Because you know you're never, ever, ever good. I mean, he's... In PLO, people love making these plays, right? If they've got the not flush blocker, they feel so confident in this jamming and they know it's so hard for their opponents to call off. In No Limit, it's absolutely a thing. And this would be an insanely large bet. Like if you would announce all in, because it's obviously over starting stack, what Christopher Young still has left. It's a difficult call, but I don't see... I mean, it is a small blind, big blind battle, right? And they also always say, don't go broke in the battle of the blinds.
Is that right? That's the saying, huh? And looks like he is shoving it all in on that river. And, you know, I mean, like Chris Park here, he's not loving it, but I don't think you can fold your flush. You just can't, you know.
It's one of these moments where if you have it, it's really sick and you hate life. I don't think you can let it go.
Yeah, you sigh and the chips goes in.
Wow, what a call.
And what a big pot goes to Chris Park here.
And you left like, how did this happen exactly? It was just supposed to be a little king 10 on the big blind. We have a little battle. And all of a sudden this becomes a very, very big pot. Which means we've got a nil chip leader on this table. It is Christopher Park, who is now chipped up to 698k. With the 4 high flush. A little small blind versus big blind battle. What a hand. Patrick Demouche is like, nice, easy game.
Nice easy game, yeah. What a double. And that puts Yulei the shortest stack on table.
I can see the play work from time to time with the king of clubs, because you do have the nut flush blocker, and on top of that, against the 4 high flush, like it could just be a slightly higher flush, right? It could be the jack high flush or something among those lines.
And you also have to kind of think like, you know, you have to figure out whether or not your opponent can make that call, right? And I guess for him, he didn't feel like his opponent had a flush, and he decided to, you know, take a stab.
And it also has a lot to do with that check on the turn when the third club rolled off. And deciding to just check call there as well, not blowing up the pot, not really showing a crazy amount of strength. Yeah. Very well done by Christopher Park. It could not have played the hand any better.
A Calvin Lee here, under the gun +1 with pocket tens, raising it to 5.5.
Stephen Song does not seem to be very intrigued by his Queen 3 of spades. Patrick Demouche will make the call with the 6s, the underpair. A 10-6 is something flop would be pretty devastating here. Even Patrick Demouche would have a very tough time getting away from it. It's not quite 10-6, but it is 10-5-4. A very clean top set here for Calvin Lee. Decides to check. If your opponent does check you, you kind of like 6s on this board. But Patrick Demouche is incredibly good in staying out of trouble. Turns the open ender. 6-5-4-3. Now, any 7 and any deuce actually does still give Patrick Demouche a way to win this hand, as he was drawing incredibly slim on the flop. Pot is still very tiny, and Calvin Lee decides to make a very tiny bet of 5k with his top set. Patrick will gladly pay the 5k. A 2 big blind bet to see a river. A 7 or a deuce would be insane, and it is a deuce. Unbelievable. That is absolutely unbelievable. Now, Kelvin obviously is aware of the fact that any ace is going to make a straight here. So he's probably not going to get too out of line. Patrick loving life. Look at the flop and look at the run out.
That is so sick. Like, how does pocket 6s catch up here?
That is an insane run out.
And Patrick is going to figure out how much can I get from my opponent. And, you know, he does have the bigger flush, bigger straight as well, right? So, yeah. I mean, there is
he's
spades
praying
out
that
there.
his opponent has an ace.
Yeah.
And what really saved Calvin Lee here, by the way, is that it's not the 7. Because then I think it becomes a lot more hidden. This is obviously an incredibly obvious straight where any ace will make a straight. And Patrick is now praying that you have an ace, but if there was an ace, that is a very large bet. Oh, disgusting for Calvin. You're probably just going to have to let this one go. Like, it's 58k into a 37k pot. The pot wasn't that big because it went check on the flop, and there was a very tiny turn bet of 5k.
Yeah, I think Patrick's sizing here, I mean, you know, he probably will get caught with if Calvin has an ace in his hand, getting a lot of value off that hand. Right now, Calvin's hating life, you know.
Yeah.
You have a beautiful, gorgeous flop of a set of 10s. You did not think you were going to get outdrawn. And a very good fold by Calvin Lee here.
Yep, very, very well done. This hand could have played out very different if there would have been a little more action on the earlier streets, because with 10s there, flopping the stone cold nuts on 10-5-4, you are absolutely loving life. It was as good as it got. And Calvin is probably wondering, how did we end up like this? It was so beautiful. It looked as good as it gets. You get a little excited when you see top set, and you're like, all right, this is my moment to chip up. I just saw one man win a 600,000 chip pot with a 4-high flush. This is all me. And then 2 streets later, you are forced to fold against the overbet.
Now Calvin here under the gun with the king queen.
Try his luck again. The 10s were not good. Steven Song lets go of ace-9 offsuit after the under the gun open. Do you think if king queen didn't open there, that Steven with his current chip stack would open ace-9 from under the gun +1?
Yeah, I think he would. You know, with the chip lead, being the chip lead on the table and everything, I see that he probably will raise up a hand like that. Looks like the action is on. Is it Lamping? Is that his name there, or that's a different player? Try to remember.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah,
I honestly think
he does look like
Yep.
that, doesn't he?
No, he really
Yeah.
does.
Just
And
get
there it
yeah,
is,
there it is with,
with
the
the
queens.
ladies.
That's why he's gone into tank for a bit, thinking about it. So it looks like Patrick Demouche has put out a 3-bet on the hijack with the queen 8 to 16.5, and then Lambing is in the small blind.
Mm-hmm.
So Patrick actually decided to make a move there with his queen 8, not believing Calvin's raise being very strong.
Where did the queens go?
Yeah,
There's
no. We're having a little bit of phantom graphics where players go and come back. So I don't believe Lambing has folded his queens.
No.
Yeah, there it is.
We had an ace jack in the mix as well.
Yeah, just easy takedown with a 4-bet there. You know, nobody's really, definitely queen 8's not gonna be stick around for long, and king queen could take that kind of pressure.
Yeah, way too much violence. You open up, you kind of hope, okay, maybe the big blind is going to defend. Perhaps there is one caller on one of the earliest streets. We've got the 3-bet and the 4-bet coming in. This is going to be a little bit too much. Perhaps this man had a long night celebrating his win yesterday in the 15K main event.
Yeah, you can go to a karaoke bar after you wrap up and, you know, sing some songs. You could go to a theme park earlier today if you happen to wake up early before this event started.
You've got the convenience store here, and I feel like a real Korean tradition as well, especially if you go to big cities like Seoul. You go to 7-Eleven, you buy some soju and beer, and you sit outside.
So there is actually a proper fried chicken place on site, but you just have to walk a little bit because it's got kind of smaller areas around, and you can walk there for some beer and fried chicken. They also have a ramen shop where you can pick all the different types of 2-minute noodles possible. And there is I looked at it. It was like 200 different brands or something. It was like so many different options of choice that you can have, and you buy it and you cook it right there and there, and then you just eat it like on the spot. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's real Korean style as well.
Yeah.
I feel like in the big cities you often see that as well. People just buying some ramen in the middle of the city and then they're warming it up in 7-Eleven right next to the guy who's just picking up some water at night. It's kind of funny. But yeah, you're just talking about the indoor place here with the fried chicken, or are you talking outside?
No, there's one outside.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, there's one outside. We see it here under the gun. Stevenson finds pocket 2s, raising it to 5.5, and hijack. Here, Chris has, kind of picked a bad time to 3-bet with his queen 10 to 18K, because we see Calvin Lee in the big blind actually has pocket kings.
Got unlucky with the 10s, but these kings should be able to get it done. As he is going to announce the 4-bet. He's probably going to make it pretty damn large and not make it too appealing, and also perhaps hoping that Steven Song will come over the top.
This is our second 4-bet pot in a row, isn't it? Yeah. If you weren't seeing their whole cards, you'd be like, oh, this table's just paying crazy right now, But we could actually see, the previous hand, Queen 8 was making a move.
Queen 8 was a bit wild.
Yeah, it was a bit wild.
And
but
Queen 10 is his power poker and is going to get it done right in a lot of moments. But
Yeah.
if Someone is holding queens in the previous hand. Now we've got Calvin Lee holding kings. That is probably just going to do it. The kings will take it down. Decent little pot there. Hoping perhaps for a little bit more. Especially after that Omega frustrating run out with the 10s earlier. But it's better to win a few chips than to lose a whole bunch with your premium.
Yeah, for sure.
I like how when the week has progressed, we more and more see like the same players making it to the future table. It also seems like the production crew here is just kind of fond of Steven Song and Patrick Demouche and
Yeah.
Calvin Lee, Christopher Park. Like these guys, they can go anywhere. And I'll put them on the future table over and over again. I think especially watching Steven Song do his thing. Like you've got some unique, probably 10-hour footage at this point, if not a whole lot more even, of him playing at these future tables and seeing him maneuver his way around the early stages of the tournament, the middling stages of the tournament, the money bubbles, and then the final tables too. It's been very intriguing to watch Steven do his thing. I feel like you learn so much as well from watching these kinds of tables.
Yeah, you
hand
do.
for hand.
Hand
where
for
you're not
hand.
just like only looking at the crazy setup and the big pot, but you see how they play all the little spots.
You
all
do.
yeah.
And you see how why these, world's best are making it deep every single tournament.
King Queen and Jack 10 of diamonds. As Jack 10 of diamonds has put in a 3-bet here. So much pre-flop aggression. But Chen Yushai is not going anywhere. Makes the call, the correct call with King Queen. And we're off to see a flop. Ooh, action flop. Jack 10 flops the open ender. Unfortunately, no diamonds there for Calvin Lee. King Queen flops a top pair with the King kicker.
Now, Calvin being the pre-flop 3-betting player, he probably, I thought he was going to continuation bet on this, but he might have felt like it was a bit too connected for his liking. I wouldn't falter either way. I could see a bet and I could see a check, but he's decided to check, and Chen Yisha here is going for a bet.
It's going to be incredibly hard for Chen to figure out that we're going up against Jack 10 here, though, with that being 3-bet before the flop. And now, when you flop the open ender, if you have Jack 10, normally you could continue even a bit smaller just to see a turn card and dictate the price a little bit. It's going to be very hard, I think, to put Calvin Lee on Jack 10 specifically here. The turn is our first diamond. It's the ace of diamond. That obviously does favor the range of Calvin Lee, who has pre-flop raised. I was probably hoping for a king or an 8.
Now, with that cut on the turn, there's a chance that Calvin's thinking about betting now himself. And that's exactly what he does. He's gone with, look like some 21k into 77.
Very frustrating card to see here for King Queen, where we no longer have top pair. And our opponent is obviously going to have a lot of aces in their range. After we got 3-bet pre-flop.
She is making the call.
Oh, non-believer. Excellent call here with King Queen. That's not an easy one to make. Because I feel like there are not a lot of rivers out there that really improve King Queen.
And that is a card for Chen Yisha technically to take down this pot. But, if Calvin can find another bet, and a sizable one, he's going to be able to put Chen Yisha off this hand.
The pot is big, right?
Yeah. I mean, he did bet a quarter pot on the turn, so there is a chance there could be a bunch of calls from Chen Yisha that doesn't necessarily have an ace or queen.
He's decided to give up, though. This is going to go check on the
Check.
river, and that means that Chen will receive the good news. And that is a
Yeah.
lot of chips heading her way. 119,000. Perhaps one big final bet could have gotten it done, but what a good call. But King Queen on the turn with
On
that
that
ace
turn.
rolling off.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah, the other option Calvin would have gone with his stack size would maybe size it bigger on the turn and then just go for jam on the river. And
21k was the bet. Big blind is 2.5, so it was a little over 8 big blinds. Like pretty decent sized
It
bet.
is,
Definitely
yeah.
not a small one.
yeah, it's going to be a pot that makes her feel a little bit more comfortable with her stack size, because I think she was one of the shorter stacks at this table.
I feel like we've seen a whole bunch of hands be a lot bigger than what they were supposed to be. And then the one hand maybe that could have been very big with the pocket 10s against the 6s, that was actually a relatively small pot without too many chips flying towards the middle. A couple of big bluffing hands in a row.
Yeah, there's a lot of 3 betting pre-flop. And that's also to do with maybe people have been watching the streams and they know that Steven Song might be someone that does open a little bit wider pre-flop, and picking their spots to 3-bet him.
What Steven does so well as well is that sometimes for 10, 15 minutes it's all about Steven, and then it kind of feel like he just disappears for an hour.
Flies under the radar
yeah.
a bit, yeah. No,
He's-
but when he plays, he makes it count.
Yeah.
Right? That's the difference. He wins the biggest pots on the table. Like you said, stays quiet for a bit, and then, his timing and everything is immaculate.
Picks the spot incredibly well. We got ace-5 suited here. He's going to let go of it as we have another big 3-bet, this time by Calvin Lee. Has bumped it up with King-Jack. Sixes. They were good to Patrick Demouche earlier. How good will they be to Christopher Park?
And Calvin Lee sizing it up really big here really kind of forces his opponent to make a decision, because if we look at his stack at the back, no, he's only got 155k to start this hand with.
Yeah, this is not exactly set mining territory, because even if you do make a set with the 6s, you're not going to get anywhere near as much as you were hoping for. Flop comes King 4-3 with 2 hearts. King Jack does make top pair. 6s are a second pair on this board, so I do kind of expect Christopher to stick around. And obviously, if a turn is a 5, you give yourself a lot of additional outs. But even a 7 or a deuce, like all of that stuff is something you can work with.
Calvin's gone for a bet on this flop of 13k.
I think we're pretty much always calling here, unless we specifically believe that our opponent has ace queen, ace jack, and we could even get adventurous here. But don't see any reason for the 6s not to call off at least a 13k to play for a pot of 72,000, where there will potentially be a lot of very exciting turn cards for Christopher Park. Not quite one of them. But he was the undergun raiser, so he could pretend that that is all him. But he's not going to do that. Obviously, Kelvin was the 3-better pre-flop. Kelvin probably not very happy to see that ace roll off, but he should be fine, and there's a very good chance that he's just going to take this one down. I think even a much smaller bet would get it done here. It is going to go check on the turn, though. That means we're going to play a river. The 10 of hearts rolls off, means that the backdoor heart flush gets there as well. Well, not really backdoor. We have 2 hearts on the flop. So hearts are completed. King Jack is still good. I don't think that Christopher really believes that his 6s are good, but he's probably a little bit confused about this check on the turn. Tosses in a time bank chip. Might try to steal this one. Almost feels like there really is no real hand that he beats with the 6s. I don't think he knows that. And somehow it was queen 9 of clubs. That's about it. Gonna make a big bet here. And it's actually going to be very difficult. Wow, gets it done immediately. And Calvin Lee apparently with the snap fold. Calvin can't really get it together. But checking on the turn, I think he made his own life very, very difficult.
Yeah, that was a surprising way he kind of played that. And even just pre-flop with his stack size, I thought he was just going to pretty much just jam it in, because, doesn't he? Oh, how many big blinds does he have? Oh, he does have a
The man with
sizable-
sixes has a crazy
right,
amount of
right.
big
The
blinds.
man with sixes does have a crazy amount, but I think Calvin started with the hand with 150,000, right?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, so
150. I mean, I think it was a bit too much to be jamming already. I think playing it was fine, and I think obviously coming along for the ride on the flop is fine. On that king 4-3, that's not too bad of a flop for the sixes. It's just that I think Kelvin was maybe a little traumatized because he's getting very involved, and a lot of hands are just not going
it's
his
not
way.
going his way at all.
And then when you finally have what you feel like is a good hand, king jack on the king
Yeah.
high board, and then the turn rolls and the ace rolls off, and you're like, ah. Well, if he just represents it, if he fired one more time, he would have probably taken it down immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was playing with less than 10 bigs, but no.
No,
we,
no,
we're
no.
working with different denominations today.
No, I think he still has like 40. give or
Yeah,
take.
yeah, I did say he has over 40.
I was like, damn, Selena. We're
Yeah, I
getting
was just
feisty
like,
here
no,
with the sixes.
getting feisty.
This is where Tony G shows up, and it's like, I told you guys to never overplay King Jack. Why we're putting in 40 bigs with King Jack? Ace King offsuit under the gun here for Lang. The man, we've also seen a decent amount on these future tables. Very solid player. He's had a couple of very good runs. And one of our team pros is back.
Oh, Zhou Quan. There it is.
Our Emperor.
Yes, the Emperor. And big blind, we have Yulei here with a very playable hand to defend with, King 9 suited.
Also a very, very tiny stack for him after that King 10 bluff did not work out. It was a gangster play. We love to see it, especially when he was holding the King of Clubs. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. Flop comes Ace King 8. It's almost a little too good for Lang. Yulei will come around. Flops middle pair. I think it's also maybe because there is a spade on the board. He's holding 2 spades. We always dream of the backdoor flush completing. I think at this point we can let it go. With 121k. Middling pair here. Bit of a frustrating fold there, you can see it. Steaming perhaps a little bit over that King 10 hand, and it didn't work out. The small blind, big blind battle against Christopher Park. But it's still early. We can always fire another bullet if we want to. The blinds are still little. If you would sign up right now, it'd start with 80 big blinds. I mean, that's...
Yeah, that's massive
Yeah.
amount of big blinds. Plenty of play.
I do miss not seeing how many entries we've had so far in the top right and how many live runners we currently have.
Yeah, I think it's a little over 20 right now. I'm not seeing it exactly being reported on Poker News either.
And it's a 500k guaranteed.
Yes.
So with 20 runners, we have at least 400k in signups.
Yep.
They'll probably cover that easily. Because a lot of these guys will
Yeah.
be more than willing to fire another bullet.
Yeah, with registration open till day 2.
And Jack 8 with the 2 diamonds here. It is an amazing flop for the man who's sitting on the big blind, flopping trip jacks. No such thing as that flop being too good. Patrick Demush is actually going to fire a little. It's a very tiny bet of 4k, less than 2 big blinds. And I think we'll just gladly come along for the ride here with the Jack 9 offsuit. Called very quick there. Very, very quick. And I wonder if that is something that Patrick would pay attention to. Seems like he is thinking about firing another bet. Does not have a
Yeah.
whole lot going for himself.
With 4 outs. Technically, there is 4 tens out there. That's live. Betting 13.5.
And Lang is loving life. At this point, maybe dreaming that his opponent actually has an overpair. That'd be amazing. Because he knows then he's going to get paid. So he's going to make the call. Obviously, does have some kicker problems. The 9 kicker is not incredibly sexy. You are in some trouble against an ace-jack or a king-jack. No longer have to worry about that, as we have improved to a full house here for Lang. Only one hand that beats him, and that is the pocket ace.
The annoying thing is being out of position. You have to be the one to decide, am I gonna bet here and for my opponent to call? And if he decides to check, now he has to think, well, is Patrick gonna actually fire one more? And he does not. And Len just picks up 24k for his efforts there.
I would have liked to see him bet here, because I also think that if your opponent's holding an ace, there is a good chance that you will get called there. Ace high does feel pretty strong on that board. It doesn't have to be a monstrous bet.
Yeah.
You can also make it tiny in a way where you're like, hey, I have something that I just want to get called with. And then maybe Patrick would get very creative. And just checking there for the third time, especially on that river, I think is maybe a minor missed opportunity. But it's always difficult when you're playing these hands and these pots out of position.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, I don't know how experienced Len Bing is with tournament poker. I have heard that there are a lot of players who came down for the main event that has never played a poker tournament in their life. They've played cash games, but never a poker tournament in their life. So, yeah, rather inexperienced field in terms of tournament poker, that's for sure.
Nice watch there by our team pro man. Goes well with the jacket. He's got a green watch. Like teal, whatever.
Teal one, yeah.
Looks good. We've got King Queen of Clubs being opened here by Steven Song under the gun +1. Lang Bin, the man who just took down a nice little pot with his Jack 9, flopping trip jacks. He's gonna 3-bet pretty large, fighting back against Steven Song to 21.5k. I'm very curious what hand he's doing that with.
I think Stevenson has been 3-bet every time he's opened so far on this, coming back from the break.
Does make the call. Oh, I'm so excited to see what Langbin is doing this with. You wanna guess the mystery hand?
Hard to say. I mean, he has shown up so far with good holdings every time he's being aggressive pre-flop. I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to go with something like jacks.
I was going to say
jacks. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but there's obviously pocket aces in play here. Possibly ace king, ace queen. He's
betting strong.
Yeah, he's betting pretty much hard pot now on this flop of 9th, 4-3.
Kind of feels like aces, jacks, or tens, or perhaps an ace, queen of hearts, ace, king of hearts. I think that is a possibility as well. And he's got a lot of confidence. Steven Song makes the call here with king, queen.
Wow, a non-believer.
Yeah, he absolutely is a non-believer. Well, there is our jack of hearts. Did that complete a flush for Lang Bin, as we still don't know what he's playing with.
Or could he have a set of jacks now?
Yeah, but sure, maybe. That is such a crazy call by Steven Song.
It is. I think that for him is like, there could be a lot of backdoors that's going to help him continue. Any club, there could be a chance of him hitting either the king or the queen. Steven, not a big, he doesn't really like to fold. He likes whatever equity he has in every hand he plays.
It is going to go check here on the turn as the river is the king of hearts. But now there are 4 hearts on the board.
Now the thing is, if Lam Bing does have a heart in his hand, I could imagine him betting the turn, but he didn't. He did not bet the turn.
It's either because he has all the hearts.
Or he has none.
Yeah. There is a chance that he was maybe setting up the trap there. Is there a chance he's doing it with ace-5? Did we get feisty with ace-5?
Yeah, I mean, we are going to see him tabling his hand here, no?
I'm very curious.
He does, but we don't get to see what it is.
He wins it. Come on, camera.
Oh, he does win it. What did he have? So he beats top pair. And we do not know what his whole cards were. No. Come on.
We need to
Show us. Show us. Show us.
We might get to see it for like 0.1 second when all the graphics update at a very rapid pace. Get your screenshot finger button ready. I need to know. Could be a high pocket pair with a single heart, right?
Like,
or it could have been ace-5.
King
6?
With the 6 of hearts.
6 of hearts, yeah. That's not,
not
the hand that I would have predicted him to have. So Steven was right all along.
Yeah, he got outdrawn on that river. Who would have thought? Oh, that is pretty sick.
Yeah. King 6 offsuit. Some gangster poker. As he takes another look at it, and he lets it go this time from the button. So it went check, check on the river and the 6 of hearts. That is how I
Okay, that is not the range we were talking about, was it, Kevin?
nowhere near. Actually, I lost a hand very similar to that like a couple of days ago when I was playing cashier against the guy who was defending his big blind with, let's say, Jack 8.
Yeah.
And then the board ran out with 4 spades, and I had queens, but I had no spade. And he just checked it, and he had the 8 of spades. And I was
Oh,
like,
it's so brutal. Yuck. You know, Jungle Man Daniel Case has joined the field.
oh. We still haven't seen him yet at the
No,
future table.
no.
Like, what's happening?
Yeah, it would be fun to have him at the table.
Couple big aces here. Ace Jack of Diamonds, and I believe Ace King offsuit here for Patrick Demush. Wow, what are these hands? Ace Jack of Diamonds, Ace King offsuit, Queens.
Oh, what
This is UTG.
I know.
UTG +1 and UTG +3.
+2. It is so sick. It's like the dealer, you know, just like dealing out these coolers right now.
I mean, this should always be a monster pot.
It will be, and I can see Joe Tran definitely get out of the way when it comes around to him. And look, you lay there with the pocket sixes too, right? Like just a lot of different things in the mix.
But sixes look very unappealing when it's under the gun open. It's a cold call and it's a 3-bet in the first 3 spots.
Yeah, yeah.
At that point, it really needs to be jacks or better before you
Exactly.
even...
Yeah, Joe Tran definitely can't think his ace jack diamonds is good here.
He is kind of short, though.
Well, he is going for a call, maybe because it's suited.
All in here, perhaps, for Patrick Demush?
Yep,
I
yep.
feel like that's
I
exactly
see ace
what-
king doing all in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, with his stack size, with what, like we're talking about, like 53, 500 in the middle, right? That's a great amount to pick up without a show day if you can. And
That
I don't
looks like an
see
all-in.
Chris Park going anywhere.
Obviously, it does get a little bit scary, but like, holy smokes, this is strong. Like, this man cold calls UTG +1. And you still have to worry about the original race as well, that is actually already called your 3-bet. Ah, what a hand. But I don't expect the queens to go anywhere. Especially
Yeah.
not because he can afford it. I mean,
Correct.
it's queens.
Yeah, and if he looks at Joe Tran's stack and looks at Patrick's stack, they're both somewhat short.
Yeah.
And he's got 700k behind, you know. It's
What's the worst that could happen?
exactly. He'll drop down to 500,
Yeah,
right?
Which
Not a
is
big
still
deal.
2.5 times starting stack. So
Yeah, so the chips are going.
Ace Jack will get out of the way, I think, because this is not good. This is where you see the flop with 3 diamonds and you absolutely feel disgusted. It's a very fair fight. Patrick Demush, the man who's made the final table of the 15k high roller main event. His tournament life here is at risk early on. This is Ace King, needs help against the ladies. We know at least one ace got folded. The flop is King 9-9. So Patrick Demush finds one of those kings that he was desperately looking for. Takes a very big lead, apparently. Wow, okay, that
Well,
wraps it up.
yeah.
That is going to do it already for this hand as the kings fill up. So full house for Patrick Demush. And Christopher Park is like, well, that's kind of annoying actually. But it's all right, mate. You're still at 532k. You're way above the starting point of 200k. So it's still been an excellent start for his tournament. And there's nothing you can really do there. He played it fine.
And that puts Stevenson back on top on this feature table as chip leader.
So he's taking the lead even when he's not involved. And
Exactly.
this guy's unstoppable. I'm really looking forward to watching Jungleman play some cards. Especially because he's been here for a couple of days. He's obviously fired some bullets, but we haven't seen him once at the future table.
Yeah. Everybody talks about he's a cool character to have, you know?
He's there are very few junglemans in the poker scene. Like, he's out there. I'm sure you've seen some of his crazy videos, right, in the past on Twitter, and that went viral and everybody's sharing them. Like, he has made some ridiculous stuff. Been around for a very long time at this point, too.
Yeah, I heard that sometimes he has trouble, like, figure out where he is and where, like, what country he's in and what casino he's at, just because that's just been his life, you know, just traveling everywhere playing poker.
Patrick's gonna feel real good about that double with ace king there. Needed some help, especially because there was obviously an ace that was already folded. He's going to find the pocket fives under the gun. Can probably just min raise this. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Pocket nice here for Lampy.
A man who's not afraid to 3-bet, as he already did that earlier with the king 6 offsuit under the gun. He is going to 3-bet this. Plays very quick, by the way, Lang. One of the quicker tournament players I've seen. A lot of these guys obviously play quick, and we do have a shot clock, but Lang Bin plays very quick in particular. Fives will make the call. And flop comes Jack 4 deuce with 2 spades. Honestly, that's a pretty damn good flop for pocket fives. So I don't expect Patrick Demush to go anywhere against a single bet, even if this has been a 3-bet hand pre-flop. If this bet is not crazy large, and I think 12.5 is acceptable. I think we come along for the ride here, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, most of the times if you're holding pocket fives and you don't see a 5, you have 3 overcards on the board, right? And that's so much harder for you to continue. Oh, wow, that actually makes fives think that, they're still going to be pretty good here.
Yep. If you're going up against ace king, ace queen, ace 10, you're obviously still ahead. Now, Patrick Demush did just see that hand where Lang Bin 3-bet.
the king 6.
Yeah, with the king 6 as well. So he also won't necessarily give him credit here for a premium pocket pair, because it's obvious that this man is capable of making plays with not quite any 2, but king 6, not that premium that we thought he would be having there. Does continue to fire. Lang obviously likes seeing that second jack roll off on the turn, because that makes it a lot less likely that Patrick Demush is holding one. $17.5K, a little over 5 big blinds, almost 6, and the 5s will let it go. I like the call on the flop, and I think I like the fold on the turn here as well. It's just a little too much aggression. Well played by both gentlemen. The spirits seem to be very up on that side of the table. Steven Song maybe feeling a little bit lonely in his corner, blocked by the dealer, missing his friends from yesterday that he was vibing with.
We definitely don't see him on the screen very often.
But he's had his fair share of screen time so far in these first 7 days. 7 is, by the way, a lot. We can't believe that we've already gone live for 7 days. Right? This is the 7th day.
Yeah. No, it actually feels all right. I think it feels okay. Because if you were for me to guess right now what it feels like we're on day 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would have gone for as well. Like, we're kind of at the halfway point, but
That's because we enjoy each other's company.
it's a good sign.
It is.
It is a good sign. We've got a few more days to go.
Some good banter.
Yeah, we've got the 20K that we are watching right now, where registration is still open. These are still the early hours of this tournament. But it's obviously cool to see how some of these guys are going to build up their stack. Tomorrow, we are going to go probably all the way in this event.
Yes. Tomorrow will be all the way in this event.
And then the day after, we might be watching some short deck, but there is another regular bigger buy-in event as well. Is that the 25K? So we have a 15K, a 20K, and a 25K?
That's right.
Where the 15K was obviously the main, but we've got 6-3 of clubs. We've got a jack 8. What is the main difference between the 20K and the 25K? Because obviously those buy-ins are kind of close to each other.
Yeah, no, actually pretty much none almost, I think. Yeah, same guarantee and everything.
Faster levels, slower levels.
Maybe different
More
starting
chips.
stack. There
Yeah.
could be a chance it starts with 250 instead of 200.
Yeah, that is indeed a possibility. We'll obviously let you guys know as soon as we find out. And we will have the short deck later this week, a $50,000 short deck event that is going to be nuts. For the people who are unaware of short deck, it is the same as No Limit Hold'em, except that we remove the deuces, the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s. Which means you'll see a lot of big hands. And obviously, dramatically changes the strength of certain hands as well. Queens in no limit hold'em, an absolute animal of a hand. But
Yeah.
queens in short deck is honestly not a whole
No.
lot more than a hand that can make a good set.
No, not very good at all.
No.
That's where it changes because people tend to overplay those pairs, not knowing that they're not that strong in short deck.
No, queens are very, very mid. It's basically like having 8s or 9s in the regular
Yeah.
hold'em, I would say.
Yeah.
So not bad, but it's gonna be hard to win every single hand with them. And Jack 10 is an absolute powerhouse of a hand in short deck. But we'll talk more about short deck ranges later this week. Definitely looking forward to it. Should give us a lot of crazy hands, a lot of very strong hands, or you see some sick setups too. And of course there's one more very important issue, and that is that the flush does beat the full house in short deck.
Ah, that's right. Yes. It's harder to make a
Flush with 5 less
flush.
cards.
Yeah. So you really can't overvalue your hands in short deck. You know, it's so easy to make a pair, right? And
Oh,
that's
yeah.
so different to hold'em.
It's easy to make pairs, straights, trips. Everything is a lot easier,
A lot
besides the
easier.
flush. The
Yeah.
flush is a lot harder.
And that's why I think people like short deck because it's just easier to make
Big
hands
hands.
and it's more fun to play.
Mhm. And you have less absolute bricks. Like there's obviously still some bricks if you have a flop that was like king, jack 10, and then the turn is a 6. Like that's a bit of a brick. But there are very few bricks in general in short deck. Almost all the hands completely change the board. And all the turn cards that can roll off. We've got a call here with Ace King of Diamonds by Christopher Park. I'm a little bit surprised that he has just decided to make this call with Ace King. But it was Steven Sung, the biggest stack at this table. Was put in the 3-bet with 8s. As Kelvin Lee, who's only down to 108,000 chips. A little over 35 if I have to guess. He's thinking right now, is Ace 10 of spades ever good here? And it's good enough to make the call. So we're going to play a 3-way flop. With a bunch of strong holdings. Ace 10, Ace King, and pocket 8s. And that is an action flop, Selena, if I've ever seen one. As Ace 10 flops the nut flush draw and 8s flop the overpair. I think we're just going to run it, right, between Kelvin and Steven. And then I think Ace King might get out of the way.
Yeah, Calvin with a small stack, I can see him jamming over the top of any bet.
Yeah.
That's probably, you know, the best way for him to continue with his hand.
And I do expect Steven Song to bet here. Wow, actually,
Oh, he doesn't, does he? He
No.
just, oh, that's surprising.
yep, because he was the 3-better as well pre-flop.
Yeah.
So he flopped the overpair, decides to check. Ace 10 takes the lead already without even finding that spade. Our Emperor is completely knocked out, by the way. He's just sleeping at the
Is he
table.
sleepy? Yeah, no, I have to say, like, there's been some long days of poker for some of these players. Some long hours, especially. Out yesterday, was it? No, the day before. The day before was a long one. Day 2 of
Yes.
the main event. That was a really
Yesterday
long one.
wasn't too bad at all.
Yesterday
were
wasn't
done-
too. I mean, especially if you don't make the front table,
No.
right? you get a rest day, which is nice.
Yeah, no, the day before was long, and then 2 days prior to that, we also had some real late nights, like legit 2 a.m. poker.
Yeah.
Ace 10 of spades is going to fire 18k here after improving to top pair, top kicker, and the nut flush draw. He's got 92% to win this hand at this point. I've been enjoying this hand, but Joe Chuan has absolutely not been enjoying it. Like, can you guys get it over with? What is happening?
He's just falling asleep.
Maybe he had a few beers in the restaurant here with his amigos. I did see them sit all together. Not yesterday, but the day before after the long day of poker.
Yeah.
Unwind a little bit, go over some hands, have some beers.
I've seen a lot of Chinese people who don't deal very well with beer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just get knocked out. Like, it makes them feel extremely sleepy.
And the 9 of hearts on the river, triple heart. Doesn't get there, but don't really see Calvin Lee giving up on his ace 10 here. So Steven Sung, who decided to check that flop, did call the turn bet. Calvin probably wondering, is there a chance he calls a river bet too? Has to worry a little bit about some of the overpairs that are out there. Because Steven Song has played his hand, at least pre-flop, very strong. Kelvin decides to check. And it goes check, check on the river. Steven is very curious what has him beat.
Yeah, makes plenty of sense to him now.
Yeah. Probably mumbling to himself, I should have bet that flop. But then again, it wouldn't have gone anywhere.
No, he would
If
have
bets the
lost
flop,
more chips.
Yeah, he would have probably lost more. Just an unfortunate turn, but to be fair, there were a lot of turns that would have been very bad Niels there for the eights, especially in the three-way pot, as Ace-King was still involved at first as well. So perhaps he just lost the absolute minimum there with the eights. Could have lost a whole lot more, and that is perhaps why he has done so freaking good in these 7 days of poker over here in Jeju with back-to-back final tables, and at least taking home one beautiful trophy of the main event. Steven Song now still sitting at a little over 500,000, maybe even over 600,000 chips. So he has already 3x'd his starting stack in just a couple hours of this 20k buy-in.
Coming out here, I was being asked by Randy what I would miss the most, and I told him it was going to be pickleball. I'm already pre-registering for my upcoming sessions, just so I'll get my spots the second I get back. I'm just ready to go. It's a great game.
Yeah, I'll definitely be playing some padel as soon as I'm back, because now the summer months are coming in the Netherlands. So May, June, July, August, those are really good months to be outside, play tennis or padel. Yeah. I'm very excited.
So padel, it's outside? So you get
you can play outside. Outside is better because you have a lot of high balls. Like the balls go pretty high. Okay. Like a big part of padel is lopping, so where you just hit the ball very high and it falls deep on the other side of the court. Because then you can take net control and then you can go forward. So while they hit it back, you can immediately punish them.
Okay, but when you say outside, but isn't it in a...
It's in a glass cage. But
but the sun still comes in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, okay. Because I've only ever seen like indoor padel.
I mean, you can play indoor, but the problem with indoor is that, once more, the ceiling needs to be very high.
Okay.
Because I've actually played already at a couple of padel courts where they had ceilings that are somewhat low, and then you can't even play properly because, once more, a big part of it is hitting the high balls.
I can understand that. Right. That's cool.
It's very fun, and I'm so certain that you and Randy would both love padel. If you're enjoying pickleball, I think you would really enjoy padel as well.
There's some people that argue those aren't even like proper sports. They think it's like backyard sports, you know? Yeah. But nah, I tell you, if you actually even just give it a try, it is exhausting.
Yeah, but we're also not all like 16, right? And striving to be the next top fit athlete in the world. This is good for people to go outside, have some activity. And it's definitely simpler than tennis, padel that is. I would be the first to admit it because I have tried some tennis and I think tennis is 10 times harder, but it's good to get some exercise in. We've got the pocket jacks here for Patrick the Mush, hitting us with the 3-bet, and King Jack is going to let it go while we are in between hands. Like I could show you a little bit of a padel rally.
Oh, so this is outside?
No, this is probably in an arena, but it's a very high ceiling, so you can play properly.
I like how they're ready to go out the door as well.
Yeah, like this doesn't happen if you're an amateur, but against very good players, because they can hit the ball so hard that it bounces out. But these guys are very good, so they predict where it would go.
Yeah, where it's going to go. But see, this is the funny thing. I don't think I'll be good at this because I'm not good at actually predicting the ball. I actually see that. I can see it's really fun, but I don't know if I'm going to be okay.
Nah, if you guys can play pickleball already, those skills will translate. Tennis is very hard. I think tennis is something that you legit want to learn when you're a kid. You can maybe pick it up when you're a lot older, but then I would probably recommend doubles because the field is just so large. Like it's like when you see it on TV, you're always like, okay, they just kind of move around left to right. But if you stand on a tennis court, it feels like you're drowning. You're like, there's so much space to cover. We've got jacks once more, this time in the hands of Calvin Lee. As a Lang Bin looks down at ace-jack offsuit in the small blind. This is going to make the call. Chen Yusha looks down at ace-5 of hearts. Could be creative here, could get very adventurous. Also wouldn't hate a call. I know that we love 3-betting with ace-5, but I think once in a while just calling with a suited ace-5 is a perfectly fine play. Play a flop. So he's going to put in the 3-bet though, and that's a large one to 25k. Maybe you make a case at the landing resorts that they should get some pickleball courts over here. And then
Yeah, so they actually I saw a tennis court out there actually.
Mhm.
Yeah, but no, haven't seen anything. Yeah, it'll be. I think there are a lot of poker players who go to different stops and they do play tennis.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
I think behind one of the casinos in Vegas, the one at the end, it's kind of old. What is it called? The white one. I feel like they have a parking lot there with legit 20 plus pickleball courts. Like,
Oh, wow.
I've never
Yeah.
seen that many. I had a view on it. I can't think of the name. What's the name of this hotel? It's not really on the strip anymore. It's a bit past it.
We actually have an interesting hand developing here, and we see that Chen Yuxia actually went with a 3-bet pre-flop from big blind. And she has pocket jacks Calvin Lee here. On this ace queen 6 flop. And Lam Bing is still in the hand, right? I'm pretty sure. Is he not? The graphics is just spazzing out a little bit on us right now. But I did think he had like ace jack before when when we first saw the pre-flop action.
I would assume so if you ask.
I always get so triggered when I'm thinking of a hotel and I can't figure out the name. Then I need to find it immediately. That's so stupid. How do I not know this? Ace-5. Did they take the lead? I'm going to go for a very small, well, pretty small bet considering the size of this spot. Lang Bin. I don't think he would really go anywhere if he's still holding those jacks that he was holding earlier. And the graphics are truly struggling. And since we are without any audio here, it's obviously very hard for us to figure out. Like there is some audio, but one set of earbuds. I don't think 3 people want to be passing those around. I had those days in esports, and I'm still mentally recovering from all of it. Prefer not to do that, but we are sometimes a little in the dark. Was it 155k that was bet there with ace-5? And did it really get called by jacks?
No, jacks folded. So jacks was Calvin Lee with the jacks. And I believe what I saw pre-flop, Lam Bing has ace jack here. Now Lam Bing is the one that's going to be betting from the small blind position. 513,000 in the pot.
Well,
Really,
such
really
a big
massive pot.
pot.
It is. And Lam Bing only has 85k, I believe, to start, like on that river card, and he's gone with 38.5.
Try it next time.
That is a frustrating bet, and I almost feel like you have to call. I think that is the call there, and if Lang Bin is indeed holding ace-jack, he wins a monster pot here of 590,000 chips. Very unfortunate for Chen Yusha, who's been obviously on the more quiet side of things. Decides to 3-bet with the ace-5 of hearts.
Yeah,
And-
unlucky.
Yeah, gets herself involved in a monster pot. And it goes Lang Bin his way, who's now a nil chip leader at this table. 637,000 chips. As the 2 aces got the best of the jacks. There's no justice in this world. I was thinking of the Westgate, by the way. Westgate is the hotel I was thinking of.
Okay.
I think behind that, they have a crazy amount of pickleball fields.
Yeah.
So if you ever want to play some pickleball, if you find yourself back in Vegas. When's the last time you went to Vegas, Selena?
I don't like Vegas. I've only ever been there maybe 3 times in my entire poker career.
That
Of
is-
like, no, it's not much at all, is it? Like, I actually don't enjoy the WSOP. I don't enjoy the weather. I don't enjoy the feel of the tournament. I don't enjoy any part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why are you
I
such
know.
a hater of Vegas?
No, I know. I just hate it. I hate the feel of the whole thing. Like, it's not my type of thing. No.
And you
And-
know, it's been moved around as well, right? To a lot of different hotels.
Yeah, it has. I think that my experience has always been the Rio.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
the Rio sucked because
it
it
really
was so
sucked.
far away from
Yeah.
the strip.
Yeah, and I've not had I have not been back since it's moved. But nah, just like kind of like that hot weather, the hot desert weather. It doesn't really allow you to be outside much. Just I do get blood nose when I'm out there because the air is so dry.
But it doesn't get crazy warm in Australia too. Or is it not that bad?
It's not that bad. It's not like that. No.
I
no.
went to Australia once in January and I was so sunburned. Like
You were so sunburned?
my
Yeah.
entire face was peeling off. They're like, you have to use oil.
You have to use sunscreen all the time, like all the time. But the thing is, you don't get that many days of 40 degrees. That's the
Okay.
difference, right?
So
when
Vegas,
you're-
it's always
exactly.
And I guess they
exactly.
also do WSOP in like peak summer, where
Yeah.
it's, like, it's the
It's
worst
the
period
worst
of the
time,
year.
yeah.
If you would go to Vegas in like October, November, December, January,
quite nice.
yeah, it's there's a good chance it's sunny, but it's barely beach weather. It's not like you'll be melting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know when the World Series are going on, I think that is when it's absolute scorching hot 99% of the time. So I sort of get it. But that's very surprising for someone who's been in poker for so long.
Yeah, I know.
That you A, hate Vegas and B, have only gone 3 times.
No, so some people ask me like, what about the brace? I'm like, no, I'm not interested. It's not like the grind out there, the number of players. Yes, the prize pool is big, but I think I was pro back then, so that would mean that like any price I win, I also get a huge deduction because of the tax and everything as well. And if I was to play Asia or whatever, then I wouldn't have to endure that. So yeah, it just never really made much sense.
Queen 10 of clubs versus Ace King offsuit versus the deuces, as we have Queen 8-8 on the board. Queen 10 decides to... That's actually the deuces that bet. Lang Bin here on the button. Deuce on the turn would be very sick. Christopher Park, ever since he won his massive hand with that 4-high flush, has not been able to get a whole lot done. He is slowly bleeding out some chips. Patrick Demouche had his one big double with Ace King against the Queens. And that's kind of been it for him as well so far. Seems like it's just a tough table for everybody.
It is. It is a lot of fights happening, and Lamping here, his bet, and he has 2 callers, and Christopher Park here turns 2 pairs, aces and eights with a king kicker. Great card for him.
Mm-hmm.
And both play a check once again to Lamping.
He's going to fire one more time. So we can see that deuce roll off on the river. And Langbing will be the first player to be over 1 million chips. If it ain't Jungleman yet.
Yeah, I mean, Lamping here, he's trying to figure out, like, there's 2 opponents still in the hand. What kind of holdings can they possibly have?
Lang just fires.
No,
man.
he just goes for it, right? like he just doesn't slow down. It doesn't matter if it's multi-way. It doesn't matter if it's heads up. He bets 28.5 on this turn. Yeah, I don't think Patrick's gonna like his hand after that ace on
No.
the turn.
It was already tricky because yes, he had top pair, but okay, it's a pair board. They could have an 8 because they play pretty wide. Your queen could be second best. Now, I guess you wouldn't have to immediately worry about that if there's another high cards rolling off. But with another player to act behind him, and that ace now being top pair on this board, it makes a lot of sense. Let's go for queen 10. Those are the plays we've seen Patrick make consistently throughout the last few days. Very, very good at letting go of hands where he once upon a time was good, but if he gets outdrawn, he picks up in it very quickly.
Ace King does make a call here.
One out, by the way, the deuce of spades. We've got 1 out for Lang. That is
And
not one of them.
Now, I think, Chris now checks once again over to Lamping. I can see Lamping considering firing once more. I mean, I don't know if he thinks that, like, Chris Park, how good of an ace he has. But the queen does have to worry him, because if Chris has ace without a kicker, that queen does come into play now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, he's reaching chips, Kevin.
Lang Bing is going to go for it once more, and that seems like a very sizable bet. The pot was already 166,000. Honestly, I feel like he fired 80 or 110 here even. No, it's 70.
70.
Around 70k. Honestly, I think this is a bit of a crying call for Ace King, where it's like you're not really loving life. You know that this man can absolutely have an 8, but I think raising is too risky. I wouldn't personally go for that. I think
definitely
we just
wouldn't
call.
be raising. Yeah,
It's a clean call.
it is. I think he would talk himself into calling here. And also, his hand is pretty strong. I can see if Lambie was holding ace himself, he could also be making this kind of bet on the river.
We are using our time bank chip, but I do think we're gonna call here. Folding ace kings just seems to be too tight, especially on the table like this, where you're playing with absolute animals. You know that they're gonna try to get you off hands.
Yeah.
You can't really be folding ace king on a board like this.
And he does reach for them calling chips, and he makes a call and sees the good news.
Patrick Demush was very interested to see. He's like,
Yeah,
all right, what
for
were you
sure.
guys working with? Because he was involved in the hand as well, and let go of the queen 10.
And he realizes that he had the best hand on the flop
Right.
the whole time. And you see him rolling his eyes.
This is definitely one hell of a hand for Langbin, his image. If he just tried to invest in his image,
yeah, for
triple
sure.
barreling with the deuces there while not having a set is
Yeah.
quite the play. I feel like Langbin is very happy whenever he's
He's
playing
just very
poker.
happy, yeah. And he did this against 2 opponents in the hand, you know what I mean? Like, versus 2 opponents, most people shut down, right, with their pocket deuces.
Yeah, that seems to be one of these hands where, for a lot of folks out there, it'd be, let's see if we can hit a set. And if so, it's going to be a very well hidden set. And hopefully we get paid in a big way. For Langbin, this is the perfect opportunity to fire away. Does not get it done, but he still has plenty of chips to work with, 506,000. Janusha is our shortest stack at this point, Jack 9 offsuit on the button. Such a shame that he lost so many chips in that ace-5 hand. Well, I think if we, instead of 3-betting it, like I do like 3-betting ace-5, but I feel like we should do it when we're in bad positions. If we can just kind of complete it from the big blind, see a cheap flop, especially when it's suited.
Yeah.
I feel like we could have maybe played that one a bit differently. Before that hand, he didn't have a lot of chips, but it was alright. And now he really doesn't have a lot to work with. Steven Song with his offsuit king in the big blind, king 8 on 9-5-5. It's not, I think, maybe really worth it to stick around here because you need to hit. And even if you do hit, Chen Yusha barely has any chips, right? So what exactly are we wrong or chasing for?
It's like, well, you're not really going to win a massive pot anyway if you hit. And you don't know if you're going to be ahead or behind. It's always nice to win a little pot for Chen Yusha there, even though, yes, she does have a big stack. It gives you a bit of room to breathe, you get frustrated, like losing pot after pot after pot. And then, you get to pick up some chips. It feels nice. Sometimes, like, the tilt just builds, It gets very frustrating. And that's when, for a player who are seasoned pros, they're able to regulate their emotions really well at the table and they don't really let things like that get to them.
Patrick Demush looks down at the ace-5 of hearts that did Chen very earlier. Christopher Park, let's go. King Queen offsuit immediately under the gun +1 with that early position opening from Patrick. He does not feel that King 3 is the hand. Ace 3 suited in the cutoff. We'll get let go of as well. A whole lot of suited hands here. Queen 7 suited. Steven Song in the small blind with the King and Jack offsuit. Like, how is Steven Song still at 610k?
Yeah,
I feel like we've seen him lose 12 hands and he's still
Right.
above 6k.
Yeah, he just maintains his stack well. Where he has a pretty dead run of cards, he just doesn't really get crazy.
The flop comes Queen 3-3. Oh, that's a frustrating one for I think Chen Wu had ace-3 of spades. And it could have technically decided to come along, but we decided to fold the suited ace.
We do see Patrick Demush here with the flush draw and just take it down by betting.
Jeju one not really having a whole lot there. I think it was Yusha at the bottom who had the ace-3 of spades. Tough, obviously, to play from like the hijack or cutoff, whatever it was, against an early position open. But people do love their suited aces. If you feel like you can see a flop for free, or at least for very cheap, they'll often go for it. Any updates on when it comes to the amount of people that have registered so far?
No updates, but I think it looks like Istvan Baristo has joined.
Yeah, Istvan Baristo. He
Yep.
was in the.
Oh wow, the way
50.
you said that was just so much better than the way I did it. Very nice. So he's joined the field, and it looks like it says 23. Okay, but that is 23 players. But there was obviously more, like multiple bullets being fired by some of the players, so we don't know the full count just yet.
But we are gonna go over 500k. That
Yeah.
much is certain.
Yeah, that is certain.
Ace Jack of Hearts has decided to bump it up here with to 6.5k. The Mush doesn't really have anything that he can put up much of a fight with. As Jack 3 gets mocked. Alright, that's good to see. I assume that as soon as we have a break that we are going to rotate the players once more, and a couple of the players from the outer tables will be sent towards the future table, and we'll say goodbye to these gentlemen and one lady among us for a little while. Then I'm also certain that by the time that we come back to another break, Steven Song will be on the table again, and he's going to have like 1.9 million. And we're like, Steven, how have you done it?
Yeah, he likes to do all his hard work off screen, right? Off stream. Because then that's when he could get all fancy without those whole cams.
I'm going to try to find the reporter of Poker News and be like, can you just like stand behind
Yeah,
Steven
just,
Song?
just
for the rest
record
of the
every
week?
hand.
We need to know how he's doing it. In case he's going to have another final table appearance here.
Lamby here under the gun +1 is raising up with the 7-6 suited. And we have Patrick Demush with the Jack King in the small blind.
Jack 10 suited.
Oh, what did I say, Jack King? Oh my god.
Say again?
No, it was Jack 10 suited.
Yeah.
I said Jack King, didn't I?
Yeah, yeah.
I said I did, yeah.
And we've got the pocket fours. You know what that means, Selena. Pocket fours from the big blind coming along for the ride. Oh, that is a set if I've ever seen a set.
Okay, no, not yet. Do they need all 5 cards? They do, don't they?
Yeah.
But that is a beautiful flop for Patrick Demush.
That is the world.
It
Top
is.
pair, gutter ball, flush draw. He's got it all.
He's got it all, and he's very happy getting any straight on this, on the flop or the turn. Yeah, we see Lambing is leading out with a 18k bet.
It's not like the worst flop ever for him, but the straight that he's wrong to is obviously a very bad one, because if he hits his 9, then any jack makes a better straight. The backdoor diamonds is perhaps the most exciting thing that he's got going for himself here, outside of that pair of 7s.
Yeah.
So you can also find another 7. You don't really want to hit a 6 here. We do hit a 5 of clubs, which means Patrick Demush makes the jack high flush and decides to check to the man who's just been firing away.
Yeah, he does not like to check. You know, he has just constantly betting, and this turn actually will probably talk himself into another bet. No, now he's got the up-down straight draw, now realizing that he's drawing dead.
He's like, that has never stopped me before. That's 27k. Music to the ears of Patrick. We'll probably just call, but he could also raise here. I really don't think that a raise would be that bad, because your life does become a lot more complicated with another club on the river, or if you have to play the river out of position and you check and it just gets checked back. And that looks like a call to me.
It is a call. I think he recognizes that the opponent in this hand likes to bet. You know, why let him... Oh, there it is, right? That is the straight for Lambing, but at the same time, you know, any jack does make a bigger straight, and there's a possibility of, you know, a flush out there.
If that was like the 4 of diamonds, then I think he'd lose a crazy amount of chips here. But he has to be aware of the fact that this is really not all that great of a straight to hit. And with this many cards on the board, the 7, 8, and 9, 10, any 6 we're chopping, any jack we're losing against. Langbin tosses in a time bank chip. The pot is already quite large, by the way.
It is
with
quite large,
113k. It's like close to 40 big blinds. We're looking at 37.
But we are also talking about a player who does not like checking.
That is true. He's in pain, he's in agony. He's like, I do have showdown value. Like, no.
Oh, there it is, Kevin. What did I tell ya? He does not like checking. Oh.
We got snap called by Patrick de Mush. I wonder how big the bet was.
68.
Okay. For a split second there, it said fold. I was like, no way. I had never. There is no universe that I believe that Patrick de Mush would fold there to 68k.
The very patient Patrick Demouche, just really getting a lot of value out of that hand.
Yeah.
He read his opponent very well that he was going to get another bet out of him on that river.
Not really the best 100 minutes of tournament poker for Joe Chuan.
No, very quiet.
Yeah.
I don't think he's been involved in a single hand. He's just fallen asleep at the table. While Lampy, he's been involved in almost every single pot we've seen. He actually built his stack up to like, what was it, like 600-700k almost, wasn't it?
Lang?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's dropped down to like, what is it, 400 now?
450 probably
450.
at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's not going to discourage him. He will still just play.
No, but he's a fun one to watch, right? Like, you're just like, oh, well, this should be the standard play. But he's not going with any of that.
It's got a 380 actually, so...
The pocket sixes here for Steven Song, the hijack.
Well, starting the hand with 600 and 6,000 chips. Now I understand why he's been running so good. Some dark magic going on here with all these sixes.
And Patrick Demouche here with the king jack on the dealer button.
It's been a very solid part of the tournament for him. We've got pocket tens as well for Christopher Park, who is chip leading this table with 669,000 chips. Biggest hand he had was obviously with the 4-3.
Looks like he's
Just calling.
Just calling, yeah.
Maybe.
Decide to just keep it. No, no, 3-bet. I thought he would go for a 3-bet. It's 3-bet to 32k here. A sizable 3-bet for sure.
Enough players getting up. Are we heading into a break after this hand?
That's correct.
Yeah.
We're going to be heading into a 15-minute break.
Right.
And then coming back with a new feature table.
Daniel,
and
Jungle Man.
And a long action. I think you have to be because there's only 2 tables left right now in the tournament.
Yeah?
Yeah, so you get, one of those. Yeah.
Final hand before the break. Definitely not the most fun 100 minutes for Joe Chuan. He's getting out of there, hoping that after this break his luck will turn around. Take a look at this fight between the pocket tens of Christopher Park and the pocket sixes of Steven Song. Ace King 5. Steven Song was the original raiser.
Yeah, not liking this flop, I can tell you that, from Christopher Park. He has 2 cards that's very much in his opponent's range. On that board, that's, better than the 10s.
So did the graphics like us? First it said he called, but he must have 3-bet,
He
right?
3-bet, yeah, he did.
We 3-bet to like 20-something K?
It was 23 and a half, I think, something. Or 32 maybe. It was a big 3-bet. Just because I think he's out of position, playing from the small blind. He decided to size it up quite a bit.
Checking while you make such a large 3-bet on Ace King 5 does kind of almost immediately scream 10s, jacks, queens. But of course, once in a while, there could be a trap here as well.
For sure.
Steven Song, though, has perhaps correctly picked up on the fact that Christopher Park does not love that flop at all and bets 50k.
Yeah, no, that's really good read by Steven Song because he has figured out, just how his opponents play certain range of hands, and it doesn't matter what he has, right? He's like, you know what? If I can attack here and get my opponent to fold a better hand, I will do so.
Wow, good call, though. That is an excellent call with pocket tens to make on that kind of a board. Ace King 5 and facing a 50k bet from such a strong player like Steven Song. One hell of a call. Can Steven fire again? As once more, Christopher Park has gone for the check.
I'd be really impressed if Stevenson can find another bet here, you know, and that would make him like how he differ from some other players that play, right? Because there are a lot of players who will shut down on the turn after the player has caught them on the flop with such a big bet. And
Makes the
Steven
bet.
does. Steven goes for it again. And that is how he just picks up these pots that's supposed not his, right? You know, just by being aggressive.
Wow.
He goes for a big bet of 140k, and that puts so much more pressure on Chris.
Yeah, how
His
do you
pocket
call
tens,
this?
You can't. You just can't. And when you do, you're just like, what is going to come on the river, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to think that you're going to be faced with, you know, like the rest of Steven's stack maybe.
Yeah, which is also basically your entire stack. Steven Song with some absolute power poker. I think really just correctly soul reading his opponent here. That this is tens, jacks, queens. Knowing that those hands can't really call multiple
Wow,
streets. A
and gets it
fantastic final
done.
hand. An absolutely fantastic final hand before we head into a 15-minute break. And that is why he has made back-to-back final tables. And that is why he is one of the chip leaders of this tournament.
AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Greenshout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Greenshout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Greenshout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best.
Welcome back, guys, to the 7th day of the Lord Poker Tournament Series here in Jeju, South Korea, where we have rotated the guys from the future table to the outer table, and we have brought everybody who was sitting on the outer table to this future table. And that should also mean that for the first time this week we get to see the one that we really want to see, and there he is, Dan Cates, 56 big blinds, 222k. Jungle Man, the one and only, for the first time on the future table this week, Todd.
Is he jumping all over the place already? I love the jungle. It's going to be nice to see him in action here. He actually entered late. I don't know if he had already played earlier today, but yeah, I think today when we were supposed to start, I was coming, then I saw him leave the casino, like take the escalator upwards. And I think only later on did he register. So maybe he wanted to get some, maybe he's jet lagged, you know, he's taking a cheeky nap. But now he's here and awake.
Next to him is Martin Nielsen, the man who finished 4th place in the 15k main event yesterday for $220,000. I ran into him at GS25 late at night. He was, needless to say, in a pretty damn good mood. Was happy with it, good run. Apparently thought he knows a thing or two about StarCraft as well. So we're going to be Omega biased and root for him.
What do you know?
Just that he has watched a lot of GSL. He said, you're the StarCraft guy, right? You're here for commentary. And spoke a little bit about the scene. He said he really enjoyed the home story cups in the past.
Oh, wow.
Said he was a big fan of In Control.
Did you tell him that I spoke out or something?
Yeah. I did tell him that we run a little poker game.
He's going to fly in.
Don't think it's worth it. And said he enjoys watching Raynor play these days.
Who doesn't?
Maybe he's a Zark fan. That was it. Just a little, I don't know. It was 3 a.m. had a couple drinks as well, so I kind of forgot everything about it. But it was very nice to walk into him. Super nice guy. James Mendoza, the runner-up of that event. He obviously gathered some ammunition, winning 450k in the 15k main. And Mendoza with the OVO hoodie. Dominic Nietzsche is back in the mix as well. It's not quite been, I think, the week yet for Dominic Nietzsche. Not as many deep runs as I think he was hoping for. He's going to make the calls here with the pocket sevens. But we know that he's in a bit of trouble against the damn jacks. The flop is 6-4-4, so the sevens actually flop an overpair to the board. 50k in the middle already. And James Mendoza will gladly play for all of it. I believe that the plan is that we're going to watch 100 minutes of this tournament, the 20k buy-in. Then we're going to have one last break. Then we'll probably do another 100 minutes, and that should be it. So I expect us to be done somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m. tonight, local time, over here in Korea. And Selena did tell me before that you could still register tomorrow morning. Now it seems like they have changed that. And it seems that registration will be closed tomorrow. So you need to get...
So like you have the end of tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
That seems to be the latest update, but maybe they'll change it. I don't know, but that is the update that I received before we continued.
Yeah. What do you think? Late entry for the sell some action, get in there.
They removed
How much markup are we talking?
They removed 2 zeros from that buy-in. I'm all in.
And we got a call here.
Yeah.
All in a call. Mendoza ahead of the sevens with his jacks.
He's going to be more than happy with that. That's
What
pretty
a
damn.
flop with his hands, by the way. No scare cards, nothing.
5 for a straight. Dominic Nietzsche, he is not finding a 7 or a 5. That means that the jacks from the man who was the runner-up of the 15k main event hold up. And in one of the first hands after the break, he gets a full double. As I said before, it's not quite been the week of Dominic Nietzsche yet. We know what he's capable of, but not quite having those epic runs yet. That's a frustrating one. You think that's a good board for your sevens, you think it's a safe board. And you're running into an even higher pair. Bit of a setup with that board.
Happens. Happens to the best of us.
And
Actually, I was telling Selena, we haven't seen like any really sick cooler, like quads over a full house or something like that, right?
no.
Remember,
We've definitely seen like a lot of very strong pre-flop hands going at it, or someone like...
we've had a lot of flips.
Yeah.
Also, like it's not been like, have we seen kings against aces even once?
No, not specifically
That's
kings
kinda
against
crazy,
aces.
actually.
Yep. I've seen aces against aces. Seen a lot of ace king and then kings, obviously. Crazy amount of sets for the 10s and the jacks and the 4s. I mean, we have a few days to go. This is day 7 of 10. At least a few more hours to potentially see a couple of 6 setups. We've obviously had a lot of flops where both players just connected in a big way. And then it was inevitable that the chips would go in.
I'm curious about short deck because I've little experience with it, so kind of hyped for that event.
Yeah.
I guess to learn something.
And it's a 50k, so those hands are all going to be very, very
Yeah.
impactful. That's going to be fireworks, for sure. And I'm sure that that is what Martin Nielsen is looking forward to as well, as he already has a bracelet in short deck. And he's going to make the call here with ace queen in the big blind. As Jungle Man, Daniel Cates, has called from the small blind. Apparently it was a limp raise fold, and that's going to be the end of this hand. Really cool to see a Jungle Man sitting here at the future table. Excited to watch him do his thing.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this. He needs to make a final table too. I think that'd be cool. One of the fan favorites. Who's so there's decks of cards here. I don't know if you already spoke about this, but I just noticed in the shop there were some decks of cards of AA poker. So I got some of those for us, the commentators, one each, and I opened mine. I was like, oh, curious, you know, like, what does it look like? So I go through it. I'm like, wow, these cards look really good. I get to the Joker, and it's Jungle Man's face on it. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, I'd be down to pick up more than one. Like, obviously bringing one home is cute, but since I am getting ready for another Home Story Cup and there will be a little poker game running, I'll probably see if I can pick up a couple of additional decks.
Yeah, those decks are worn out too. Every time.
I always buy new ones these days whenever we go. Try to show up with some fresh cards.
Remember when I was hating on one of your decks? One of them was really good, the other one not so much. Actually, I feel like new cards, they're not that good, right? To play with, they're like super slippery with one another
Yeah.
when they're on top of one shot.
In the very beginning they are. Not really a whole lot happening here yet ever since we have resumed the action in this 20k $500,000 guaranteed tournament.
The Singaporean guy I watched.
Steven Song obviously putting on a clinic in that final hand before the break. What a great play with those sixes. The bet on the flop, and the massive bet on the turn, getting his opponent to fold. The tens on ace, king, 4 or whatever it was. It was a very gnarly board for tens. And Steven just correctly identified what was happening there. Starting to make more and more sense, thought, why that man has had all the success in the past and has had back-to-back final tables here over in Jeju at the Lord Poker Tournament.
You don't remember that podcast where he was talking about playing games?
Mendoza not wearing the lucky hoodie.
Obsessed he was with the game that he was the
If I had the run that he had, I would wear like every same clothes. That I would eat the same meal that he had that day. Just try to recreate it, you know.
Anyway, interesting guy that one.
And I'm not even superstitious.
Maybe put in an online order for 2 more of those at least.
Every day he rocks one, but it's a different one.
Yeah, so he can still be fresh, you know.
That's sick.
It is the lucky hoodie, but he still wants to be fresh.
Or could have been a guy. I'm not
Gavin here with the Jack 9. He's gonna let it go. Action folds to Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, Queen 7. Not interested. Martin Nielsen on the button. 10-6 offsuit. He ain't interested. Birisdo Istvan with the ace-3 of clubs in the small blind.
I mean, he kind of undersold himself.
Dominic Nietzsche can already feel it coming.
It sounded like he got like lucky or didn't really know what he did.
He's been playing well, by the way. I think he's still chasing his first cash, perhaps, here in this series. And he's not going to be playing the shot deck. So it's just really this 20k and then the 25k that we got coming up are left for him.
Big flop for the ace-3 as we flop the nut flush draw. And Dominic Nietzsche really has nothing going for himself on this board. Well, backdoor hearts, I guess, is a thing. At the moment, the only card that's going to give him the lead is the 4. 4 of spades and 4 of diamonds. That's all we got. 4 of clubs, obviously no good. He's the one to bet. Of course, Istvan is not going anywhere with ace-3 of clubs. For a split second there, I thought he grabbed this card. I was like, there's no way. I thought he was about to make a folding motion. Oh. Gotten out of this room, Johan. The turn is the Jack of Diamonds. Does now also give Berisdo Istvan a straight draw. Any queen will give him the Broadway straight. He doesn't really need any help. But he doesn't know that yet. And Dominic Nietzsche did bet on the flop. Is he willing to bet once more? It's been a rough return to the future table so far for Dominic Nietzsche. Just lost a lot of chips with those 7s against the jacks. And he's going to lose a few more here, Johan, because he really does not have a lot going.
Yeah, it's unfortunate timing here as he tries to get aggressive against a hand that just really cannot fold with a nut flush draw and the gut shots to the nuts.
So many clean outs to the nuts here with ace-3. And the funny thing is that ace-high is already good. He's probably not feeling that. And there we do have one of those cards that's going to give him the clean nuts. The ace-high straight. He's probably a little worried that this is going to be a chop. But that is not the case. Curious if we're going to check our bet. Stone Cold Nuts on the river. He is going to bet. We're gonna make it. It's a little bit of everything. It's the rainbow bet.
Special 34.2. Wait, can't be 0.2, right?
Ultimate state of poker is even when you're losing, you're winning.
Yeah, that was a big bet.
Sometimes you lose to win. It's not really
That's how I felt about the hand just now. Huh? That's how I felt about the
Maybe it was 5. I don't know. What we do know is that Dominic Nietzsche had absolutely nothing. And unfortunately for Dominic, he loses a few more chips. It's now at less than half of starting stack. James Mendoza did teach us that nothing is impossible, as that man was down to less than 2 big blinds at the final table yesterday. And had an amazing comeback to eventually finish second behind Steven Song.
Perhaps nothing's impossible except beating Stevenson.
Yeah. Steven is probably over $1 million at this point. 3 hands after the break. Was the chip leader of the other table. I think there are currently 2 tables running. Maybe it might be 3 actually, but this table is totally full. So it'd be odd if it's 3, because then the third one would be very empty, or just the other 2 would both be very short. So it might just be 2 players, 2 tables at the moment. Gary opening it up. Actually, no, he's calling. It's Jungle Man who opened things up. Oh. It's Gary, under the gun, who opened things up with ace-8 of diamonds. We don't know what Jungle Man has called with, but he has come along for the ride from the hijack.
There you go, Lane.
And Dominic Nietzsche does ship it for 116,000 chips with the Jack-9 of clubs.
He's just really praying the pre-flop raiser is unable to call, and he's actually gonna run into that one scenario.
Jungle Man does not look happy. And he was forced to let go of his 7-6 of clubs. Means that Dominic is going to chip up a little bit. I think that's the first hand he has won after we have returned from the break. Still working with a lot less. Does seem to be having a good time, smiling a little. Not too discouraged about, I guess, those 7s and jacks earlier. But he's still way below starting stack. And that's obviously never a good feeling, right? When you've been playing for a couple hours and you've got less chips than anyone who walks up right now and says, you know what? Sign me up, coach.
Put me in.
Put me in. Selena,
Practicing for this.
what if like we are just commentating over here and suddenly we see Selena entering?
That would be amazing. She just like ships it. By the way, commentators, I quit.
Good luck in the next 3 days. Adios. Well, we're really hype. Love to watch Selena play. Feels that it's a bit slower on this table than it was before the break. We obviously had a couple of very fast players there, like Lang Bin. One of the quick plays out there. Maybe the dealer is taking his time as well, but
He was playing also very interestingly. Like, I enjoy watching him.
yeah. He's just fun, right? Because he gets so involved.
Yeah. When I see a player like this, I always think, oh, his check button is broken. He can't check.
Taylor also had an insane comeback in, I think it was the 50k high roll on the first day, where it was down to almost nothing, like 0.6 big blinds, and actually spun it up to one hell of a stack. And I believe he finished in the money, but I don't know if that was from that one bullet that he fired where he went all the way down to 0.6, because that really would be a great story. About as great as the story of Mendoza, who was down to 1.5 big blinds at that final table. And it's not like the rest was at 8 or 10 or 12. Like, no. There were proper stacks.
We see a limp from Dominic on the button. He's one of the very few players that has a limping strategy. He's known for it too.
He's going to be in position to play this flop. Ace-5 is going to get the best of Jack-6. Was ahead, continues to be ahead. Jack-6 does make a pair. So you had a fun fact about Gary, right? Joseph is his middle name, you said?
Well, I assume so, yeah. I don't know exactly where the names are taken from here. Maybe like the registration where there's like literally the full name written. But
Yeah, from the passport.
yeah, his name on Poker News says Gary Thompson, so I assume Joseph is his middle name. And I think it's the same for some of the other players that we've had on the overlay.
But I guess as long as Gary works, I think we're good. Dominic is gonna bet 7K. Gary will make the call.
What do you mean, Gary? Gas, man.
What?
Gas.
Why gas?
Yeah, that's Gary, short for Gary.
Gas?
Yeah.
Where does the S come from?
I don't know, but it's just in UK they do this. You never heard gas before?
No. I must be too old.
You
Maybe.
never watched Jolly Shore?
No, not really. I don't.
You
I
missed
know
out,
what.
my
I
guy.
know what it
You
is.
missed out.
No, that is painful television, my friend. We've had a couple of spin-offs of Jersey Shore, like the Dutch version.
Yeah?
A few of them, like I think in the beginning it was a bit of a hit, but then like it got less popular with every single season. But a few of the guys from like the first season are still stars to some degree, like they're still known. Not the big stars, but at least known within my tiny country. Ace 5 is gonna take it down. What can you tell me about the limping strategy of Dominic Nietzsche? 'Cause since you say that he has built a bit of a reputation for it.
Yeah, I actually don't know exactly how it works. I'm guessing the point is that it's so unusual that some players are not gonna know how to react. Maybe even some experienced players, because really, like, it's, you know, players that limp usually they will be weaker players, but now we're talking about like a legit pro, one of the best in the world, figuring out like a proper limping strategy.
It's like Daniel Negreanu had a very large limping phase as well, right? He was always trying to keep the pot small. Over a decade ago, like the 5 to 10 years, it was all about the
Well,
small
it was probably
ball.
more common as well.
Yeah.
Whereas like nowadays it's been more phased out.
Looking forward to all the vlogs over the summer. A little series of poker going on. Always a good time.
The vlogs, you mean?
There's gonna be so many good vlogs in there.
Oh no. No! Bring him back.
That could mean that yeah, we've got another table running at this point, right? And they need to balance the field out a little bit.
I posted on social media that he was on the table.
Ah. Jinx! Well, we had Younger Man. We haven't seen him be able to make any moves with any of the mediocre hands that he was receiving. And now he's gone. I guess that means that we're gonna have like 3 tables of 6 players at this point with 18 live runners. Hope that we get a few more people who enter so we can fill up this table at least. Even though it's 6-handed, we might see some real cool gangster poker. All of these guys are very good. And I think throughout the last few days have already gotten very familiar with each other. Because once more it is James Mendoza, once more it's Dominic Nietzsche. And of course Martin Nielsen is here, Gary is here again, Taylor's been at the future table.
Look at all these holdings, man. Did you bet on red at the roulette again? It's all black.
And Jack 10 for Taylor. Jack 10 suited, 2 black cards as well, but he's gonna let it go. Clubs would be very bad news here for Dominic Nietzsche.
That's kind of wild, actually, considering his stack size, for him to keep making these plays.
Yeah. The complete opposite of that limping strategy.
And I'll tell you what, if Dominic starts getting some strong hands, he's going to be getting paid, because right now he's being very aggressive.
Wow, what a play.
Martin Nielsen comes back over the top.
With ace 4, eh? With ace 4. I mean, the king 8 3-bet is cool, but the ace 4 shove is even better by Martin Nielsen.
I think he's really paid attention to how aggressive Dominic's been playing. And punishes him here. 3-betting lights.
And that brings him back over starting stack.
All that work.
Martin Nielsen has played really good as well. And then to think that a short deck is perhaps the main reason why this man is here. Can't wait for him to see. Can't wait for him to do his thing over at the 50k short deck later this week.
Every time he sees a deuce or a tray on the board, he's like, he feels sick.
This game could be better. Short deck is basically like they patched poker. They had a balance patch come out and they're like, hey guys, what if we just get rid of a couple of these cards?
But there's been a lot of patches. I see PLO, like, there's PLO 5, PLO 6. What's next? PLO 50, we're playing the whole deck. Just split the deck in half, see who has the higher cards. Piero seems like a great game, by the way.
It is.
I just always personally felt like I was already so bad at Hold'em. I didn't dare to take on something new, but it does seem like one of those games that must be really fun.
I think it's incredibly fun. Both 4-card and 5-card. But it's very
What
different.
about 6-card?
I've not really played. Only on like
Yet.
one app. I mean, I've done a couple hands of it once, but it's just the 6-card. I think is pushing it a little bit. It becomes a bit silly. You've got the Queen 8 against the Pocket Jacks on 10-10-4. There's a alrighty flop for James Mendoza, especially against Martin Nielsen, who's just defending in the big blind. Maybe I did play actually some 6-card. I feel like they added that a while ago on GG, and then I played it a little bit, but wasn't doing very hot.
Is there also like some sort of PLO short deck?
Yeah, there's PLO 8, right? I don't know.
That must be here.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I've not really played that either, but I believe that they call it PLO 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but that is just setup city. If you're trying to make some big hands, that's probably the game to do it. Straight flushes around every corner.
Yeah. Actually, I say PLO must be fun, and I think so, but like initially when I played, and I made a set, like bottom set, and it's like, you're never good. I was like, what? That's like ridiculous.
I mean,
You
that's.
have to fold bottom set?
I think in regular PLO 4-card, like sets are pretty powerful. With 5-card, they start obviously already losing some strength. In 6-card PLO, yeah, you're not gonna get too adventurous with bottom sets. But it depends a little bit. In 4-card, it can definitely still be very good. Set is a set.
You're only quads mining. Martin Nielsen, small blind 6 suited. He's gonna make the call. Pocket tens
On the big blind.
for Isvan. What a timing.
I'm gonna bump it up. The only question is by how much? 12k in the middle. And Eastvan says, let's add a little to it. Unfortunately for him, Martin Nielsen really doesn't have a whole lot to even get very curious with. He's gonna let it go. Waiting for a few more guys to enter so we can get a full table again. But also just for a few more exciting hands. It's been a little slow ever since we returned from the break.
I don't know if you heard earlier, but I was talking about this with Selena. Like, the day I arrived, because I didn't have my luggage, I asked like if there is a dress code, and at the entrance, because I only had sweatpants, so I was worried they don't let me in or something. And they were just like, "Oh yeah, no slippers, no flip flops." Every other player is wearing flip flops at the future table.
Yeah, I mean, there is a beautiful pool here with the Marriott. And I guess what they don't want is people to be laying at the pool at 1 and like hopping at the tables at 2 and then going back to the pool. It's a bit much.
Sounds like a dream, though.
Can't wait to check out the pool. Perhaps tomorrow. Tomorrow might be a good day for that. We got Ace Jack offsuit in the small blind. Eastvan, who picked up pocket tens last hand, now finds Ace Jack. Can we make a play? Does the big blind have a hand that they want to go to war with? Big blind being Dominic Nietzsche. The race to 15k is pretty big. Dominic might take that personal, but with Queen 4, it's just not really worth it.
Interesting that he went this big. This looks really strong.
Sounds like there's a drone taking off in the casino. Might be one of those helicopters. You were talking about the helicopter pad, right?
No, I think it's like a dishwasher. Probably.
Again?
Yeah, it keeps running.
But this one sounds very different than the other one.
Did you hear that Gary Thompson, he was F3 driver?
F3?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. But
Google him. It's like a photo. He looks like really super young on it. I wonder actually if he might have. Yeah, I mean he must know like a bunch of the drivers that are in F1 now, and maybe even drove next to them because they a lot of them started at some point in F3 if it's the same years.
Mm-hmm.
So
Is he still a racer? Does he do other racing now?
I doubt it, but you can ask him. Because like yeah, the photo of
Don't clock me.
when I googled him looked like it was really young.
Remember, I gave you change.
So we got a big blind defense here,
Like, that's my favorite hand of poker.
and
ever.
those are James 9-7
I actually did
offsuits.
take the- I found it really funny. Because we're in dead weight.
Flops absolutely nothing.
Knew the guy was like calling. Like instantly, it was like obviously he was like he was really obviously going to call. He was looking at the clock and it was like we kind of like decided to call and like decided to wait. So it wasn't like as bad. I don't think. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he had like a really tough decision. Like, and he had a hand of like a snap call anyway. So it was like
King on the turn is going to give Martin Nielsen a top pair.
yeah. Well, like for like
He
situation.
was already ahead, obviously, with the king high, but I'm going to feel a lot better about his hand now.
And it was like really
175,000 chips behind. Currently 24,000 in the middle.
wasn't there. I don't.
Assume we're going to bet here. No, actually checks. So checks back. It's his 10 as well. There are 3 spades on the board. The top 2 pair for Martin Nielsen.
I think he's trying to be trappy here a little bit.
Like 2 flush shots after
Disguise his hands.
for like
Feels like the king on the turn is a hand that he will bet very often, even if if he doesn't have the king, because that's more. He should have more kings.
spot. But it was like one of the spots where like obviously
And James Mendoza a little too smart here to fall for any of this.
you got away to main.
Not even gonna lead out river.
Oh, hold up. And then
Just gonna check folds. Doesn't get out of line, just flopped absolutely nothing, and somehow saw a free river.
I can't remember who it was. There's some like. No,
There is a little victory in just seeing all 5
I
cards.
can't remember. It wasn't like mixed play.
That is what Nanonoko taught me a long time ago. So
one,
right,
one that not many people know when they play against Stephen Song.
10K in Atlantic City.
Yeah, they look getting angry with everything.
All over the place,
It'd
yeah.
be the worst way of playing mixed tournament to be like having to
Nothing too special.
listen. to
You've
mixed
never
tournament
played with
play.
Nano?
no, not online. We were actually supposed to make a match happen, and it just never got to
Like,
it.
heads up?
Yeah, PLO, because he made like he said he never played PLO, but he was still certain.
No, a lot of them play.
Did we beat you?
Yeah,
Ah, yeah. Fighting words.
supposed to play against somebody else as well. Now I forgot who it was. I think it was my Russian
A lot of them
friend.
like, would play
It was actually with.
with a good hold.
No, I was always talking with Nanonoko about it. I was supposed to
I
play
don't know her name, but no.
a Russian no limit player in PLO. And he said it was a fish, and Nanonoko said he was very interested in the match, but no, we never got to play.
Sucks for you. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm not going to race.
I'm sure the day will come, even if he's living that commentator life now. One day we'll get the table with Selena and Nanonoko. It's gonna be great.
Short cash game still runs, right?
Get Elkie in there,
So sick.
little death mouse on the table.
I like 600 a lot.
You like it?
Yeah. Yeah, because then like the first positions, they have to play tight, so you won't see as many hands from them. Then there's just more action, more 3 bets.
Oh. Aces here for Martin Nielsen, who was in the middle of a story, continues his story, and also looks around as he is the first player to act.
Yeah, I'm crazy.
He's like, yeah guys, this is really cool. You know what's also cool? My hand.
Crazier than jungle?
Was in a good mood, continues to be in a good mood. Everyone gets happy from looking down at pocket aces. I have to admit, I don't totally agree with the 600. This feels like we don't get a lot of action right now. There's a lot more folding and waiting for hands to being dead than that there is actual poker. So I'd love to see the table get filled up back to 8. The final table, obviously, it's different because then I do think you have a lot of different elements that come into play. Cool dynamics.
What
Yeah.
do you mean there's not as much action? Like if it's 8-handed, the first 2 positions they have to play really tight.
No, but I just mean that there is too much downtime in between the hands because there is a lot of like open fold 'cause 6 people, less people have hands.
Wait, that has nothing to do with being six-handed, no?
Well, I just feel like there is obvious example of it over the last few days that whenever it's a full table, I feel like the
Oh
hand.
my god.
That's the wrong moment to 3-bet.
Gas, what are you doing?
That is the wrong moment for Gary to make a move here with the Queen 9. As he bumps it up to 40k. And Martin Nielsen is absolutely loving it. He knew that starting that story and continuing that story while looking down at aces was the play to make here. Decides to just call. So now it is up to James Mendoza.
I think he looked at 40k and I think he realized that he just would have so little behind that he wants to keep all the bluffs in there. And he's kind of going to make everybody be committed. Well, of course, yeah, I mean, he's going to play a three-way pot. Out of position against one of the players potentially. But yeah, when there's going to be so little behind, like if we see a call here, we had like 130k and Martin Nielsen has 160. So like nobody's really going anywhere if they get any piece of it.
James Mendoza is trying to figure out if he's getting the right price to call here. Did he just announce all in with pocket eights? That is unbelievable. So that means Joseph Gary won't even see a flop after making it 40k with the Queen 9 of diamonds. And Martin Nielsen is going to snap this one off. It is aces against eights.
Who are you feeling?
I feel aces, Todd. This is not a very fair fight. You know.
Mendoza, man.
It is Mendoza, that is correct.
Without the lucky hoodie, perhaps?
To be fair. Oh my goodness. King Jack 8. And the 8s of Mendoza do turn into a set. So now we need an ace and an ace only for Martin Nielsen. 4 to a straight there. Queen 9, by the way, would have won this hand. If somehow we decided to go for it. So Martin Nielsen gets sent to the rail.
You get like the dream spot, aces, somebody goes all in somehow, and you bust. Poker is a crazy game.
Yep. And James Mendoza runs good. We already saw that on the final table of the 15k. Gets a monster pot here. Really surprising shove, to be honest, with 8s. He must have thought that everybody was just making moves. Clearly did not think anybody had a hand as strong as aces. But who cares? We flop a set. Life is good. King Jack 8. And no help for Martin Nielsen. Think we'll see Martin Nielsen back? You think he's going to try again?
I don't know, actually.
Finished 4th place in the 15k main
How many
event.
big blinds do you get if you register now?
I think the big blind is 4k. And you start with 200k.
Okay, so a lot.
Yeah. 50.
Yeah. It was wild, actually. Like, I had so many misconceptions about tournaments. I don't know if I told you about this, but once upon a time I thought like the edges were very little, because like like once you get to a short stack, it just feels like a lot of hands play themselves, right? For like the all-ins and rejams. And then I was explained like how it really works, and actually the edges are very big. And it's the same thing about rebuying. I also thought that like rebuying late with like 10 to 15 bigs is like terrible, but then I was explained how it's actually the opposite. It's like pretty good.
We've got ace 9 against ace 7 here with 2 hearts and a diamond. Mendoza is ace 9 still good. Probably not a flop that he is in love with.
Mendoza, the unstoppable force. It's gonna fire out a bet, looks like 24k in the pots. How much did he go for?
$570k, by the way, for Mendoza after winning that hands with the 8s. That is monstrous. 5 of diamonds. 2 hearts, 2 diamonds on this board now. Mendoza does hold the ace of diamonds. Obviously can't make a flush, but could eventually try to represent it. Kind of feels like we are just heading towards a chop. Unless Mendoza really wants to take this one down. He can do it. He's got the chips for it. He can apply pressure. And Istvan in the big blind could have a 5, right? The range of the big blind is very wide. Somehow we got a pair R9. Now look at that. Mendoza finds a pair on the river. Improves to 2 pair, but the first pair is one that belongs to everyone.
It's interesting because it's third pair only. So does he just check it back?
Yeah.
Looks like it is.
He's happy with it. The hand that was supposed to be a chop, because we were on course to chop it with 5-5 king 10 ace. And somehow Mendoza finds a 9. Now, he can't complain so far about his lady luck over in Jeju. Clearly,
152k. So 3 starting stack here. Pretty decent. How do you think you would do if you would play one of these?
it's impossible to say, but I think that truly depends on the cards that I get.
Would you play Fearless? Let's say you got staked and you played.
No, I would definitely play on the more conservative side. Like, I'm not gonna 3-bet Steven Songlight, and think that I'm gonna get the best of him. I'll just play cards. Just try to keep it as simple as possible. A lot of spots. I think if you play your positions well, you play the cards well, you can always have a run. But I would not be favored, if that's what you're asking me. I'd get absolutely...
In my heart, you would be, man. I would root hard for you.
I would root hard for myself. It'd be an amazing tournament to play in. I'm sure there will be a couple of fun tourneys this year that I can sign up for. The Netherlands has a decent amount of poker events happening these days. And obviously,
maybe I'll visit you again.
King's Casino is not too far, so can go for a little poker trip after the summer. We got a busy summer in the world of video gaming. Then I kind of feel like we can really start playing some cards. Things should slow down a little bit. Obviously, still streaming. I got some other obligations, but
let me know when there is like the next. Maybe I'll come again.
I mean, there's like 10, 12 casinos in the Netherlands. There's almost always a poker series somewhere. The one in Venlo that I went to like 2 years ago.
Yeah, but the one in Rotterdam is nice because it's next door, right?
Yeah, the Netherlands is tiny. Like Breda is close, Utrecht is somewhat close. It doesn't matter. Pocket fours for Taylor. You know what they say about pocket four stuff.
It's a garbage hand.
Always makes a set. And he
Pretty
raises.
sure I won a bet against you last time because you.
That is true.
I thought he would. Mendoza coming along. Been doing well the last couple of hands he was involved in, but now he's going up against a big stack. Actually, they're both big stacks. And he flops bottom pair. Taylor Black has 4s on a King 8 deuce. So 2 of the cards is going to fire small. Gets calls. And 9 of hearts on the turn. I expect check. And then river will be very interesting. Unless Taylor wants to fire again. He goes for the check. And we see a 7 on the river. Of diamonds. So the flush, a potential flush actually gets there. And now we see Mendoza. If he wants to win this, he's gonna have to fire, but he does have showdown value with his pair. He's just gonna check. Easy pickup for Taylor Black.
And the 4s may not have made a set, but they were good enough to take it down. So much for that garbage hand, hey Todd? So we are currently 5-handed after Martin Nielsen got sent to the rail. Like what I was trying to say earlier, when you have a full ring, you obviously have more players, so you have more hands. It's more likely that there are more playable hands. But on top of that, there's just more cards in play, so there will, in general, the hands take longer, right? Because there are more people involved.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about it. Doesn't have to be 9 or 10 for me. I like 8. And if it's 7, that's alright. But 6 or 5, you really do start noticing like a significant difference. And very often, it's a single raise that's going to get it done. And then we wait a couple minutes until the next hand gets dealt. And if we're very deep in the tournament, that doesn't matter because every hand is exciting, is impactful. Right now, obviously, there is a lot of room for error. Everybody is very deep. Nobody is really on the clock to make something happen quickly. Maybe Dominic Nietzsche, as he is one of the shortest stacks, currently working with 30 big blinds, but obviously he's not going to be silly with 30 bigs. He's going to try to spin it up. If James Mendoza can go from 9th place to 2nd on the final table with 1.5 big blinds, why would Dominic get impatient with 30?
Definitely. Also, he's so experienced. In terms of volume, he might be the guy that plays the most volume. He's played a lot for so many years. Extremely experienced. What do you think about the transition from being a Formula 3 driver, which is like obviously, you know, it's motorsports, it's very, very fast, like always like perfecting everything, to playing poker? Like the pace in the absolute opposite in comparison, right?
Yes, but I think it's just a love of competition that drives it for a lot of these guys. We've seen like famous tennis and chess players in the past also fall in love with poker, as it is still kind of taking care, scratching that itch of being a competitor and duking it out with other folks, even if it's not on the racetrack, but it's at the poker table. And perhaps the same goes for a lot of the video gamers, the pros, the semi-pros, that fell in love with poker. Elkie being a prime example.
It can give you a confidence as well that helps. I was watching an interview of Anthony Edwards, NBA player, and he was saying he can do everything. He's like, put me in baseball, football, cooking. He's like, I'll do anything. I'll excel at anything. He kept saying if he wins the ring, actually, he'll go to baseball or football.
Michael Jordan tried it a long time ago. Played some baseball. I believe there are a couple athletes out there, very, very few, but I believe there is one that either has like a ring from the NFL or NBA and also won a World Series in baseball. So that's pretty sick.
Yeah. Well, that was long ago, I guess.
No, I feel like somebody did it not too long ago, but he was not like the star player on either of the teams.
Yeah. Okay. Still pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
Like, oh, I was next. Surfing. We got a race on the button. 10-9 offsuits. King-jack offsuit in the small blinds. He's gonna make the call. Taylor Black. 5-3 offsuit. Can't do much else than fold. And we head to a flop. Big blind 5K. And we see a gut shot for Joseph Gary against second pair from James Mendoza. He's gonna go check on the flop.
Why are we not combining tables?
Gary thinking for a bit, then checking. Now it kind of feels like you have to bet second pair. Unless he wants to be tricky. Or he wasn't that confident, but yeah, that's when this happens here. The king rolls on the river. Now it's hard to imagine Gary not betting.
With 30k in the middle, King Jack on this board. You obviously block the Jack 10 as well in case you're somehow very worried about that. That is nice. We are going to bet. Try to get some value. 27k. Basically a pot-sized bet. James Mendoza might be a little suspicious. But I've seen James Mendoza just kind of let it go in a lot of these spots. If it was very little, I'm sure he'd toss in the chips. Like we're talking 8k, 10k, whatever. I think he toss it in. But for 27. Curiosity may kill the cat. Definitely does not kill James Mendoza. He's like a seed bag anyway in 30 minutes. What do I care?
Easy game.
Just 5 players at the moment on this table, as we currently have 3 tables running in the Lord Poker Tournament. 20k buy-in, 500k guaranteed. We had 25 entrants earlier. At first, players were still able to register tomorrow morning before the tournament would continue. Then it seems like they have changed that ruling. But we don't know if they're going to change it back. For now, it seems like you need to truly be here today. You need to play a couple hands, even if it's 2 hands before the end of the day. That seems to be the only way to have a shot at lifting that trophy tomorrow.
I really like that we have consistently photos now, by the way, on the overlay. Bottom left. That wasn't always the case before. So props to production for doing amazing. I love how it cuts to his van with 7 deuce in the big blind. What is going on? We've got a family pots in a limp pot. Dominic limped under the gun with 3s. And Gary was like, you know what, I'll come along with a limp. And after it gets checked to him by the blinds, Dominic fires, but we got top pair. Gary obviously not going anywhere on the flop here. 51k in the pot now. Another jack rolls on the turn.
The trip jacks. No jack is hitting the road tonight. Pocket 3s under the guns for Dominic. First to act. Might think that his pair of 3s is still good here. 51k in the middle as he only has 102 behind.
Yeah, limping ranges are tough. Yeah, once he gets called, it's not a good card for him. If Gary called, or if Gary limped, over limped, on the button with Jack 10 suited, you also would have done it with Queen 10 suited, for example. It's a possible hand here, so against a small bet, Dominic might get curious unless he thinks that Gary will mostly bet if he has it here.
16k is a lot though, out of the 102,000 remaining chippies for Dominic, but Dominic is gonna make the call. Can't really blame him on Jack 9-4 Jack. The river is a 7 of clubs that does complete a legion of hands. 8-10 now makes the straight. Obviously clubs get there. There's plenty of flushes I've completed. That might allow Dominic to get away from his pocket 3s. It's another overcard as well to his 3s. 3 would have been very spicy down the river, by the way. Kind of feel like Dominic also deserves to catch like a random 2-outer. Really has not been running very hot on these tables. Never gets any easy spots, never gets any big pots heading his way.
And assuming he loses this hand, he's going to be starting to get pretty short compared to everybody else in the stack sizes. Gary goes all in, since Dominic is so short behind it. He's just gonna fold, so lets it go.
Dominic knows that at this point it is incredibly unlikely that his 3s are ever good there. When a million things complete on that river, and we didn't have a very good hand to begin with.
Was 7 any good though?
And this Gary is gonna chip up at the expense of Dominic. Dominic now falls to 17 big blinds, if I recall that correctly. There's a good chance that he's going to give it another shot. If you would bust right now in the big blind, it's 5k. You can obviously still register. You'd be at 40 big blinds. It's not a crazy amount, but that's obviously plenty to have a really good run with.
Man, I'm getting crazy itch to play some tournaments. Commentating this?
Tournaments are very fun. Poker is fun. Live poker is fun. Online is fun.
Gary opens King 9 suited in the cutoff. And it looks like no takers. Pre-flop raise, Taylor Black 4%. So he hasn't been getting much, but when he did, made sure to get a lot of wins, which helped him build a pretty good chip stack. Tight is right. That's what they say, and then you watch Stephen Song play. It's like, no, actually, aggression is right.
Yeah, but I mean, Steven doesn't get involved every hand. Like, there are really moments where you almost forget that he's there for like 30, 40 minutes. But then if he does pick a spot, he seems to always pick the right ones.
Yeah.
And of course, eventually he's bound to get some hands like everybody else is. Dominic Nietzsche has been a top player for such a long time, man. Won his first bracelet over a decade ago. Doesn't even look that old yet to me. Apparently dreamed of becoming a professional football player, but learned at the age of 16 that he was probably not built out for that. And he said, after sports, after sports, let's play some cards. And based on his career, that was a pretty good decision.
Does it say why?
Yeah, I think it said something that he just realized that he was not.
Yeah.
He did not think it was realistic.
Well, you may have made the right choice, because he's definitely one of the more successful guys that we have here. A lot of cashes, lifetime, played in some very big tournaments. I know he's entered, it might have been a 250k one time, or maybe 100. I remember it was WSOP Europe, and he was chip leading with a few left, and then he literally lost every single hand in a row that he was involved in.
On his wiki, it just says he realized that he was not a good fit for sports, but he did excel at math. And maybe his love for numbers and math then translated into him becoming an amazing poker player.
Yeah. He's known for being very pro GTO. He has his own app,
Which app is it?
GTO Poker.
Oh, that one, yeah. I've used it. Is that the one where they quiz you as well, right? You have to complete the daily quizzes?
I'm not sure.
Huh.
Perhaps.
You've used it, right?
Yeah, but like a while back.
Yeah, I feel like... and you even made me complete a couple of those quizzes where you get like 10.
Yeah.
Like, and then you have multiple choice questions, but it's the correct player.
No, apparently there's an AI with it.
Mhm. 10 deuce under the gun here for Taylor. He's gonna let go of it. 7-4 offsuit. Queen 6 of diamonds here for Dominic, who is very, very short. Starting the hand with 15 big blinds. James Mendoza, the runner-up of the main event, the 15k buy-in, looks down at ace-jack offsuit. He's had a banging week.
He's like, what
400.
do we do against a limp?
Well, I think with ace-jack and also sizing up the stack of Dominic, I don't think this is a very scary position to raise. And you do know that if you raise, there's a good chance you're going to have to play for all of it. But if we're sitting at 574k, we're not too afraid to play for 70.
Okay, he opens 4 big blinds. I like that. And obviously, he wouldn't fall to an all-in ever here. But looking at Dominic's holding, I expect a fold. Wait, what?
Makes the call. Makes the call with the queen 6 of diamonds. 15k gets tossed into the middle. There is 50 in the middle now. That is basically the stack of Dominic. And he
flops a pair.
Out flops and James Mendoza on the 9-6-4 2-spade board. Dominic takes the lead.
Yeah, James Mendoza checks. Now Dominic's like, well, I got a pair. I got 53,500. There's 50k in there.
Sorry. No, it's just moving.
Checking would be dangerous, because then another overcard could roll on the turn. I don't think, betting small doesn't achieve much. He's just going to go all in.
And James Mendoza's cash, you're gonna let it go. Missed the ace-jack. Loses 15k. So Dominic does chip up a little bit. Now back up to 21 big blinds, a little over 100k. One full double. And he has saved himself 20k because he doesn't have to rebuy. Very empty future table, man, with only 5 players.
It's very tricky, because he has Gary to his right, so it's not like he can go all in over the top. So now it's like, how much do I open for, right? Yes. How much did he have? 15 big blinds, right, Dominic?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so just feels like there's not really any other way you can play this. I mean, he could open a little bit bigger maybe, but I don't think it will matter much. Maybe actually Dominic folds. against like a 5 big blinds or 6 big blinds opener. I was actually initially even
Yeah.
surprised he called here, but
Same with the queen six there. That was but yeah, I guess in Dominic's mind, his mind was just made up. If I connect there, if I find anything that I am fond of, I am shipping it. And he made middle pair, and that was good enough. I don't think that Dominic really wants to nurse this tiny stack forever. Obviously wants to set himself up for a potential deep run on the second day. We'll play out this entire tournament tomorrow, so this is almost like a bit of an off day, an in-between day,
yeah.
where we get to see some poker. It is a minor event compared to a couple of the other big events we had with large fields, over 500 players in the circuit main, almost 200 entries in the 15k main event. Hey, Jungle Man is back. They have listened to us, and they have brought the jungle, Daniel Cates, back to the future table. Brings our play count up to 6, and it does make me happy.
Nice to have him back. Taylor Black with a monster stack. 700k.
Yeah. A night and day difference compared to that a short stack that he was forced to work with forever in the main. Did do an amazing job and hang in there. Was down to nothing. And he stayed alive. Eventually got back up to 20, maybe even a bit more. I think he finished in the money in the end. And if that was of the first bullet, that would have been absolutely amazing. We gotta ask him. Selena said he would get to the bottom of it because we need to know.
Yeah. Ace on the river. And nobody as much. Obviously a pair of 8s. But Taylor Black. Gary is reaching for chips. 37,000 in the pot here. And he's sensing weakness. Looks like he bet it and got calls. Wow. Taylor Black's not messing around, man. He's not messing around. He snap calls.
Taylor is here to play. He's locked in. 150 bigs, 750k. Seems like Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, does have some chips to work with as well. Not totally certain about the denominations that we are currently using. Often it's good to have orange. I've noticed that.
Yeah, Patrick Demouche is here.
Ah, so we've got an almost full table at this point. That was a nice addition. Welcome back, guys.
So this is 7 players. Then maybe if both tables are 7, then we're down to 14, I guess.
Yeah, that is possible.
Meaning that 5 more bust outs and
We have a final table.
exactly. I think we need another Patrick Demouche deep run. It felt like a lot of his friends were in the chat. That was pretty cool. The Demouche Nation showed up strong.
I think whoever is going to make it to final table, like we are familiar with almost all these guys.
Yeah.
There are very few players in this field that we're not familiar with. But maybe throughout the night, it is currently 15 minutes past 10 p.m. over here in South Korea. Perhaps we'll have a few more late entries. People just trying to run it up real quick. As Taylor raises it up with ace queen from the small blind. King 7 from the big blind comes along for the ride. Actually makes it a 3-bet. Jungle Man, Daniel Cates, bumps it up to 30k with King 7. Unfortunately for Jungle, Taylor's got a real hand and one hell of a stack.
Yeah. I'm curious how he's going to proceed here on this stack depth.
Since I don't see any chips being collected, that looks like a 4-bet to me. And it is a 4-bet to 125,000. And Jungle Man knows he's most likely beat there, so he's going to have to let go.
We need to mic him up.
The rich get richer. Another 35k head towards Taylor. Yeah, I wonder. Does he have more chips right now than Steven Song? I do really miss Steven. They should bring Steven to this table. That'd actually be a really cool set of players, all 8 of them. We have
Do
very
you think this is fantasy league? You just pick the players for the final table?
a lot of them are gonna make it. Obviously, it's not a large field in this 20k 500k guaranteed. There's a good chance that we'll see at least 4 of these guys tomorrow at the final table. In the break, we can take a little look at the amount of people that signed up. Obviously, I really missed that thing in the top right. They're not showing it today. Bit of a shame. Ace 6 is gonna get folded. And Gary looks down at King 3 of clubs in the cutoff. Raises it up to 10k. Pocket 6s comes along for the ride. We've got a Jungle Man with the Queen 10. He's gonna let go.
Pocket 6 is maybe the new Pocket 4s.
Notice that production very often thinks that the U is a V and the V is a U.
Yeah.
They need to put some gamers behind those keyboards. Jack 4 deuce. Ace 5 does flop a wheel draw. The only man with a heart in his hand is Taylor with the pocket 6s. Not a bad flop for pocket 6s. 2 undercards. Only the Jack to worry about.
Yeah, it is multi-way though.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it a bit weaker.
And it's going to be very difficult to play these 6s on future streets. But so far Taylor likes what he sees and he makes the correct call.
I like Taylor, he plays pretty fast.
Yeah.
All of these guys like balancing, they're folding and stuff. He's like, nah, let me get in there. I'll make Yo-Yo proud.
Patrick lets go of the Ace 5 offset. And that means that it's just the 6s against King 3. The 9 of diamonds, bit of a random card here on the turn. Doesn't really do a whole lot. It brings a couple of potential straight draws on the board. Somebody's working with Queen 10, King 10, Queen 8. And so far the 6s of Taylor are still good. As he almost has a 4-1 chip lead over Gary. It's going to make it very hard for Gary to bluff his way through this hand. It's a pretty sizable pot at this point because it was a multi-way pot.
Yeah.
77,000 chips in the middle. The action is on Taylor. I believe Taylor has announced a bet. It is a bet of 18k. I think that's the end of this hand because King 3 of clubs can't really continue.
Unless. Yeah.
Unless we're back in that F3 car. And we vroom all over this table. Starts playing music.
Apex.
Gary Verstappen. All in, all in. I feel like you should have a little racing car as a card protector now. If you were a F3 driver. That's what I go.
Just get a little Franz Hermann tag.
Did you see the race yesterday night? That was a race.
No. Max won?
Of course.
Really?
Yeah. And a sick overtake in turn
'Cause
1.
I saw some meme about how like McLaren has like a sick car and then Max is just like win. And like they're basically on the meme they're pretending they already won and then Max is like, wait a minute.
Yeah, the McLarens are good, but so is Max. It's still somewhat early in the season, so a lot of things can still change. F1 seasons are very long. So unlike like the NFL is easy to follow and it's like not that long. Has pretty long off period. Formula 1 I think has a relatively short off season. It's like 3 to 4 months at best. You just kind of race throughout the entire year. A7 against Queens here as Jungle Man finds his best hand up to date on this future table here in Jeju, South Korea. Makes it a 36k with the ladies. I like Jungle Man is short.
Bananas.
Banana Hawaii style.
Shortly after sitting down, we saw him 3-bet the king 7 off. He got 4-bet and snap folded, so it was pretty obvious he was out of line, which you have to factor in. But here, somehow this time, they are believers, and he did have it. I like that hoodie of Patrick. Blue.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Good color.
Seen a lot of good fashion from our poker players in this tournament. From the men and from the ladies. Then we
It's
got
funny 'cause
Gary
like-
as white t-shirt guy.
Yeah, it's either like all the designer stuff or like you have scary, just like pulling a Stefano, just a white t-shirt.
But it might be a very special white t-shirt. You never know.
No,
You don't know. You're not gonna tell me you see the difference
With
between the
the-
fancy white t-shirts, or
yeah, they are white t-shirts are like very expensive.
yeah, absolutely. 9-6 has ace 4, by the way, was folded. For a split second there, I thought I saw aces, and I got excited over here in the 20k, but no aces, just ace 4. So the action folded all the way to the small blind, and Birisdo Isvan looks down at ace 8 of diamonds, and he's going to attack the tiny stack of Dominic Nietzsche. Bit of a frustrating tournament, I think, so far for Dominic, especially because when you don't have a lot of chips to work with, even if you find that one really sick hand, it's like, it doesn't do that much for you. You're back at starting stack. Now, it is obviously better than dusting off 20k and having to rebuy, but
Yeah, makes sense.
See a 5,000 bet here. Top pair.
Yeah.
Istvan with just a backdoor, I guess, flush draw and straight draw. One of a card as well.
he's actually going to make the call.
Yeah, I guess it's such a small bet. You're meant to continue with a lot of hands, even any bottom pair.
Turn is a 4 of clubs, doesn't really change a whole lot. It's obviously annoying for Biristo Isvan that he basically only has one live card. The 8 does not matter. It was a great thing pre-flop, it's a very frustrating thing post-flop. There's only one way he's going to take the lead here, and that is with an ace and an ace only. Continuing, obviously, because he had the diamonds, made sense. I don't think we're continuing on this turn. The 4 of clubs have killed most of our hopes and dreams, and before those chips even make it into the circle, Eastbourne says, I'm out of here.
Peace. You can have it. Dominic could use some chips for sure. Down to 23 now.
Yeah.
23 big blind, our shortest stack at the table.
Because we should be working with 14 or 15 players at the moment in this field. Today we'll be playing at least for 2.5 additional hours, and I think that will kind of be it. And then we'll obviously continue the journey tomorrow.
Fucking mystery.
You mean 2.5 from now?
Yeah, I think like let's say another 20 minutes till a break, 20-30 minutes. Then we'll probably have a little break, and then I expect them to do 2 more levels, and I think the levels are 50-minute levels. So
Unless we reach 9 before that.
yeah,
Which is unlikely considering the chip stacks.
but even if we reach 9, people could still sign up, right? And then we're back to
Yeah,
10.
true.
I don't think we'll just casually drop to 9. Players are a bit too deep for that. And a lot of these
So
guys
what
are
will be next level?
from 2.5.
7.5?
Could be 3-6.
Because there was some 5k round.
I think 3k, 6k. It's fine now.
I'm not sure the mystery. Was there a mystery as well?
Yeah.
Possibly. It was like
Yeah,
the
that's
same. It was a game
Seems pretty reasonable. And after that, we can go to 4-8,
Maybe it was like
5-10.
2 days actually. Yeah, I played that.
6-12. Taylor, one of the biggest stacks in this tournament. Very curious to see how Steven Song has been performing in this second set of broadcasted poker. Well, we already know he's had an amazing week and he had a great start to this event. Love to know if he's crushing it on that outer table. If he's being a bully. So far, Jungle, very chill, right?
Yeah.
Not been able to really make a lot of magic happen yet.
He was talking a lot earlier initially.
Yeah.
But the table was a bit fuller as well. Just chilling.
James Mendoza is gonna let go. Gary will let go as well. As we take a look at the chip count of this future table. Taylor, the biggest stack by far, but James Mendoza obviously doing quite good after finding that 8. Let's not forget that he won a monster pot with pocket 8s against pocket aces of Martin Nielsen. What did you eat today, Todd?
I had fried chicken for lunch.
From the place upstairs? Or?
No.
New one.
Yeah, one that was like on the outside. It was good, but it was a lot. Like I ordered it, and then the guy gave me the box, and he was so heavy. I was like, oh my god.
Okay, so there was
So yeah, I couldn't finish.
around during this.
So I offered you some, and then I had the salmon. Disney.
Oh, in the restaurant here.
Yeah,
Yeah, you've
but
been.
I didn't sleep very well, like last night, and I feel like yesterday. I had like yesterday was the day I had the most energy, and then I had like pasta for lunch, and I think I was like healthy in general. So I think I'm gonna try to do that like for the next few days.
Okay, so
I'm just gonna have the exact same pasta and then see
If it works
I
out.
feel a little bit better throughout the day. Because today I'm a little bit more tired than I was. Like yesterday, I had so much energy for some reason, and then I was like, "Oh, shortest day." It's like really unlucky timing, you know.
But it was a very exciting day as well. Maybe because it was such a fun final table.
Yeah,
And
but I
it's,
couldn't sleep until 5 a.m. And we finished early, so like.
I know. You got ace queen here for Taylor on the big blind. Ace queen offsuit. So Patrick has opened things up with ace deuce of hearts. As he's working with 308k starting the hand. Well, 318. Taylor's just gonna call here from the big blind. So absolutely underrepresenting his hand. And if this flop comes ace high, could also be a bit tricky.
Top against bottom here. Taylor black. It feels like sometimes you just have someone that's got a lot of chips and they just kind of just can't miss.
Yeah, that was
Obviously helps.
Marius the day before the final table. And then the next day, I wouldn't say it was the worst final table ever. He won a couple pots and he made it into the top 3. So it was a good, it was absolutely a good run. But Marius was probably wishing that he saved a little bit of the day 2 run good for that final table as well. Queen 10, 8, a deuce with 2 clubs and 2 spades as another spade rolls off on the river. Feel like
Ace queen's still good.
ace queen was good, is good, continued to be good. Was never really in any trouble. Don't think Patrick is really calling very often here with a bottom pair on a board like that. Against the big blind.
Doesn't mean to show down once.
So another successful defense for Taylor. More chips heading his way. Jungle takes a little look at the right. He's like that. You mind sharing? Leave some for the rest of us.
He's just kind of talking to himself.
$20,000 buy-in tournament, $500,000 guaranteed over here at the Lord Poker Tournament Series. This is day 7. We've done 7 days of non-stop poker. Kicked things off with a free roll. We had the circuit main. After that we had the 15k high roller main. And now we have started to watch this 20k. That started, give or take, 4 hours ago. We have a little over 25 entries as far as I remember. Hopefully we'll get the exact stats later on. We have a few more days, as we also have a 25k that we'll be covering. I think it's kind of funny how they have like a 15k. Okay, that's the main, right? That's fine. But then you have a 20k, and it's like, that doesn't really change a whole lot, right? Compared to the 15. And then they have a 25 as well. And then, of course, the big one is the 50k short deck. I have no idea how many people we're going to have for that one. You have to be very confident in your short deck skills. 50k is a little too much to casually fire away.
Yeah, well, not for everyone. Depends.
True, but
I don't check Twitter very often, but I gotta say, Jungleman has a very interesting Twitter, and I was surprised at how active it is. He is. Like, he's tweeting multiple times throughout the day, and it can be about anything. One of his tweets from yesterday says, "Bike around the coast of Montenegro and Jeju sounds fun." And then the other tweets will be about like poker stuff, you know, like debt settling and things like this. So it's kind of all over the place. And I like tweeting, apparently. The 100 people versus gorilla thing. Considering it probably didn't take a village of humans, take down saber-toothed tigers and all sorts of things with proper planning, probably humans will win that one in most contexts. It's like he thinks about stuff throughout the day. He's like, you know what? Let me put this up. Just opens it and like, just shares everything.
I know what Twitter is for. Plus some nonsense. Ace-6 against Ace-Jack here. The Ace-6 is suited for Dominic Nietzsche. As Dan Cates, the jungle, the man whose Twitter game Todd was just analyzing, has raised it up to 20k with the Ace-Jack offsuit. Dominic makes the call, and that means there is 50k in the middle. Well, Dominic only has 91k behind. Dominic does have position on Daniel. Flop is 10-7-7. I have the feeling that Jungleman feels that his Ace-Jack is going to be good here very, very often. I think even if Dominic Nietzsche goes all in here, I have the feeling that Jungleman might make that call.
Yeah, that would be
I can see it.
that would be an interesting spot. It's so tricky though to jam Ace-6.
It is.
He ends up calling. He knows that a lot of hands are going to continue here that he might have beat with Ace-High.
That is a total break on the turn as the deuce of clubs rolls off. Does put 2 clubs on the board. Dan has 323,000 left. Dominic has 76,000 left with 80k in the middle. Could just, honestly, could just open rip it here. I really wonder what Dominic is going to do. I believe that was a chip flying into the middle, bet 25k. Dominic's gonna fold. Jungleman is happy. He's smiling
Yeah.
as he chips up to 403,000.
I wonder if Dominic's playing as he usually would, or is he gambling a little extra because if he busts, he can still rebuy?
I think that's definitely the play here. He's reaching the danger zone. He's been in the danger zone for a little while, or at least the unhappy zone.
And every time he's about to get out of it, then another hand happens. And he goes right back down.
Wins a couple chips, loses a few more, wins a couple back. Just can't really get it going. Probably not the favorite 100 minutes of poker out of Dominic Nietzsche. His long,
Keep me down forever.
his long and beautiful career. We can always turn it around. Probably not with the Jack 5 offsuit under the gun. 10-5, 7 deuce. Aces for the man who's the overwhelming chip leader. Pocket aces for Taylor from the cutoff. Jungleman looks down at Jack deuce of diamonds. Patrick looks down at 9-6 offsuit in the small blind. This is where I really hope that. Oh my god! I was about to say that the big blind does not wake up with one hell of a hand. That is one hell of a hand. The first time that we get to see it here on the future table. The classic, the setup. It's aces versus kings.
And that's 32.5 big blinds. So it's just going to fly in here. 3 bets. Then either 4 bet or a jam. Probably, I'm guessing just all in here. Unless he wants to trap and then he can just call, but
I think that's an all in.
shipped.
Yeah. I believe that's an all in. Unless he asked how much he was playing. Maybe he's trying to get an idea for the chip count of Biristo Isvan at the moment.
He's just calling?
Yep, and that is just a call for now. Can the board run out in a way where either kings get the best of aces, or perhaps that it's just a very scary board and maybe Biristo can get away from these cowboys? But that is obviously the last thing that he's thinking of right now, and on a board like this, he ain't going anywhere. Sometimes you're just destined to go broke.
Both players think they're absolutely winning right now. But it is Taylor Black with the aces in the leads. 2 outs for Istvan to try and hit one of those kings.
So brutal.
At least he has 2 outs. 'Cause the overlay would tell us if somebody had folded a king.
Yep, that is correct. Both kings are alive. 22,000. Don't think that Taylor is very worried about this, even though that is a board that connects a little bit better with the big blind. But it was obviously a 3-bet pot. So then the ranges of the big blind do change a little bit. Yeah, it's
Setting up the jam on the turn here with this sizing. At 10.
beautiful rainbow board as well. I mean, come on.
Change nothing.
There is no one in the world that's not going broke here with kings. Like, you have to. With 121,000 in the middle, playing 110,000. Istvan is just taking his time, I think, before he will announce all in. And he's going to get snap called by the aces of Taylor.
Taylor just can't miss right now. It's crazy. I mean, I shouldn't say that before the river. Maybe, you never know.
That's true.
Roll on there.
Is it
He
a bit?
didn't bet it all. That's 40k.
This is the same structure as the
I think Taylor could make his life easy here and just send it. 70k left. 14 big blinds. The middle is massive. I think at this point we can announce the all-in. And then I think Kings will call.
there was no structure sheet on their side.
Maybe if East one does get jammed here. Jammed up on here. But he thinks, you know what? This could be aces. It is the first time in 7 days of future table poker that we see this a gross setup of the aces versus the kings. It is a race to 80. It's an all-in. It's a call. And it is disgusting for Birizdo. No other way to put it.
6% equity.
Whatever. I end up in.
He's gonna have to get lucky here to survive, or the chip leader is going to extend his lead further. The 9 of hearts is not gonna do it, and Taylor Black just cannot be stopped currently.
1 million chips, 5 times the starting amount with these guys. All started with a couple hours ago. Very, very gross way for Istvan Birizdo to go out. Kings versus aces, and on that kind of a board as well, you know. If it's like an all club, all spade board and cards are connected, sometimes you can get away, but this felt like an incredibly dry board. The Sahara Desert was jealous of how dry that board was. And that is unfortunate for kings, especially if it's kings against aces. Just gross. Nothing you can do.
So we lose another player just like that. And Taylor Black is having a hell of a run here.
Running like Steve.
Building
Like
mountains.
Steve.
Killing it over there.
Running like Steve.
Is he over there? Oh, you are, you say.
Yeah.
We're going to play for 9 more minutes, and then we will hop into what I assume is going to be the last break of the day. An 11-minute break. There's also a chance that we'll make it a real late night.
You got lots of
We'll
aces
figure it
and
out
kings.
soon. But in 9 minutes, we will head to a little break.
They're saying running like Steve. I think it was Dominic that said that. I think they might be talking about Stephen Chidwick, maybe?
On
Yeah,
one
could
of
be.
his 5
Implying
boards.
that
Yeah.
Full of 5
he
with
can
the
run
mirror.
goods.
Well, he can. The amount of tournaments that man has won.
What they say, right?
You don't do
Well, he's
that.
pretty good too.
He is amazing. He's one of the best. But you still need to run good. No matter how good you are, you're going to need some run good on your side. Ace 10 has decided to call the opening here of Gary. Queen Jack of Spades. The flop is 3-4-5, a rainbow. There is 1 heart on the board, no spades. Ace 10 was ahead and is now a whole lot further ahead. Seems like a lot of the queens in a single. All the queens got folded already. It's pretty gross.
I like that we can see that.
Yeah. So we've got 3 jacks left. That's about it. We can't even talk about hitting a queen on the turn or river, because apparently they ain't in there anymore.
Yeah, no spade either. Showed up on the flops and no backdoor flush draw. And Patrick Demuth is going to fold with what was 80+% equity here.
Yeah.
Of course, he doesn't know what he was up against, but yeah, nice pickup.
Well, that's powerful by the man who opened up the queen jack. Maybe Patrick read him as some sort of a middling pocket pair.
Yeah.
There would obviously be an overpair to that board, like 7s, 8s, 9s. Something even better than that, perhaps a stronger ace. Little surprising to not see him peel 1 off there with the ace 10 of hearts. Because we did have a heart on the flop. And obviously you flop the wheel draw, even though you're not certain if the wheel draw is going to be good. Queen 6 for Gary under the gun. We can let this one go. We have 7 minutes until our next break. Jungle Man did win 1 pot over 400,000 chips. He's going to open things up with Jack 7 of spades.
I think last hand was because the bet was too big. It was 2/3, 20k into 30k.
Mm-hmm.
So against small bets, then yeah, you're more incentivized to call. But here, yeah, you're right.
He knows that range.
I think you just
More-
need to
he
put
knows
it.
that
That's a
range.
great play, really.
Yeah.
increasing pressure for you.
Dominic is gonna go for it with the 5s, and actually he's probably gonna get a fold because you don't really love calling off with Jack 7 of spades. Seems like
And
that.
those are cracked up,
Yeah.
and he sees a folds. That's so funny. That's how they know he's
He
like
has a guy on
opening
jungle
not so good
nerves.
hands for sure that he
He
folds
has a
for this
guy on
price.
jungle nerves.
Mhm.
Yeah, talking about jungle man.
Jungle let go of a cheeky smile as well. Knowing that was not the top of his range. The Jack 7 of spades. Taylor is chilling. Is he over $1 million now?
That's what he had.
It must be right after that aces against kings. The fact that it has to happen to the chip leader as well is always so extreme. Aces over kings is something you'll see often online, especially if you're playing 20 tables at once. But
I'd be sick for his fan too, because like
Yeah.
the whole way he's like, I got this
It's
guy
really
crushed.
weird.
Yeah.
Like, I have
No.
a box here.
for 3 streets, you're trying to figure out how to get max value out of him, and little did you know he was getting value out of you all along. You
I've activated my trap card.
Yes.
He took himself to Value Town. Taylor opens things up with Queen Jack. Nobody else really has anything.
Yes, and it was
And
confirmed.
he
your
takes a
fault.
little look at the screen. 205 big blinds, over 1 million chips. Big shout out to James Mendoza as well, the runner-up of the 15k main event, as he is comfortably sitting in second on this table. And this is a tough table with Dominic Nietzsche, with Patrick, with Jungleman. Well done by James Mendoza. Even if he's not getting Omega involved, just very solid.
That's
Okay,
okay.
speaking of spots, not much you can do if you keep getting rags.
Jungle, let's go of the Jack Deuce. 9-4 for Patrick. He's gonna let it go. Dominic has another open shove hand here if he wants to. Instead goes for the limp with the 7s. Despite the fact that he's starting this hand with like 14, 15 big blinds.
Yeah. He's been limping a lot, so it feels like some semi-strong hands. He's gonna wanna include in that limping range and kind of let people maybe come back over the top like it happened earlier.
I guess it was 17 big blinds as he paid 1, so he's now down to 16. Still kind of short. But yeah, maybe indeed hoping to rejam the 7s. Obviously, if he would get busted here, he can always rebuy. It will still be open for at least 2 more hours, perhaps tomorrow morning as well. We don't really know. What we do know is that this is not a good flop for pocket 7s. And
Yeah, that's the
Taylor,
risk when you limp.
and Taylor just can't miss. Another top pair, Jack kicker. Couple backdoor straight draws. Ace of hearts rolls off on the turn. Could Dominic make a play with that ace?
And looks like he will.
Can I see what you have behind this?
Taylor probably won.
14K.
Wondering how much he's playing behind. Does make the call rather quickly with 14k. He is playing with over $1 million, so he can afford it even if he's wrong here. The river is a offsuit deuce. That doesn't really change anything. Is Dominic gonna ship it with the 7s? I think at this point he knows 7s are no good on this board with the ace, 10, queen. We want to take this down, we need to ship it. And even then, I'm not sure if he's gonna get it through. 62k behind, 55 in the middle.
Definitely considering it right now. Against a very competent player. It's always scary.
Time bank chip.
What do you think? Is he gonna take the spot?
It's a good question. I think he will ship it.
Bro, you waited until you grabbed the chips. Are you joking me?
They grab the chips all the time, and then they don't do it. Yeah, just thinking about how the hand played out. I was just going over the streets a little bit
Yeah.
with the ace. He, obviously, because he represented the ace on the turn.
I actually thought he was gonna give up. And now Taylor Black, I mean, he calls on the turn knowing that this was a possibility here on the river,
Yeah.
but he's still got a difficult decision to make.
It
He's
is.
grabbing chips, trying to see how much he would have left over. He's like, yeah, it'd still be a billionaire.
It would be 12 big blinds. Can Taylor find this call with Queen Jack? It was a limp pre-flop by Dominic Nietzsche. It was check on the flop. Bet on the turn.
Time?
What did we bet the flop? We bet very tiny, right?
Yeah, he bet one big blind.
Yeah, very tiny. Is that a time bank chip that they just tossed into the
Do you
middle?
think he calls or folds?
Looking at this man,
I think he calls.
I think he calls too. Show me the goods, Mr. Dominic Nietzsche. So obviously, like, it could be silly, right? You have 12 big blinds, queen jack, just going over the hand. It tosses in another time bank chip. But I think he's gonna talk himself into a call,
This is an unforgivable fold.
and he'll be very proud of himself
Sure that I'm beat.
making this call with second pair.
He's getting a pretty good price.
Absolutely, just needs to be right. Oh, let's go with it, no? I think he folded. Dominic
Wow.
gets it through with the sevens. And that is going to do it for these 100 minutes of poker. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back in 12 minutes, though, where we'll continue this 20K high roller, $500,000 tournament guaranteed live from Jeju, South Korea. We'll see you guys in 12 minutes.
I don't mind what you have. I have sevens.
Was that a bluff?
AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free.
That's the weirdest one.
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is Deload Poker Tournament series here, and you're watching the 20K 8-handed day one. Gentlemen joining the feature table. We're towards the end of the day here. Gonna play down to a final table, and we estimate there's around probably like 14 players left-ish, 13 maybe.
I believe it's 12, Johan. I took a look at the board.
Yeah, but they're we're in the past, right?
Mm-hmm. But that's when it was when
They're in the future.
That is correct. But it was 12 right when we entered our break. So yeah, maybe you're right. At this point it is 13, 14. 25 entrants. So it exactly covers the guarantee. There's obviously still a chance that somebody's going to rebuy in the upcoming 2 hours. Maybe tomorrow morning as well if they allow it. Maybe they'll sneak in another level. But currently it is 25 entries in this 20K.
Pretty sick hand just before the break by Dominic here. Going for the big bluff and getting the better hand to fold. Obviously kind of a difficult run out for Queen Jack to stick around. But maybe even harder play with the lower pocket pair.
Saw that ace come on the turn and he said that ace is all me. I'm gonna bet it and I'm gonna represent it on the river.
And I think Taylor Black said that he was excited to see that one on the stream. So.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he needs to be too upset. He still has 982,000, an insane amount for this phase of the tournament, with the amount of players that we've got left as well.
Big blind at 6K now.
So it was indeed that jump to 3K, 6K, with the 6K ante, of course, as well.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think back on the 7.5, like that would be a pretty steep increasing the blinds for sure. We're not playing a super turbo over there.
Hey, Deuce is gonna lead here, as we're gonna bet our bottom pair. Seems like Demus decided to stick around with the Jack 7. Obviously, he has the gut shot straight draw. And perhaps also feels that any Jack and any 7 is good. The Jack most likely good. The 7 would be a bit more tricky on that board. King of Diamonds rolls off on the turn. It is a high card.
Do you have a favorite card, like one single card?
Favorite single card?
No? Any 4?
No, that's a good question.
Many people like the Ace of Spade, right?
Yes, the Ace of Spades and the Ace of Hearts are probably the 2 most common answers you'll get. Maybe in that way I'm weird, and that I like the Ace of Clubs. But obviously I like any ace, don't get me wrong. But I like the Ace of Clubs. If I have to choose one, I think I'll go for Ace of Clubs.
Well, you've just
Absolutely.
had some good results with it?
No, not necessarily, I don't know. I just think clubs look cool. It doesn't really matter, right? When it comes to like combination of 2 outside of aces and kings and queens, I just love Jack 10. And then in particular, I love Jack 10 of hearts.
Interesting. A lot of people have like favorite hands.
What was the other hat you were
I can't say that I do, but maybe I like subconsciously do. Maybe there's a couple hands like
You need to represent
for some reason I favor. I feel like Ace Queen of Diamond maybe. Like,
Shitting too many
enough.
people.
Maybe you should ambassador.
It is pretty. It is very pretty to look at. I also love getting the 2 black aces. That feels so cool. I definitely prefer the 2 black aces over the 2 red aces.
What?
Isn't
Yeah.
that pretty bad, actually?
I mean, I'll take both, don't get me wrong, but I just love my 2 black
Which
aces.
side is worse? That's what I want to know.
What do you think is the ugliest combination of aces?
The questionable one, isn't it?
They're all beautiful.
I think it's looking
Got 8-7 of clubs. That is a very fun hand to play in the small blind, as Patrick Demush just calls.
I can't remember.
Option is on Dominic, who is going to ship it. The ace-9 offsuit. Probably feels that the 2 hands that were involved so far are not that strong. Picks up a few more big blinds. Refuses to die. You guys ain't sending me to the rail that quickly and make me fire another bullet.
The limping strategy, man.
I'm not sure.
Been clawing his way back to a starting stack. Everyone started with 200k chips, if I recall correctly. That's at least what Selena said.
Do you want to buy it, Alcorn? I can show you a great one.
He thinks Gary looks a lot like Michael Adamo,
This man knows many coins.
especially from the side angle. Like from the front, maybe not so
Yeah,
much, but
I
from
can
the
see
side.
some similarities.
Yeah,
It's an AI coin.
after he pointed it out.
He looks a bit like my brother,
Zero
actually.
in like less than 10 hours.
I was drunk.
Anthony?
That doesn't count.
Yeah.
I was in a bar drunk.
You ever see a photo?
Yes, actually. By coincidence, after you mentioned him, it's so funny, right, how that works, because you have almost never spoken to me about your brother. Then the day that you mention your brother to me, I see on Instagram a suggestion. It's like Anthony Merlo.
Wait, was it a coincidence?
Yeah, because like, why would I know him?
Yeah, but our phones listen to us.
Yeah, that's
You see? They know everything, man. You ever see the video about this?
It's probably up a lot. It's probably a big
that
company.
when it comes to like advertisements and
Yeah.
stuff. No.
It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
This guy, he has like his mic open, and he's like,
Just Bitcoin, yeah.
I'm looking for a toy. I'm looking for a dog toy. I'm looking for a toy for my dog.
Yeah.
And then he opens a couple of websites, and it's all
Brr.
ads for toys for pets.
Yeah.
It's so sick.
But they said they don't do that, right? But
Yeah. And also sometimes some of these videos, like I don't know, but I believe it, man.
now I've had it as well, where I feel like I have legitimately never in my life, let's say, Googled a specific whiskey, and then I talk about it on stream, and then I close my stream, and literally the day after I get advertisement for that whiskey. And I'm like,
Proper 12. Right?
yeah, in the beginning, but also like the Japanese whiskeys, right? If I talk about that,
Yeah.
so it's legit crazy.
But it's the same with like when you open a website and you click like accept all cookies, it's like it'll know everything.
I also don't care anymore.
Little pot heading towards our man Taylor, who's back up to 1 million. Can now easily get over that little Queen Jack fold. Would have given him some extra ammunition to work with, but he is obviously the chip leader of this table, potentially the chip leader of the entire event, unless Steven Song is just absolutely running a clinic on that outer table. As he was the
Should we
biggest.
check?
Yeah, I would love to check, to be honest.
Let's see if it's up to date.
I would love to check. I mean, after that back-to-back final table, then obviously you're already very invested in the storyline of Steven Song. You want to see how he's going to do in this one. And then if I see that within 3 hours he's already tripled his starting stack, I'm like, all right.
850, so second in chips.
That's really good. Wait, Steven is just having the sickest week.
Yeah.
That man is never leaving Jeju. He's going to buy a condo around the corner. He's like, this is it. This is my new home.
He's crushing.
Maybe he already has one.
Poker News wrote an article about him?
No.
Since he won the tournament?
Did not see it, but I can take a little look at it later. Got pocket eights and king eight suited here. Pocket eights in the small blind. I think it's a pretty good 3-betting spot for Mendoza.
It's titled,
Some people get ace.
is there a better poker tournament player than Steven Song right now?
Oh. He's singing his praise, but hey, after this week, that's an article you can absolutely write.
Yeah.
And he's obviously not the only one. There are so many great poker players out there. I think Michael Adamo always deserves a shout out as well. And he's
It's
been
kind of hard
crushing it.
sometimes to determine, like, you know, right,
The
there's
absolute
another one.
best, yeah.
Yeah, like the GOAT discussion on certain sports.
Even in poker, I think that's very difficult to discuss, right?
Yeah.
Different eras, different crushes, and so many different formats, and all the formats require different skills. I think Arthur Martirosian also deserves a mention these days. He's been crushing for a long time. A bit of a fan of Arthur.
That's not really under the gun though.
Who isn't?
The guys that keep on getting stacked by him.
Good point. Ace-Jack suited, very pretty hand here. Clubs,
Yeah.
that's your card right there.
One of the prettier hands that Jungle Man has received so far on this future table. The big blind is going to come along for the ride with 8-6 offsuit. The royal flush draw for Daniel Cates.
He's playing 60 big blinds here. This could get dangerous very quickly.
Somehow Taylor finds a card on the turn, the 8 of diamonds, and it actually means that Taylor is going to take the lead for now. And the run out is
my God.
clean too. I cannot believe that on that flop, 8-6 managed to come out on top.
It's a too many out scenario.
Yeah. Any 10, any ace, any jack, any queen, any club.
He's actually going to value bet. This is what? I mean, he checked all the way. Bet's somewhat big. He's really trying to sell as he's either got some sort of absolute nothing ball or a pair. And Jungle gets curious. Wait,
He's-
no, did he raise?
He raised
Oh,
it
wow.
to 75k.
And he said something and everybody started laughing.
Will Taylor be able to make the read here that Jungle is full of it? Does he believe in his pair of eights? He has not folded yet. Did obviously make one incorrect fold before the break.
This is sick because they're talking during the whole time that he's thinking about calling. Unfortunately, Jungle doesn't have a mic, so I can't hear what he says.
Taylor is deep in the tank for this a 9 big blind bet. A pair of eights on King, King, 10 with 2 clubs. A lot of draws obviously did miss. He grabs the cards once more, and that gives me the idea that he is leaning towards a fold, but not yet. Tosses in another time bank chip. Well, grabbing some chips. Can Taylor find the call here with a pair of eights? on
Feels
king?
like he's very close, but
Yeah.
he cannot make up his mind.
Yeah.
Been going back and forth.
I don't really want to give too many chips, but he makes the call, throws the chips into the middle, and he's going to receive the good news that his pair of eights is good. And Jungle probably just can't believe this run out. On this board, how on earth did we lose to 8-6 offsuit?
And just like that, Jungle Man down to 48 big blinds. What is going on? Taylor Black, just an absolute tear.
Yeah. great call there. And it's funny, right? Because it's such an irrelevant pot with only 33,000 chips in the middle. And then by making that play, raising it up to 75k on the river, Taylor successfully sniffing it out. That just didn't really make a whole lot of sense. And a lot of draws did bust on that river.
I guess they're really like slow played hands, but at this level, like not many of those exist. Just because they're always trying to get max value, so it doesn't really come in the way of like checking down and hoping that somehow there is like this random occurrence.
The machine has other problems in that hand. The machine has other problems in that hand.
Ace Jack offsuit under the gun for Patrick the Mush.
Doesn't mean I don't like the line.
Patrick is gonna grab some chips, starting the hand with 226,000. And Dominic still nursing that short stack. Not that short anymore at this point, to be fair. A little over 20. And Daniel is gonna let go of the 4-3 offsuit. Feel like Jungle Man also is a man who's now incredibly eager to get one back immediately on Taylor. Either make a good call on him or run another bluff, and this one successful.
Some of his mannerisms at the table kind of make it feel like he's
like 6,000 or
emotional at times, and like the way he'll speak, but supposedly he's still always solid. I don't think he lets really anything affect his play.
The results speak for themselves, right?
Yeah. You know what's crazy? He won back-to-back the 50K, the player championship, which amongst the pros,
It's like one of the most prestigious
it is
events.
the most prestigious. And it's like, I mean, all the best, 50K, all the best players are in there. You need to know every variant, like there's all the games. And somehow back-to-back, he even announced it. I mean, obviously a lot of people say they are going to do things that
Yeah.
they don't always do, but he said he was going to win it back-to-back, and then he did. That's actually unreal.
That's goat stuff right there from Daniel. That is absolute goat stuff. Flop comes 8-6 deuce with 2 clubs. And we got 10-9 flopping the gutter. Jack 9 flopping 2 overs to the board. And Queen 4 having a backdoor flush draw and a couple of bottom end backdoor straight draws. Everybody's draws completely missed, bust, blow up. Got nothing. Our graphics overlay is blowing up as well. As Gary is the one to fire first, and a single bet here may just take it down.
Jungle says, I learned my lesson. So I'm going to love this one.
Me? Yeah. It's called
That's funny.
This is a good time to talk about your signature play. It's your time to shine.
James Mendoza in seat 1, the runner-up of the 15K high roller that wrapped up yesterday. Phenomenal 3-day event with a legendary final table run by him.
Give me a rough number.
Once more finds himself with the pocket 8s.
That's right.
Not the first time it is a future table.
What was the nickname of Pocket Ace? Is the Snowman?
Yeah, Snowman. Younger man looks down at ace-10 offsuit on the button. He's just gonna make the call. Patrick the Mush looks down at pocket 5s in the small blind. Those he love to just call here. See a flop.
It feels like he's, I mean, 5s is probably too light to come back over the top. Although he is pretty shallow with his stack.
Dominic had to put in an extra 9k to play for a pot of 66k, but does not want to do it with 4 deuce. And it seems to be a good decision. The 8s of Mendoza are still best on Jack 7-3 Rainbow.
What is this flop? Dodge Bear? Nobody has anything?
You won't even get close, right?
Mendoza fires out. No takers. Nice pickup. We had him active for a little bit, just really not getting anything, and now finally multi-way with the 8s.
I like the branding of the Lord with the little crown. Like the tables as well that we walk past here in the casino. That looks cool. Just looks fun to participate.
One day, Kevin.
Yeah. Why not?
We'll see you in this field.
I'm gonna keep it. Well, maybe not this particular field, but one of the smaller side events. Why not? It was.
Roll.
It was definitely like bubbling and bruising here earlier this week. Lots of people. Now it's a little more chill today. It's obviously a Monday evening over here in Korea. It's late. It's 11 p.m. on a Monday. Casino feels a little quiet. Friday and Saturday, the place was very lively. I even feel like Thursday we had some late night tables running, right? Still busy.
Subtle fold.
A7 offsuit here for Mendoza. This Jungle Man has raised it up to 12k. Queen Jack from the cutoff.
Yeah, Patrick Demush actually good hand to 3-bets with, but he's just too shallow, I think, to try and take the spot, I guess. So he opted for just a call, and both players
Action
maybe flop
flopped.
something.
Action flop indeed. Top pair Queen Kicker for Jungle Man. As Patrick flops the wheel draw and has backdoor spades. Somehow it goes check, check. There comes the ace. As Patrick improves to top pair. Jungle now second best with his Queen Jack.
He's gonna check it back, very trappy here.
Wow.
Oh my god. And somehow Jungleman catches up, and I can't imagine that nothing will happen here on the river. We see a bet for 25k, so on the bigger side.
You think he just calls, or are we going to come over the top? Kind of feels like we're going to raise here, no?
Yeah, I mean, the way it played,
Yeah.
it's very hard for him to be losing. I think he can just raise fold here a lot.
Patrick is smiling when he sees the race.
But I think he
Check,
maybe
check.
committed, yeah, if there was a jam.
Check, 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 bet, race. When Jungle took this line earlier, he had absolutely nothing with the ace-jack of clubs. He's taking it again. These guys seem to be vibing as well.
I think players have noticed that Jungleman likes to talk as well, so
Yeah.
yeah, trying to get a read, but he's just talking all the time. It's like so hard. They just saw him bluff as well.
Yeah.
A couple hands ago.
Honestly, try to get a little picture of Jungle Man this weekend. Huh? It's kind of cool. Not guys you run into every single week.
Queen Jack.
Patrick makes the call, hoping that the Jungle once more was bluffing, but this time Jungle shows up with the goods. The two pair was best on the flop, second best on the turn, but once more took the lead with two pair on the river there. It's very cool that he's like checking again on that river, you know, check, 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 check again. And at that point, Patrick's like, all right, man, like you love your ace. You start betting it, and then somehow the raise out of nowhere. You just don't expect. Patrick could not get away from his hand.
Jack 10. Yeah, maybe Jack 10.
You know, Taylor enjoyed that one.
Jack 10. Block Queen Jack. And block.
And what got Jungle paid here was his previous aggression.
Yeah.
Again, because we just saw him do this with bluff. He's been pretty aggressive in general. I mean, literally earlier, he just sat down and 3-bet King 7 off.
Mm-hmm.
So they know he's very capable of doing this with bluffs. Makes it so hard to fold, and once you know a player can do that.
What do you think? The term is over. Some late night restaurant snack. Cheeky burger.
Do
at one. Yeah?
No, I just say it like before I came back home. I'm good.
I mean, I had a lot in the afternoon. I went for the fried rice and the dumplings. Goes well together.
You keep ordering 2 dishes, man.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they're kind of like side dishes. They're not supposed to be a main meal. You think it's a main meal, like 6 dumplings? Mate.
Is that what you tell yourself?
Yes. A little bit of fried rice. Like fried rice is supposed to go along with something.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
What?
Put
Are
some
you making rules?
babi pangwang,
You making
Chicken-
random rules about rice?
Chicken curry, fuyung hai, that kind of stuff. That's what you put over your nasi. In the Netherlands, we call it nasi. It's very simple. Thought that's why we're getting 2 meal vouchers as well.
Well, it's because you meant to eat lunch then dinner.
Ah. Gotta be efficient here, mate. Younger man starting the hand with 340k, 10-8 offsuit under the gun. Not feeling it this time. Dominic with the suited jack on the cutoff.
No lamp.
20 big blinds and some change. Should be an open here for James Mendoza. I think his opens in general will get respect because James is not as active, not as aggressive as some of the other guys on this table. Gary looks down at a suited queen, the queen 3 of diamonds.
Is that a 1-round penalty? 2-round penalty?
Probably should. I don't know.
Taylor lets go of his offsuit queen. And that means Mendoza will take it down with a single raise from the button. Chips up a little.
2 stacks under 25 big blinds. Then you got Gary with 40. The next level will accelerate things here once more.
Should be coming soon. Dominic looks down at the jiggities. Pocket jacks from the hijack. Starting the hand with 20 bigs.
And we're not limping anymore, looks like.
Any poker vloggers you enjoy, Todd?
There's so many, but I feel like I don't really have time to watch because I already always am doing something. Whether it's playing games or prioritizing maybe watching some sports these days a little bit. Finally fell into that. Brad Owen probably. It's very high up there.
Mm-hmm. The king of the vlogging scene. He is the man of the jiggities.
There's some new ones that were playing same stakes as me because I play 1-3 usually when I'm in Vegas.
Yeah.
One of them is called Hungry Horse, and then there was another one, I forgot the name, but yeah, I watch these guys a little bit because they play in my games, right? So it's interesting to hear their point of view.
4 ruling, please. That sounds binding to me.
King 10 decided to take a flop, but that is not the flop that King 10 was looking for. Not a dream flop for Dominic Nietzsche either, to be honest, with his jacks. But it is good enough to take a tiny one down. Should now be chipping up to 25 big blinds. 25 big blinds and a dream.
Momentum, just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can just fold 3, you know that, right?
No, I'm not that crazy. If I folded pre-flop, it'll be a
We are going to change the dealers. A little dealer rotation. Seems like we got a whole new set of dealers today. I don't recognize a lot of them.
I think
Do that really?
there's like a night shift coming in at some points.
They're just celebrities on stream.
And I think we've mostly been seeing the dealers from the day shifts.
2 celebrities.
Fair point. Queen 7 for Dominic. Probably gonna let this one go. That's just not quite it. Mendoza not interested in his 10-3. Gary looks down at Queen Deuce. That ain't that much. Even a fold from our chip leader with 6-5 on the button. Honestly, tiny bit surprised by that one. Daniel would love to play his 8-5 suited. As Patrick Demouche looks down at Jack 7 offsuit. And hits us with a check.
You inspired a rule change.
Ooh, fair fight. Top pair with a 7 kicker for Patrick. While
50-50.
Jungle Man makes bottom pair and a flush draw. A lot of outs at this point. Says 12, you would think it's more.
Well played, sir.
If all the cards are live, it's technically 14. They obviously don't really know that the 5 of diamonds and the 10 of clubs have been folded.
Not because I care about people on the rail, but just like I like that they're not.
Good display for all of it here. Yes. Jungle Man bet. Patrick has raised with the Jack 7. Seems like Jungle Man has just made the call for now.
I mean, when
The turn is a bit of an action killer, perhaps. The 10 of spades does not help. Jungle Man.
Quite a bit.
I'm sure that Patrick was a tiny bit scared. The river has already been dealt, and it's a 4 of diamonds. And somehow the Jack 7 stayed good. Too many out syndrome hits once more. Bet 6k on the river.
I didn't want them to play.
So frustrating for Daniel.
And they're like, put them in
Jack 7.
close the seats for them. And I don't know, the game kind of was a really big spread. Almost
Jungle
like,
does not show.
like
Big flop for the 8-5 there. Bottom pair flush draw.
was like raised.
Unfortunately, could not improve.
And like, one of the guys was like, would be on the left, and they'd, no, he'd be like on their right, sorry. They like limp or whatever, then he'd like
Trying to listen to the discussions.
That kind of shit.
These guys are
I think
chatting
that's
so much.
The guy was like trying best to fuck them and fuck himself as well. He didn't really care. They lost
It's like
five or
a
four,
group of
five,
friends having dinner, except they're playing
like, on the
cards
word
for
game, it was like
20k.
They want to like, change some things in the game, and like, then they got told to fuck off. So, they're trying. I think they were for sure, they like cheated some game like the week before or something like that, and so kind of like, I don't even know why they let them play, but
That was the setup night, and they were going to come back the next night.
I think so, yeah. They wanted like a constant shuffle at one stage as well or something. It was like,
I don't even know what that means.
they wanted like shuffle between like,
Ace 3 suited in the cutoff here for Taylor Black. It's gonna open to 13k. Jungle with the Jack 10 offsuit on the button makes the call. Then it's suited in a small blind, gonna get out of the way. And 10 offsuit for Dominic.
Little surprised we don't want to take a flop with the 10-8 of diamonds. I know that we're not closing the action, and you do still
Yeah.
have to worry about Dominic, but
It's small blind also, and then when you call, you just know you're playing like a four-way pot in the worst position possible with a hand that's mostly drawing, right? So
Yeah.
I don't mind getting out of the way.
I'm not too upset over
Unless
it
he
either.
feels it.
Not too upset either, but it's just a pretty hand, flops well, and Dominic is not that big. I think it's unlikely he's gonna come over the top.
What a flop for Taylor Black, by the way. Not flush draw here.
Dominic is best with his 10-9. Only had one live card. Has drilled it.
And Jungle, who's in the worst shape possible against those two players, is the one to fire out.
Does have a gutter ball, right? With the Jack 10, with the Queen we make the nut straight. Especially if it's not the Queen of clubs. We're gonna be sitting on the nuts for a little bit. I guess in that way, we have all connected a little. Taylor will gladly just call and play a turn with the ace-3 of clubs. Or did he raise? Nope, he has announced the raise to 35k.
Like a min raise almost.
Yeah. Almost feels like maybe he's hoping that like now Jungle calls and then maybe Dominic goes all in and then he can go all in over the top and then they obviously fight over all the dead money of Jungle. Jungle is forced to let go of the Jack 10, but Dominic also lets go of his middling pair. And then the man who flopped the ace high flush draw takes it down without having to see a turn or a river.
Up to 1.2 milli. Doing fantastic.
Almost has more chips than every other player on this table. That's pretty sick. Could double everyone.
Capitalism at its finest.
I like the ceiling in this room. All these things hanging.
Yeah.
I'm getting some inspiration for my own home. That's a little simple.
Ask them if you can take some of these.
That would be sick. Honestly, it would be amazing to decorate your room like this. We are basically sitting in a back room over here at the Landing Casino.
You know, at the Aria in Vegas, they have like they have big cards, right?
Big
You know, like
cards.
the decoration is like those big gold cards all around the room. You've
Yeah.
never seen it?
Not no, I don't go to the Aria
Oh,
often.
okay.
I mean, I've walked through it for sure, but I
Yeah.
haven't
So they got those big cards, like almost like a A4 format,
yeah.
and they're like made out of metal, so like pretty heavy, but it's like gold color.
Mm-hmm.
One day, one of those fell, like it just detached from the rest, and this one guy took it
Mm-hmm.
and left with it. That's so sick. He's got the casino decoration back at home now.
Jungle Man with Ace King has 3-bet, and King 10 comes along for the ride, and Taylor can't miss tonight. Even with King 10 against Ace King, he flops best in a pot that's already large, Jon. 123,000 chips in the middle. It does go check, check. The turn is a 4 of diamonds. Completes any diamond rolls if there were any.
Yeah, not the best flop for Ace King of suits. I see a check back pretty quickly. 9 of spades on the turn. Taylor Black just cannot miss. He's gonna check again.
Pot is big enough, right? It doesn't matter. Doesn't need to make it any bigger. Doesn't need to make it complicated. Jungle a little frustrated with this one, which I can understand. If we can't even beat King 10 anymore with Ace King, how do we beat this man? Getting some Marius Gears day 2. Main
There's a new
event
Reaper in
vibes.
town.
He's not quite eliminating people yet, but an insane chip lead here for Taylor. They should all like peek over and they should call over Steven's song. Bring on Steven. And it seems like Gary is gonna get removed from this table. They're gonna move him to one of the outer tables, and I guess he will be replaced, or it's just to balance things out, and we're gonna be 600 for a while. This could be the moment where there are only 12 or perhaps even 11 players left in this tournament that had 25 entrants. Perhaps at this point a little bit more. $20,000 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed. The Jiggeries for Jungle Man. He's been very active. Ace King couldn't do it. Can the Jacks do it?
35 big blinds. He's gonna open it up. 25k. That's one of 4 big blinds.
It is a big opening by Jungle. Targeting perhaps this rich man on the big blind.
Taylor Black was actually gonna call, and then he slowed down for a second. And
He's playing with King 8 suited here. When he's sitting at 1.2 million chips, we ain't folding a suited king on our big blind. Especially not if it's gonna turn into a heads-up
Oh
battle.
my
And the
God.
flop comes Ace King 3 with 2 hearts. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Taylor cannot miss.
oh, it might not have been 25k, by the way.
No, you think there was an error?
Yeah, we got a notification about this. That
Yeah.
maybe it was an error.
No, you're right. Because now only now the pot is 45. So
Yeah, yeah.
couldn't be.
It's already 12 or 12 to 14,
Mhm.
maybe 15.
Ace of diamonds on the turn, a 7 of diamonds on the river. King 8 did not improve, but it is still best.
And Jungle's gonna feel sick.
Yeah, Jungo's he's going to be full of expressions on this river. I am certain of that. We have a very tiny bet. Jungo already, you can already, you know it. You know it. $25k. Jungle Man now down to less than starting stack. If he makes this call, he's in even more trouble. Probably not too concerned about the ace, but the king. There's a couple draws that got there as well. 3 diamonds on the river. Jungle tosses in the chip, and he is very frustrated as he hits the table. Taylor is starting to laugh about it. Obviously, Jungle's still smiling as well. He's in good spirits, but this is one of these like, are you kidding me moments.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what do I need to do to get this guy out of a hand?
So yeah, with 5 players being here, that means we're either down to 11 or 10. So approaching the final table bubble.
They can still register at this point, and you
It
wouldn't.
kind of feels like if they haven't, right? Or it would be like whoever busts now,
Yeah.
right?
That's true.
Actually, I really wonder if Dominic, for example, if he was to bust now, if he would re-enter 200k. So it would be 33 big blinds, not bad.
No, that's playable.
I've DJ'd it up online with far less than that.
Mm-hmm.
10 big blind rebuy into straight punts.
Pocket 10's gonna open things up, and this could actually be potentially the last hand for Dominic if he decides to get a little adventurous here. the sixes, and he is going to get adventurous. He is going to go all in. James Mendoza was probably somewhat excited to play his suited ace. He's going to let go of it. Patrick is never folding tens, though.
I don't know why, but I'm feeling the sixes here.
I'm not feeling the tens because they are 78%. The casino's popping off a little bit right now.
Couple jackpots.
Yeah. Baccarat, they're hitting tigers. 6, there you go, Todd.
Yeah.
8, 6, 5 with 2 hearts. Sixes make a set. Now 1 out for the tens as the 10 of hearts is no longer good. Dominic all the way back to 241k. And Patrick probably a little disgusted.
Absolutely crippled here. 51k. So 8 big blinds and a half.
You can feel those suckouts coming from a mile away.
Maybe I should play roulette.
As a man who has played a couple hours of roulette in his life, I don't think you should. It's the devil's game.
Are you switching to baccarat or what?
No, Baccarat is not that fun. I like a couple of the poker-related table games, especially Ultimate Texas Hold'em. I think it's quite fun.
But there isn't here.
No, they don't have it.
What is it called? The 3-card thing.
3-card poker.
Simple enough.
They do have stud poker, where you just get like 5 cards and you basically bet your hand against the casino's hand. It's kind of simple. Played it a couple times, but it's a bit slow. But it's still fun. King 3 for Dominic, who is now up to 241k, and that's the never give up spirit. The man was way below starting stack for the longest time, but he was patient, he waited, and obviously got hella lucky there with 6s against 10s. There's no other way to put it. And everyone needs a little bit of luck. You're gonna need a lot of luck if you want to beat Taylor in a pot. Wouldn't be surprised if Taylor is now going to put in the official request to just wrap up the tournament tonight.
Poor Patrick Debush, he lost his hand and then immediately after had to pay the blinds, down to 6.5 now. Is that hats? Is that Carhartt or something? What brand is that?
Where?
His hat.
His hat? I have
Yeah.
no idea. Looks like a little wave, no, from golfing. I've got no idea. What I do know is that that man was the runner-up of the 15k main event here in Jeju at the Lord Poker Tournament. Wrapped it up yesterday. It was an impressive day of poker coming out of Steven Song. Apparently is also crushing. In this tournament at the moment was over 800,000 chips earlier, so he's the only one who is somewhat close in chips when it comes to Taylor. Imagine if Steven wins this one as well. I know the field is a lot smaller, but
Yeah.
be insane.
Selena was saying she's going to run out of questions to ask him with his interviews.
I don't know what it is.
That's the hat.
Yeah.
I found it in just a couple of clicks. That's Carhartt.
I've never heard of this.
Oh, no. You don't know Carhartt?
No.
It's like
Car art? I don't even know what you're telling me. Carhartt, no. Legit never in my life heard of that.
It's like what is it called? The guys that like to do like graffitis, like
Yeah,
street
like
artists?
street artist.
Yeah, that's like a brand for those guys, I think. Or like construction also.
The skater boys.
Or maybe like farmers too.
Jeez, everything.
Yeah.
Businessmen, bankers, financial advisors.
No, actually, kind of the opposite.
King 6 and Queen 7. I'm gonna battle it out here as Daniel did flop a top pair this time. A 4 on the river would be an absolutely disgusting card. Obviously, Dominic would also take the lead with the king. Junkerman had the shortest stack at this table, as he's down to 140. Dominic is gonna put a couple chippies in the middle. In this a 33,000 chip pot. Bets 11k, makes it 44.
Jungle obviously not going anywhere. His hand doesn't feel strong enough to raise, I would guess. He kind of has to decide though. Already, like what he will do, I guess, on most rivers, but I don't see him going anywhere.
Currently sitting on 23
He's gonna
big blinds.
raise it up, actually. Wow, he senses weakness, and he's actually right.
Yeah, this king 6 will probably get tossed into the muck. Unless Dominic is really gonna cook up something special. But I have the feeling that Dan will just ship it then at this point. Jungleman obviously tiny bit frustrated with the run of hands that he's been having. He picked up a bunch of premiums, ace, king, jacks, just couldn't win any chips with it. I have the feeling if Dominic makes a play on him here, he's just shipping it.
Yeah, I don't think Jungle is folding here for 105k. And what would be
18, 17 big blinds.
114? Right?
Wow, Dominic does make the play with the king 6 offsuit, and it seems that Jungleman has snap called as the hands have already been shown, and Jungle receives the good news. Just needs to avoid a king or a 4. Oh, poor Dominic. He battled so hard to finally get a real stack to get his chip count above starting. And all of a sudden he's in all sorts of trouble in this 313,000 chip pot. Can Jungleman please win a hand? Can the better hand hold? Needs to avoid a king or a 4 on the river, and he does. It's a full double for Jungle. That was a really quick call, by the way. I think Yo-Yo approved.
And I think Dominic will be left with 10 big blinds. Interesting, because like even like let's say he would bust like now, the rebuy would be for less than what he just had. So is this really a spot he had to take? I think he just thought his hand can even be good sometimes, because Jungle might just be like posturing and trying to make like a little bit of an out of line play. Fortunately, he was wrong.
I know, in hindsight, I'm sure he would tell you that that was not a spot that he had to take. I don't think the idea was obviously to punt. It's just maybe he felt the momentum after winning that hand with the 6s, that he could run it up. It's just not really been the poker tournament series for Dominic Nietzsche yet. Not too many deep runs. Never really monster stacks to work with. This is a very, very tough table with 5 very capable and experienced players.
I just heard an announcement that the blinds are up actually. On the, I'm guessing the floor. So it should be 4-8, which is going to accelerate things even more. We have some people playing with less chips.
We're gonna run it here. Pocket 5s against ace 8 of diamonds. Our chip leader is not going anywhere with ace 8 of diamonds. Pocket 5s is all in. Alright, Todd, you've been pretty good in predicting these. What are you feeling?
Ace 8.
When it rains, it pours for Dominic. Yeah, that was obviously a bit silly with the king 6, but yeah. Tried to make a Jungle fold a hand. So far, 5's very good. As we get a set. Somehow there are some odds though. Hard as well, yeah. Hard would chop it. That would be absolutely insane. Well, Dominic does get the doubles, and now he's back to 178k. He's
30 big blinds.
Yeah, one hell of a roller coaster ride.
What the hell?
6s, king 6, and 5s.
He was getting ready to rebuy, man. Put your wallet away. This one's on me.
5s are flopping a set there. No diamonds to be seen. Crazy amount of red cards, but all of them were hearts. The river, however, was not a heart. If the river would have been a heart, they both would have ended up playing the board. And that's a really disgusting way to chop if you flop a set.
Jungle, one of the sponsored players by AA Poker, is rocking the hat here. Hey, is that the hat we got as well?
Yeah, I think so.
It's pretty cool.
It's a good looking hat. I don't know if it looks as cool as me as it does on Jungle, but...
If you get a banana shirt, maybe it will.
And grow a beard and become good at poker and lose 40 kilograms. Sure thought. I'll get started tonight. 8-6 of diamonds. Patrick, by the way, folding Jack 9 suited there when he's on less than 5 big blinds.
Yeah.
I think I had to run it. Honestly, Jack 9 is pretty good with less than 5 bigs.
Yeah, maybe he felt like he had to be a little bit later position-wise, because then there's still a lot of players behind.
He's going to have the big blind in 2 turns. So
He's asking about something. Maybe he just realized the blinds went up. Surely he would. No, he would have known. I think.
Yeah.
And actually, wait, that was... What suit was it?
Clubs.
Oh, okay. I thought you said diamonds, and I look down here at the end.
No, A7 of diamonds, 8-6 of diamonds, but it was Jack 9 of clubs for Patrick Demush. It would have been a pretty decent flop for Jack 9. Not the dream, but it would have been good enough against the other two hands that he's going up against. Would have been very good now, as the Jack would have made the straight. Jungle does pick up a couple of additional outs. As now S7 would actually give him a very tiny straight. The baby straight. Not quite a baby shark. A little bet is actually gonna be good enough here. So 8 high takes it down.
You just stared him down where he folded. That was funny.
Look at how short Patrick is. Like, I really would have played Jack 9 there. 'Cause this hand he's gonna be under the gun. Next
How
hand
dare
he's
you
on.
question the goats?
No, Patrick has. I mean, it was absolutely fantastic in the 15K high roller main event. That was a stunning performance to finish top 5 there, with all the setups he had to face. Seems to be struggling a tiny bit more today. Has not been as on the money. Once more, the casino's popping off here. I don't know much about Baccarat, but I do know they have side bets. You can get like the tiger or the dragon or something. And most of the time when they make
What
a
is
lot of
that
money,
even?
yeah, I don't know. It's like a streak of. I have no idea. Most people they just play like the player or the banker, and you pick one side, and who gets close to the 9 wins. But there are side bets. I think that's what's getting them excited. Again, James Mendoza and Pocket Eights. Name a more iconic duo. Can't think of any.
Taylor and winning.
True. Marius Gears a day too.
Some like 6, 7.
Mythical fighter. Mythical poker player was born. Marius Gears a day 2, 15K main event. Ace Jack Deuce with the 2 spades. Probably not exactly the flop that James Mendoza was dreaming of.
Limping range, Dominic Nietzsche.
Jungle was able to take down the previous spot with 8 high. Can he take down this one with 6 high? This is Jungle. That's the Jungle River.
Must fall on the river, Patrick de Moose.
Now Patrick is basically, I think, almost pot committed immediately. Pay the big blind and the antes. He's not going to have anything left. Any 2 will do. And that's why I thought that the Jack 9 was a better spot to take 2 hands ago. Look at this. Patrick is in agony. Like stupid tournament. I like the 15K more. Dominic reminds me of one of my German StarCraft friends a long time ago. But it's not him. He looks like it. He was German too. We don't know yet if this is going to be it, right? Or if they're just going to play until the break and then we continue again. Do we get any updates?
I don't think so.
No break yet. It's like maybe they don't even know yet. Maybe the players don't even know yet either.
Yeah. Mendoza, ace 10 of suit in the cutoff. He's playing 75 big blinds. King 7. He makes a face. But yeah, this is obvious all in here.
Fair.
And 43% for Patrick Demouche against Mendoza. In dire need of a double. Alright, that's a good start. Flops the 7. He has the clubs as well on the turn.
He's got everything.
And it's gonna hold here.
Doesn't look mega thrilled about it.
8.5.
Yeah.
He's like, remember you come back? I'm gonna top it up.
You had more actually.
I'm gonna one up you, Mendoza. See you on
No.
the battlefield.
Honestly, that was an impressive one, and it's going to be hard to top that one. Mendoza with the 7-4 suited under the gun is gonna let it go. As we are 5-handed right now, is that correct? Or is it still 6?
Yeah, I think it's 5.
Ever since they... What did they take away from us again? I know we lost Martin Nielsen, but then they also just took one of our players. Sitting on the right side of Dominic. We don't know. What we do know is that Dominic is looking down at pocket threes. Goes all in for 170k, a little over 20 bigs. And he gets our chip leader, Taylor Black, to fold. We've been with these 5 for quite some time.
How much was it?
Even though Taylor's got all the chips, he's not quite able to get him out of here.
Oh, it was Gary. He moved.
Yeah, that's right. Gary, the man who looks like Michael Adama. How's Gary doing on those outer tables?
Let me see.
How's Steven? Crushing? Emily? Did he put on the Lil Wayne song yet? And listen to Emily?
Stephen's on 13 chips. And who else did you ask about?
Just Steven's song.
Gary.
actually. Yeah.
19 big blinds.
Alright. I feel like then he has chipped up. No, maybe it's the same. Ace King, all in from my short stack on the button. Patrick Demush. And our big blind, one of our biggest stacks, Mendoza, looked down at something that must have been very unattractive.
And Martin said like it's still in. And Yisha Shan,
Yeah, Our Lady.
who was there earlier, she's second in chips.
Sick. Let's go. That's awesome. Probably one of the only ladies to enter this 20k. Obviously, it's a tiny field and it's a very, very tough and competitive field.
They hit the target. They hit it. But it was
1 mil origin.
it was supposed to be 1 million guarantee.
They changed it.
They changed it. So they weren't supposed to make it. Just today. Oh, last night, yeah.
I think.
I'm curious about the payouts since it's a small field.
Mm-hmm.
Should be 4 paid, I assume.
We had 25 entrants. I think a little more. 4 would be very little, no? 6?
It's pretty bad, actually. I guess. Like some people came.
I'll go with 6.
1 mil guarantee, and
No, it seems unlikely.
We might still get extra players as well, don't forget about that. We ain't done yet. People can still register. You would start with 200,000 chips, which at this point is, give or take, 25 big blinds. They're tearing down this place at this point. I don't think the microphone is picking it up, but we are somewhat close to the Baccarat tables, and they are loving it. Taylor.
Someone's having the night of their life over there.
We'll see.
Till now. 10-9 has outflopped King 3. King 3 did pick up, I want to say, a couple of additional outs. As any 4 makes a straight now, and apparently all 4 fours are still live. So we've got 7 outs to take the lead here for Jungle Man. If betting can get it done, but betting does get it done. And Taylor lets go of his 9. Felt that maybe Jungle had an ace. There was something else that was powerful. Nice little win there for Daniel Cates. Could also be a birthday party.
I don't think so.
I mean, we're at 3.
It's like a football chance.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go.
What did you do for your birthday recently?
I was in Tokyo. I was traveling.
You did anything before? Or?
No, nothing. Just streaming, then traveling. And then I arrived in Tokyo.
So you're gonna do something when you get home?
Yeah, I can do something tiny, but it doesn't really feel the same, right? I'm really a man that's attached to the 8th of May. If I can't do it, I'm not really too keen on doing something
Patrick
2 weeks
Demush,
later.
10.5 big blinds. Queen 10 suited, takes the spots, and Jungleman wakes up with jacks. Unfortunate for the queen 10, but we've seen stranger things than a queen 10 potentially winning. Kind of a bad start though. 16%.
Oh,
And wait, the 10s were all gone?
no, because
Okay.
now it's a straight.
No, but
Oh,
before.
yeah, that's
Yeah, there
possible.
was only the queens listed as outs, and Patrick Demouche is unfortunately going to buzz.
I mean, a 10 is below a jack.
That's a great point.
I'm like, what? I know it's late, it's midnight, but what is happening over here? Well, I don't think a 10 is an out against the jack. I mean, unless you get multiple of them, of course. So Patrick, who did get a little double and stole the blinds, unfortunately will still get eliminated. Now the real question is he willing to give it another shot? Obviously very tough right now, these short-handed, tough tables, right, where you do have a couple of chip leaders. James Mendoza, he's not going to give you chips easily.
But he's a good player, and like,
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
think lines that he would be worth, I think.
For sure, but we also can't really look at the rest of the field and be like, man, those guys suck compared to Patrick. That's probably what it is as well, right? If he feels there were a couple of
Yeah.
VIPs, as they very often refer to them, with a million chips and just firing away, then I think it's very appealing to rebuy. And right now you're rebuying to do what? To have Jungle Man on your right, to have Taylor who can't miss on your table, Dominic Nietzsche, like, it's just tough. Like, even if the blinds are fine, it's
Swimming with sharks.
yeah, it really is. And then you're not getting any
Maybe
proper baiting
maybe we can request
clothes.
for, like 1 p.m. restart.
You're wrapped around in a piece of bacon.
To make it to
And you're bleeding.
to restart at 1 p.m.
I think it's
That's kind of what it is.
Oh, 1? Let's get at 3. Yeah.
and then the other ones.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Maybe the players are now wondering.
Yeah, 3 is.
Think any of them are coming back?
Twos have all been
They could obviously still come back tomorrow. There's always a chance that they add in a level. I don't think it's all set in stone yet. What is set in stone is that the guarantee for this event is 500,000 US dollars. The buy-in is 20k. And the rest, I kind of feel like they figure it out as they go. Almost feels like it's a final table and it's so empty, but it is not. We are just playing only 2 tables at the moment. 400 here, or 400. That really sucks, by the way, for Dominic. Even though he gets to play a lot of hands and he's very good, but he's so short. They have so many more chips than him. King Jack for Jungleman. Flops best against Queen 10 and Queen 9.
Yeah, we see Taylor Black. He's gonna be the one stabbing here. 60k in the pot, bets 35. Did we close the door here, by the way? You know, this playlist, like, they only have catchy songs. It's so sick. So many times I went to bed and I just have these songs in my head and I just, like, never leave. It's been a struggle. We see a check on the turn, perhaps giving up. Now Jungle contemplating betting over checking. He's looking at his chips continuously, so it feels like he's just about to bet. And 130k in there. He goes half. And we see a quick fold. Dominic has been short for so long, 22 big blinds now. He was very short at some point, rebuilt back up. And now potentially could be right around the corner of the final table. The bubble is closed, I can feel it. Supposedly, players can still re-enter.
It's pretty cool if you like buy your way into a final table. How did it go? It's like, I made final table of the 20k. Ah, sick. How many players? Like, yeah, it was around 30. Okay, where did you finish? He's like 9th. Oh, okay. You played from the beginning? No. Started when there were 9. Top 6 got paid. Unlucky.
Semantics.
Still put that final table on your resume. Jungle Man has opened things up with the ace deuce offsuit as we are still playing four-handed poker. Dominic Nietzsche on the button with King Jack has decided to make the call. He is now working with a little less than 20 big blinds. Flop comes a 6-5-4. Obviously nobody is really that close. But Jungle does pick up a very tiny straight draw. The smallest of them all. That's 20k. King Jack is gonna let go of it immediately. Jungle has definitely been chipping up at a very rapid pace at this point, all the way up to 550k. Not too long ago, he had his tournament live on the line. With a little over, he went down to like 170, 180 at one point. Back at 550 is pretty good.
Seems pretty happy with it.
Yeah. Yeah, weird spot shot.
How many coffees are you having a day?
Today I maybe had 3. I had 2 in the restaurant. I often get like the ice americano, but I misclicked today. I think on the menu. Don't know what happened, but suddenly I got some sort of a white one with powder at top. It was still like kind of an iced coffee, but yeah, I did something wrong. It was fine. It wasn't
funny. Like you just discover you love matcha or something.
Yeah, it was something like that when I took it, but I like the regular iced coffees. Then I had a normal
Have you
one.
tried matcha?
The thing is, I am sure that I can make coffees nicer by throwing in a bunch of milk and sugar and whatever. I just don't want to because I'm gonna get used to it. Right now I'm
Yeah.
used to black coffee. I like it, does the job. You know, I have enough bad habits in my life, and I really just don't want to get started with all the vanilla bean frappuccinos. You know, you can go to Starbucks for a coffee, and you come home with a milkshake with 1,200 calories. It's like, what are we doing?
Goated.
Sure, but not very good for the belly when you're 38. Got 9-6 offsuit here for Jungle Man. And once more, King Jack for Dominic. Can't get away from the King Jack.
Actually, he's still very shallow. It feels like anytime there is a raise, he just has like 2 times what's in the pot, so it could fly in there very quickly. Back up to 24 big blinds now. As it seems we're still four-handed. Mendoza, Queen 10 of clubs. It's funny, it says under the gun, but really it's cut off.
It's both. It's both, right? It is both. First to act, but also on the cutoff. Everybody's getting King Jack at this point. Ace King. Ooh, what a moment to pick up Ace King. Queen 10 of clubs opens. Under the gun, four-handed. We get a 3-bet from our chip leader on the button with King Jack. And what a sweet spot for Dominic here with the Ace King offsuit on the big blind. Four-handed.
Yeah, it's just easiest ship of his life. Pretty much. And if he was to bust, opportunity to rebuy anyway. I can't imagine, considering the other hands we're looking at. I wonder, wait, King Jack, 54k.
It's like 180.
Yeah, it would be 173. Actually, King Jack might need to call now.
Count, please.
127,000.
And he's asking for a count, and he's running hard, he's hitting everything. Obviously, he doesn't know it's precisely ace-king. I think he might have to call. Yeah, he just cursed.
This would be
He just
sick.
said poop.
Say again?
He just said poop, but
Poop?
the S word.
Oh.
Actually, I don't know if that's him, but I heard that. Yeah, one of the guys said it. I think it might be him. Then he realizes he's just gonna trap his shackles to a position he's not really loving. He's gonna let it go. Wow.
It's a good fault. As obviously his king was dominated and only the jack was live. Well done.
Sick fold.
Well, Dominic really staying alive. And even even though like he maybe punted a tiny bit with that king 6 where he didn't really connect. Look at him go now. He's so back. Way above starting stack. Saved himself another 20k.
There he was like, this is what it feels like to lose.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
But does do a good job there, right, in damage limitation. Because now he only ended up losing 54k.
Yeah. Jungle's back.
Jungle is most certainly back. Pocket 5s for our chip leader. As Jungle looks down at ace 4 offsuit. Gonna let it go. Even 400 against the under the gun open. Queen 9 though for the man who I don't quite want to say is running hot, but slowly back in the mix with 261k. Was always short, finally got some chips, lost all of them, now he's back and has more than he's had in hours. And it didn't even cost him an additional 20k.
He's gonna make the call by the look of things.
You think it's a call? I think it's a race, no?
Oh yeah, 56k.
That's a big race. Taylor is like, what the hell? Thought I put all of these guys in their place for a little while. What is happening over here?
They're getting too comfortable. You give them a hand, they take the whole arm.
Whoa, is that an all-in?
Yeah.
All in with pocket 5s and Dominic snap folds the queen 9. Taylor fights back, shows them once more. There is still only one sheriff in town. Back to 1.1 million.
I think he knows he's flipping very often. Dominic is one of those players that will, like some players will have 0 bluffs here, but Dominic is definitely one of those guys that will. And as we saw, it was the queen 9 suited. So snap folds, no need to Hollywood, no need to waste time. He's back.
Still 400, so I assume we have 5 players. Wait, why are we 400? Shouldn't we at least be 500? James. I don't get it.
Maybe we're 9, but then there are players who are in the process of rebuying,
Yeah, that's possible.
is my guess.
These are not your final 4. Might be final 5. Maybe Steven Song has single-handedly eliminated everyone on the other table. Queen 9 for Mendoza. He has been chipping down a little. He was way over 5. I think even over 600 at one point. He's now down to 492. Just makes the call with Queen 9. A lot of respect for Taylor. Flop comes 10-10-7. Rainbow paired board. Feels like Taylor has really no interest in his hand at all. James Mendoza is crunching the numbers. And I guess that makes... No, the 9 plays, right?
Yeah.
The 9 plays for Mendoza. He takes it down, he's like sick.
He's not been getting involved a ton, but when he does, he's winning most of his hands. Still 500k plus. Look at Jungle sneaking to second in chips here at the table. Tied with Mendoza.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch him tomorrow.
Don't jinx it.
No, that's true. But we don't see it in this one. Maybe next one. There's still a 25,000 tournament coming up as well. And obviously most of the guys that have been playing in the 15k and the 20k, they'll be comfortably playing in the 25k as well. Yes, we have gone past midnight and it is now Tuesday the 20th of May. Over here in Jeju, South Korea. It's been another long day of poker for a lot of these guys. They did start a bit later. It was a slow start to this tournament. Our broadcast was supposed to start a little bit earlier as well, but it got pushed back.
Yeah.
In the end, we started at 5:30, if I recall correctly. 10-9 from the small blind is going to make the call. And Jungle could just check. Could also raise, because 5 deuce is that bad. he has decided to check it. Does flop a gutter and his cards are still live as well. So with any 5, deuce or 4, Jungle Man will take the lead. The 9 doesn't quite seal the deal, but locks it up mostly for Taylor. He can obviously bet, and I highly doubt that Jungle is gonna call for the gut shot.
As we see at the top, actually one of the 4s is missing. 4 of clubs.
Yeah, and the 4 of, I mean, he doesn't know that, but the 4 of diamonds is not really a hand that you truly want to see, because it doesn't guarantee anything. I'm just gonna let it go. Just not enough happening there for Daniel Cates on that board. One of the ambassadors of AA Poker. I'm actually kind of curious as well to take a look at it.
At what?
AA Poker. But I'm not sure if people from the Netherlands are welcome.
I mean, you told us the secret earlier. Appreciate it.
I didn't think they were that smart.
To remember an hour ago, you're right. That's tough.
Or maybe I was hoping you'd use it for bigger battles.
Oh. Appreciate that.
Some real enemies. I fold.
Queen 7 versus King 7 as the 4-handed action continues. For a stunning play as flop comes King 9-9. It's obviously a pretty good flop for Taylor. I'm gonna check. He's gonna hope that Dominic will take a stab at it here on the turn. Normally it's a pretty dry board, and that 3 is not a very fun card either. But Dominic ain't taking the bait. He is going to check. Taylor checks once more. Really wants Dominic to hang himself. Dominic ends up with Queen High. Could obviously be good from time to time, but not too often against the button opening. Dominic does check again. There's no way that Taylor's gonna check again. This time we'll bet. The only question is how much? What do you think? 12? 18? 20?
10.
That's a big bet. I think it's like 35. Oh wait, 8? Those are 1,000 chips? The one big blind bet on the river. Might get called, to be honest.
So apparently... Wait, I'm rereading to make sure.
What are you reading? Todd is, I think, trying to figure out some info about the tournament.
Yeah, so apparently we're gonna play. There's gonna be a break in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
And then after that, we'll play 2 more levels, during which registration is still open.
Mm-hmm. So that's 100 minutes.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a break and then another 100 minutes, and then we'll probably wrap it up
'Cause you would've said,
around
"Fuck
2
this
a.m.
guy." 100.
And we'll be able to find out who rebought and how many players exactly there are.
Oh, that's exciting. All right. We'll keep that in mind. It's been a long evening. Obviously fun, but I do wish that we get to see a full table. I want to see a little more poker, and especially this dynamic where Taylor has almost all the chips. The Django is chipping up. It's fun, but we've seen better action, right, in the first 7 days. Obviously, still having a good time. Just hope to see a few more players being added to this future table. Tomorrow is going to be really good, though.
It's a good way to be.
These guys are going to try to finish in the money, lather it up, and potentially win a beautiful trophy. Seven, 3 of diamonds. He's going to, I want to say flop best, but does it though, Todd? Because that king 3 of clubs looks pretty good on 7-5 deuce with 2 clubs.
7-3 stop pair, Mendoza. Finding a way perhaps to win this hands. We see a bet, 22k. Obviously not going anywhere. and Mendoza is going to make the call. 108k in the pots. Ace of spades on the turn. Dominic thinking it's probably more him, I'd say, because he's in the small blind. He's gonna check.
I think he'd just love to see a river, right? Doesn't want to price himself out. But the ace he does pick up the gut shot. So, a crazy amount of outs at this point. If you're James Mendoza, you can be loving 7-3 of diamonds on this board. Even though he is in the lead, he's gonna check
14
it.
outs.
He's gonna check it back somehow. 7-3 of diamonds stays best. But can Dominic steal this spot away from James? Think he's gonna make a move? I feel like the pot is too big to not try.
Yeah, before when we were curious about this, he did, but now it's, oh my god, it's, yes, 135k, and there's 108, so he's just gonna shut down. And Mendoza has showdown value with flopped top pair, which is river third pair. He's gonna check and get the good news.
I'm gonna be very happy. Dominic is gonna be a little frustrated that he didn't find a way to win that one. So Mendoza gets to the river and somehow that 7-3 of diamonds outflopped King 3 of clubs and continued to stay good.
Can you call the
I
floor?
think Django is missing the massage.
Floor, please. Can you call the floor?
Thought you say that he always gets massage.
Yeah, maybe
Mhm.
there's anyone around. Well, you wanna offer your services? You
No,
got strong hands?
I'll pass on that one.
Are there still
Love Django, but
$2 a minute.
or not 9? Why are we
$2 a minute. So 20 for 10 minutes,
Oh, okay, so that's just
120 an hour.
Yeah, but
okay, I
before
just wanted
tip.
to confirm. Thank you.
Uh,
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm.
You're doing the math now.
I just
It's
wanted
tough
more
work, mate.
confirmation.
Feel like my hands would cramp up real quick.
You know, there was like a heads-up match.
What would Bryn want? He would want that.
Matt Berkey against
Short-handed with
Nick Arbol.
the,
Yeah.
the greatest of all
And then I don't remember exactly how long they played, but like
Hundreds of
time.
hours.
Him.
not probably not hundreds, but like a good chunk.
Yeah.
Apparently, for all of it, Nick Arbol was getting a massage.
For each and every single minute of it.
Yeah. So
I don't know if I'm
the massage therapist made
just a guy.
some pretty good money. I remember somebody did the math. I was like, surely like, this can't be real, right? It's like thousands and thousands.
I'm just a
Nick
guy.
kind of got owned there, right? Wasn't Matt crushing?
Yeah.
Ace Queen against Ace 5. Ace Queen stays good. Could be a nice spot here for James Mendoza. Unless obviously Taylor Black finds a way to catch up. Ace Queen will bet out 16k, 2 big blinds. Taylor is gonna make a relatively quick call. Top pair, 5 kicker, has a couple. Oh my goodness, another ace rolls off on the turn. Todd, this could be a big hand.
Yeah. It looks like a sick cooler. Knowing Taylor though, this feels like a 5, 8, or 6. He's gonna join us on the river. I mean, he's obviously pretty happy with trips here. I'd be curious to see whether he just calls or raises, because this looks pretty strong here right now by Mendoza. Especially considering there was no flush draw initially. Only now is there a spade draw, so I expect a call. There it is.
Are we gonna get a fun river? Are we gonna get a crazy river? It is a bit of a nothing river. The 10 obviously allows James Mendoza to lock this hand up. He's gonna be feeling really good. You're always a tiny bit nervous because this could become a very large pot. But you gotta be loving life here with ace queen from the small blind. I wonder if there's a world where he will check here. He has bet on both streets, and on both streets, Taylor Black came along. So Taylor obviously strong. Mendoza knows that.
7-9 did get there.
That is correct. Definitely one of the hands that Taylor could have in the big blind that he could have continued with. Can also be a tiny bit worried about like an ace-8, ace-6, ace-10. But we are still going to fire pretty big here. James Mendoza fires 155k. That man ain't worried at all. And Jungle Man is loving it. I think he knows that Taylor is put in a very, very tough position here. I feel like Taylor is good enough to fold here. But he is not going to fold this time. Trip aces, small blind, big blind, massive bet by James Mendoza. Fantastic bet on the river.
And he's almost even in chips.
Yeah. He is now almost even. 102 big blinds, 818k. Sick. Obviously, a bit of a
Sick
setup.
amount. Yeah.
What a turn, right? What a turn got there.
I think he bet the right amount on the river too, because I was thinking he might. It's hard to bet big and get called by a lot here, but I think he just broke it down perfectly, and he was like, well, you know, an ace just won't fold, goes for that big value, and somehow gets it. And Dominic is like, why can't this happen to me? I'm just over here limping my hands. Let me
He's
cool
been raising
somebody.
it too. He's been raising it up. Those are the hands that everyone is dreaming of, especially if it's four-handed, small blind, big blind, and both end up with trip aces. Yeah, well, Mendoza played that hand very well. And sometimes it's simple, right? You just bet, 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 and then it's call, call, call. You get paid off. $973 with two diamonds. Gentleman actually outflops the king 4 here of Dominic as he flops middle pair.
We've seen Dominic get pretty aggro in some of these spots. A 40k bet is actually massive here. He's actually right. Okay, it wasn't 40. It was corrected.
Should have jammed.
Dominic with 113k behind. He turns the flush draw. This could
I should have jammed river.
spell disaster if Jungleman sticks around,
Oh.
but he hits the flush. Jungleman's still just with third pair.
It's a tough spot for you.
Yeah, Jungle's hand is obviously not mega here, but I'm pretty certain he was feeling quite good about it. Dominic ends up with the second nuts here, only the ace high.
I expect a
Flush
pretty big
beats him.
bet.
Overbet maybe, no? You hope it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can see him overbetting here.
Yeah.
65, 70. Because he also knows that Jungleman is obviously going to try to figure it out, try to make the correct call.
Some straight draws missed. I mean, to be honest, Jack 10 got there too. Yeah, then maybe he can't bet big. I mean, then it would be only the diamond draw missed.
But that's the obvious one.
Maybe the main bluff.
Let's see what we are betting. It seems like that is 30. Is that possible? Yep. 30k. So we're going to go for a little over half pot. Jungle, I feel like at this point you can already feel it. You're like, they got me. But how did they get me this time? Tosses in a time bank chip, or was it a real chip?
That was the time bank, I think.
What did he say?
I can't hear. You don't have a mic. Just his demeanor makes me laugh. Dominic praying he gets called.
Honestly, he's probably praying that he's going to get raised.
He'll be back to 200k actually if he was called.
And there is the call, and that means 30,000 chips will head Dominic his way. The king high flush is good. And gets paid off on the river here by third pair.
I know he would have been back to 230k if he would call.
It was a call.
Oh, it was.
It was a call. He threw in the chip.
The further we go into the night, the more dysfunctional I become.
Yeah, it's late. We've
I
had.
don't know why. Like, are you sleeping okay?
Yeah, not too bad. Depends a little bit. Like
Maybe I need to pick up smoking, gambling, and drinking. It's helping apparently.
all right. But yeah, I'm always in a good mood. I'm always happy and I always got energy. So perhaps indeed take
Allergies?
energy.
Oh, I thought you said allergies.
I do have some allergies, but not here. It's mostly in the summer in the Netherlands. Yeah,
Oh,
the,
like,
the
the thing
pollen.
in the air. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
the pollen are horrible.
Well, you can take some stuff for that, right?
Yeah, I got hay fever, like anti-hay fever magazine and stuff, but
Antihistamines.
it is it still can get the best of me. Some days it gets really bad. I'm also allergic to cats. I love dogs, and somehow I'm allergic to cats. 5-3 against King 9. King 9 is suited on the big blind. Raises it up to 32k. Dominic has it out for Jungle Man.
That makes me think, actually. I saw it. I saw a tweet by Jungle earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find it. He tweeted, "A good laugh may actually be the best therapy.
He's not
That or cats."
He ain't wrong. Laughing is good and healthy. A lot of people just need some happiness, but it can be hard to find.
And I think we may be headed to a break here, so we'll be back in 15 minutes for the last two levels of the night. Don't go anywhere, guys.
See you guys soon. Go get that midnight coffee, tea, or the afternoon coffee if you're watching over in Europe. I'll see you guys in a bit.
AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. a high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Greenshout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Greenshout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table.
This is your guess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the early hours over here in Jeju, South Korea, as Martin Nielsen is back. Has apparently decided to fire another bullet after I think his aces got cracked earlier, if I recall that correctly. It was aces against pocket eights. I think that's how we said goodbye to Martin. I am Kevin van der Kooi, also known as Ruddy. With me is Johan Merlo, also known as Todd in the world of video games. And I'm actually really surprised by all these guys that we have. It is suddenly a full table. I see Christopher Park is back, Gary is back, Nielsen Martin, obviously, as we mentioned him already. Martin Nielsen, we should say. We've got our only female in the tournament back at this table as well. And I recognized a couple of other familiar faces.
Yeah, there was re-entries. So we're up to 32 entries.
Okay.
So that means right now there is 16 left. So full tables.
All right, that's awesome.
So tables of 8.
And there he is, our man, the man of the week, the man of the moment, or perhaps the man of 2025. Steven Song in seat 1. Calvin Lee there in the mix as well. And the man next to Martin Nielsen, we saw earlier as well. He had an unfortunate moment where he made a big play and he had to double up his neighbor. I like having Steven Song at our table. He's so happy. He's been playing absolutely stunning poker. He had a sick final hand before, not the last break, but the break before when we were watching him. I was covering with Selena, or 2 breaks ago, whatever it was. But Selena was thoroughly impressed by Steven in that hand. So we got A7 of clubs battling it out with Queen 6 offsuit. A7 of clubs does pick up the flush draw. Martin Nielsen, the man who finished in 4th place in the 15k high roller main event. So not to be confused with the circuit event that we had on day 2 and 3 and 4. But the 15k high roller main. 192, 93 entrants in that one. And Martin Nielsen finished in 4th. And he is looking forward to that short deck event later this week. Decides to just rip it here on the turn with the flush draw, and he gets Gary to fold. Wow.
Okay, so his shorter stacks on the 10k big blinds.
Steven Sung still at 700k, but our chip leader is the only lady, an absolute queen at her table. That's really cool when it's such a stacked and competitive field.
Yeah.
Being one of the only female players and then actually doing great as well, having a very healthy stack here of 900,000 chips.
The ladies stepping it up.
And they've been, honestly, a lot of the ladies that we've seen this week, they've all played very good. And of course, that's not something that's surprising. It's known in the world of poker.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of incredibly good female players out there.
Yeah, it's across the board and everywhere. We just saw Xuan Yu win a big one in Montenegro. That was the only one she played. She went there knowing that was the only one she was going to play, and she won it.
That's sick. That is really, really sick.
No one knew.
And that's how everyone was very happy for her. Those are, of course, incredibly difficult to win. Our chip leader looks down at Queen Jack of Hearts. He's the one who's going to open things up. He's going to raise it to 21k. Christopher Young Park, aka Christopher Park. He's looking down at Ace Jack in the cutoff, dominating the hand of Yisha.
I only
Okay,
just found
Chris.
out about so much poker through that.
Big C.
Big C.
Sea Dog.
Yeah, I guess.
He's been playing a lot as well. We've absolutely got to see a lot of him. And Calvin Lee is back. We saw him too. This is a table. And I feel like we know everyone. I feel like I became friends with these guys over the last 7 days. None of them outside of Martin Nielsen probably knows me, but I know all of them.
You've never been in APT? Really?
Yeah, you've talked to a couple of players.
They cover APT.
Yeah, a few of the Chinese team poker pros. They were very cool. Ivan the Great.
And Zotran.
I did not talk to him. No.
Oh, okay.
I do think he's very cool. Not like if I run into him like tomorrow, I'll probably ask for a picture as well.
Yeah.
It's cool to get some pictures with these guys, get some memories. It's already been a very fun trip. Action flop as Queen Jack has flopped a top pair and a gutter ball. Ace Jack flops a double belly busted straight draw. Double gutter.
Chinese Shack currently ahead with the top pair.
Ace Jack is the one betting though. Big pot already, by the way, after the blinds have gone up 5k, 10k.
Yeah.
Suddenly feels that every pot is going to be big. If you now register for this tournament, if you boss, you would start with 20 big blinds. As the starting stack is 200k. So 32, no overlay in this one. There was obviously a minor overlay in the 15k main. They needed 200 entries there, but we only capped out on 192, 193. This was a
191, I think it was.
Really? I could have sworn it was 92, 93. Now I want to go
Double
to...
check.
Absolutely. Now I want to go to war on this one. We need to get to the bottom of this. My prediction is 193. That is my prediction.
It was nice.
Can't choose.
No, second biggest stuff.
Then you find like any screenshot from the deeper stages of the high roller. You'll be able to see it immediately because it was always listed in the top right. This tournament was a $500,000 guaranteed. With 32 entries, by the way. Top 6 should absolutely get paid, no?
Yeah.
Maybe even 7?
Well, I don't mean 20% of the field. Maybe it's more 15%.
That's true. I'm not even up that much.
15 to 20.
A lot more stuff to come, but
I'm gonna go with 7 players get paid at the moment. That would be my prediction.
yeah.
Queen Jack,
191.
191? Oh my, unbelievable.
I
I was wrong.
WSOP.
Yisha fires a tiny bet,
I
75k.
always say this next
Into
one's
this relatively large pot already. 7.5 big blinds on the river. She's gonna take it down with her Queen Jack. She gets even richer. Increases her lead over the rest of the table. Over 1 million chips.
brutal. How long ago was that?
And Marius Giersen, by the way, back as well. First time we see him in this tournament. No, I haven't seen him before.
No, he busted earlier.
Very early. So you think he took like a large dinner break, chilled a
Yeah.
little bit, walked around.
Yeah.
Maybe played some baccarat with the locals. And got his
I don't know
dragon.
about that.
Hit his dragon, and he decided to fire it
He's
up
got a hat on.
from
He
Lost.
keeps changing his look,
How'd you even get into short deck?
except for those gains. Kind of how to blend in.
It's like I'm on the cover, right, guys? No one knows it's me. It's like, no, Marius, you kind of stand out. Our under-gun player is going to open things up with King Jack of Diamonds. Marius lets go of the 10-5 of Diamonds. Yisha will let go of her 10-3.
For sure.
King 7 for Christopher Park. Stephen Song has Ace-4 of Diamonds. Everyone's got Diamonds. Diamonds are forever. From the cutoff. How is the man who has made back-to-back final tables going to play this one?
2 bets to 60k.
Wow, Kelvin Lee, what a spot. Starts the hand with 18 big blinds. You've got an open under the gun. You've got a 3-bet from Stephen Song. And you wake up with Ace-King offsuit.
Very easy jam.
I think we only have one play here, and that is all in. All you can eat.
Alright, I have to ask, how much is
I
that?
shouldn't get any action. Unless Martin Nielsen would have woken up with something in the big blind, something very strong you would have needed there.
Just enough.
It's only 120.
120 extra to play for 400k, but that's still 12 big blinds. And that's 12 big blinds there.
It's maximum pain when you have to fold this at
Yeah.
3-betting.
Yep. That's the last thing you want to see.
Can rabbit hunt one time. The diamond.
I should versus you, right?
First anyone.
It's a great start for Kelvin Lee as he chips up, wins a lot without having to go to showdown, without even having to see a flop. This man looks a bit unhappy.
Although you're supposed to run
Obviously, he had a big stack in the very beginning when I started covering it, and he doubled up his neighbor.
not this last week.
And he was bluffing. I forgot what it was.
I don't think so.
There's a few hands that I will remember very well, but 7 days of poker, 10 hours a day. It's gonna be very hard to remember all the details.
Yeah, I live in Korea.
Especially when it's in the early stages of the tournaments. Like the later it is, I think the more memorable a lot of hands are. In the first few levels of a new tournament, you're always going to see some really cool stuff, and we get to see a lot of great plays. And you learn so much from just watching these guys play, as we have all the information to their whole cards. King 9 offsuit jam from the cutoff by Gary. And he is going to get it through. So he will pick up those 25,000 chips. And he's probably very happy that he didn't get any action on his King 9.
I wish I could have seen what happened with Chen Yisha at the other table. Must have been some serious crushing here.
Yeah. We saw her earlier and she was a little bit passive, but she did pick up a decent hand right before the break. And then we obviously lost her for 100 minutes. Maybe she doubled through Steven? It's possible. Steven had a bit more when we left him.
And the 7 big
Actually, no, he was around this, to be fair. That was so early.
It would be interesting if she's the kryptonite.
If she's the answer to Steven's song,
Yeah.
everyone in this room is like...
The chosen one.
Everyone turns into like a Dragon Ball Z character and is like, you should take her energy. Hey sis, hey sis. Steven still all smiles. He's like, guys, we had so much fun this week. Why is everybody rooting against me? Did you remember like when we were 400 and the high roller, it was the best time of the week? Just for you, Steven. Just for you. That was a sick hand as well when they were 300 and it was ace, king, and jacks. That was a pretty crazy one.
It's kind of how these small field ones.
I'm honestly still tiny bit surprised that Mendoza let go of the ace king there. I feel like I would have gone for it.
Because it is a goat.
Like if it had been 4 paid, it'd probably be like a 70k min cash.
Has some very advanced plays, actually. Some of those hands, you can tell those guys know their stuff.
Girse flops the open-ended straight draw, one above, one below. Steven Song doesn't really have a whole lot going here with his offsuit ace-9. He's still gonna fire a tiny bet of 2 big blinds. I'm very curious to see how Marius plays this. Honestly, he could go for all of it. Can also just make the call, and that is what he's going to do. Marius hoping to complete his straight on the turn, or maybe just pick up a queen. There you go. The queen gives him top pair. That's obviously very solid as well, and it's going to make him feel very confident. Steven might have to slow this one down a little. Does not beat a whole lot of hands at this point.
Yeah, Marius has only 150 behind this. And Steven bets 45k.
Kind of wish that Marius just goes all in here. I think it's best to take this one down without seeing a river. A lot of river cards are very annoying. The king in particular. Even if that gives him a straight, but then he will lose to every ace-high straight. And he's just gonna make the call and pray that a total brick rolls off. Obviously every spade complicates things a little bit. There is the ace. That's also an annoying one. Nowadays every king makes a straight, but he will also lose against every ace. And Steven is holding one of these aces. Decides to check. I think Steven will gladly check this one back, as he has picked up some showdown value. And Steven is smiling. This game is so fun, guys. It's my favorite week of poker.
And Marius down to 10.5 big blinds here.
Like if we check, I know it's hindsight, is everything is easier, but honestly I think with top pair there and an open ender, I think jamming on the turn when your opponent bets 4 big blinds is not a bad play. Trying to take it down.
Yeah, I mean, he has top pair and a draw. It's like, sometimes you can let somebody keep on bluffing. It's if you jam, then...
Yeah. I mean, this was just like, obviously he's probably saying that no ace, no king, and we're good.
There's not too many hands that are going to stab like this that you're really worried about. Like now somehow, of course, like he
No, you're
hits,
right.
Like one of his...
You're definitely right, but that's just unlucky, perhaps. Perhaps it was just a very, very, very unlucky.
And also it feels terrible to jam and then you just get snapped by like way better.
2 million people.
I almost feel like I'd rather make a crying call on the river and be wrong. It's just maximum pain to just check jam and it's like, yeah, snap call.
Gary, let's go of the Jack-9 offsuit. Calvin Lee, the man who just got a double, looks down at 5-3. Martin Nielsen, 40k above starting stack, looks down at a suited king as the action got folded to him. And he's going to open things up, probably with a min raise to 20k. Marius, let's go of the Jack-deuce. But our chip leader, Jisha, looks down at ace-8. This is going to make the call, and we're going to play a flop. Jisha will be out of position with our offsuit ace. Can be tricky to play. Flop comes 10-10-5. Martin Nielsen somehow makes bottom pair. I think a tiny bet can probably get it done here, and that is exactly what has happened by the looks of it.
Easy pickings.
Unless the overlay is lying to us, that is possible, but don't think it is. That was the bet.
Oh,
Oh, it's actually not done yet. The overlay was lying to us. Yisha will make the call with ace high on 10-10-5, which I do think is understandable, but there are just not a lot of good turn cards, right?
she's so good, she's not just tricking our opponents.
Tricking the broadcast crew as well. Production needs to stay sharp. 7 of clubs puts 2 flush draws on this board. And Martin decides to check back on that turn. The river is an 8 of spades. And that actually gives Yisha the lead. A pair of 8s right now is good. This will most likely go check on the river. And Martin is going to feel a little annoyed that he lost this one on the river.
Yeah, Chinese chips up a little bit more. 106 bigs now.
No, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, we have a couple shorties in there. Next level is going to be interesting. Because when you see like 3 players who have like somewhere between 10 and 20 big blinds and we level up, suddenly they're way shorter. And like we keep talking about, you know, the final table bubble, obviously it's a little irrelevant here because it's all about finishing in the money anyway. And since late registration is still open, we don't really know how many players get paid currently.
My bet is 7. I like 7.
On On Poker News, currently it says 5 players spades, and first place 242k,
Okay.
fifth place 60.
Might be outdated. Might still get increased. One of these guys might give it another shot with 20 big blinds. One of our shorter stacks looks down at Ace King of clubs. It's a beautiful Ace King on the cutoff. Big blind will most likely put up a bit of a fight. Jack 10 of spades is a beautiful hand to defend that big blind with. Christopher Park might even be thinking about a raise. That would be ill-advised. But he doesn't know that. I think we can just take... Uh-oh. Is that an all-in? Oh my goodness. All-in and snap call. That's massive. That is now a 60 big blind pot. Just like that. Christopher Park jams the Jack 10. Now he is live, Todd. He still has 31%, but... Wow. That escalated real quick.
Yeah, Jack 10 suited, one of your favorite hands. How do you feel about it?
I feel pretty good about it, to be honest, because there's no justice in this world. Jack 10 of spades.
I know. Really dragging it out.
This man feels like he can already feel the pain train coming. I hope for him that's not the case. There was a 10, but there is an ace on this board as well, so ace king is still good. Oh my goodness, Jack 10 improves to 2 pair, but ace king can still catch up. Ace king does catch up with the straight. What a roller coaster of a hand.
Yeah. The advantage changed on every street.
Pre-ace king flop. Well, at first Jack 10 because it was in the window, but then ace king. Then it was actually Jack 10 on the turn. But it's ace king that stands strong on the river. You know, we see a lot of crazy good poker and we see a lot of really complicated decisions. And sometimes you open ace king suited from the cutoff on 30 bigs. And the man just jams 30 bigs into you. And you're like, all right, run it, Mr. DJ. Like it is what it is. Monster pot. He's now up to 600,000. Christopher Park can't be too happy with that one.
He's short, very short now.
Yeah. Little unnecessary there. I love Jack 10. I think it's pretty. But it's a very pretty hand to see a flop with. And there are moments where I think it is a good jam candidate, but...
As we've seen, being aggressive is what ends up helping get you paid later on. It's just very unfortunate for him that he completely ran into it there.
Yeah.
Is he coming from here?
Yeah.
Steven is laughing. He's like, that has never happened to me. Steven is solid. Playing some of the best poker of his career. Gary looks down at ace 3 offsuit. Kelvin Lee, 10-7 offsuit. He's gonna let it go. Martin Nielsen with his 20 big blinds. Could have been a little more if that 5 would have been good on the river. But he got outdrawn. Yeah, 6-5 suited, by the way, with 60 bigs. Nobody has done anything. Would have loved to see this man open the 6-5.
Queen jack of suits,
Small blind. It's an easy jam. And Steven is asking, how much is it? I think it's just a little too much for the 10-7. It's like 20-30k less. You might just give it a shot, but a little bit too much. Which does mean that Christopher Park stays alive, but with half of starting stack. Same goes for Marius Gierse. Gary is basically at that starting stack together with Nielsen, Martin Nielsen. He is Danish, by the way. I asked him last night.
Yeah.
Like he moved to the Faroe Islands.
You guessed that, right?
Yeah. Because he looks Danish and he has a very Danish sounding name.
Yeah, you have experience. You went to Denmark.
Yeah, a couple times. Yeah, we spoke about that. I was like, yeah, I had my success in Aarhus. He's like, oh, very nice. It's a beautiful city. I was like, I know. Kelvin Lee reminds me a lot of one of my Korean starter friends, Bunny. You've met Bunny a couple times.
Yeah.
I see a lot of Bunny in him.
Very funny guy.
Yeah, Bunny's amazing.
You have a poker enthusiast too.
Yep, loves it. Goes
Probably not on the same level.
No.
Yet.
He's probably not firing the 20Ks. Queen 10 of spades here for Yesha. He's gonna open it up. I think that's another rejam. And this time, I think he might get looked up. So he's got the chips to do it. Steven might be thinking about it too with his ace-10 offsuit. But he still has to worry about Gary in the big blind. He has to worry about the original raiser that has him covered. I think we're tossing these chips in, Todd. 77k to play for 210. A beautiful queen 10 suited. You hope your cards are alive. I think he's making this go. Yes, he is gonna make it.
Go.
So he's gonna be pretty happy. That is a very fair fight. As fair as it gets. He's laughing. Queen 10 against sevens. Feeling the queen 10 of spades here.
No.
No? I feel like Christopher Park after that move earlier with the jack 10. No, that's when the poker gods are not cheering for you. It is a queen 10 deuce flop. That means that our sevens are drunk to 2 outs. That is not one of them. We need a 7 and a 7 only. Oh my goodness! Yeah, he already stood up! Get back
Always
down!
the 7 on the river.
Yeah. He was already shouting, chips! No need. Wow, that's insane. You've been on a run, by the way, predicting whichever hand is going to win these coin flips. Felt really good about Queen 10 here.
YouTube? He just lost. Yeah. I
What's
don't think he's actually gonna
the
play this. Unless he like
little
won
thing on the
range.
chips here?
Or like FT.
Looks like a mini cheesecake.
Yeah,
That is true.
quite a card protector. It's a chip protector. Looks like a fruit basket.
Oh, buttons here, yeah. Only after late reg though.
Christopher Park stays alive
Yeah, when
with
it's
his
important, but
sevens
actually
there.
bad.
Somehow finds one of the 2 sevens to make a set on the river.
If you rebuy 5 times,
Yeah, exactly.
ship it.
Yeah, if you don't bust after, right?
Most important thing is that you always believe in the heart of the card. That's it. That's
You're a Yu-Gi-Oh guy? Are you a Yu-Gi-Oh
How
guy?
do you think the cash game room is doing tonight?
So
You think it's buzzing over here in Jeju? You think it's...
I feel like a lot of people were watching this.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like their friends are playing, they want to root for them.
What was
Maybe
your
just
1-0
taking a look
score?
at the field as well, wondering if it's worth entering late.
Your 1-0 score.
It's nice that we got way over 30 entries. Very curious about the amount of signups for the 25k too.
Yeah.
But I assume it's
think
good.
very similar.
Yeah, same. Will come down a lot as well to like the hands, right? Like who's gonna bust quick.
Yeah.
Certain people are obviously willing to rebuy.
I'm curious about the short deck because I think there may be some players specifically only playing that, maybe flying in to play that.
10 by.
I would love that. Love to fire a bullet.
Some sick bowler.
You and Selena want to hold down the
Rocking
fort.
Balenciaga, top to bottom.
Maybe I can convince somebody to stake me for like 99% in the short deck. King Jack against Jacks.
Still would not be cheap.
1% we can do. 2%. That's right, draw the line. Top set! Oh my goodness, this is Trouble City for Yisha. As Steven's song, his run good continues. We have given him all the compliments in the world and he absolutely deserves them. Because he has played a stunning poker in these first 7 days. But you're gonna need to get a little lucky. And these are the kind of... Oh, Steven. Get out of here with your frowny face. Top set on a dry board. There are 2 diamonds. I guess the 6 and the 4 are somewhat connected. So it's gonna make the call. King on the turn, and I think we're looking at a potential full double.
And these are 2 of the biggest stacks.
Yeah. 6 doesn't change a whole lot. Steven is on the button. Shouldn't have too many 6s.
If you have King Jack, like you're feeling like this is great for you.
Yeah. What a great check, by the way. Unless this is a check to check raise. I think Steven is
doubt
gonna
it.
bet very tiny, no?
He's got pot control.
Oh no, he's gonna check back.
Well, he's got a boat in position there. Maybe worried that Chen Yisha doesn't have much and wants to give her an opportunity to try and bluff on the river.
Yeah.
Or to get there. I mean, he has got a boat again.
Yeah. So he's done such a good job, by the way, with the check.
Yeah.
Now, I do hope that he's not going to come over the top, but I do think that if Steven, and of course Steven is going to bet here, if he bets and C raises, he will come over the top, then I do think so get away from it. Because that would scream Omega strong on the side of Steven's song. Steven is going to fire what looks like 50k in 117. No, it's 125k in overbet. Well, we ain't raising. We ain't raising 125k with King Jack here.
If she was checking because she was suspicious, there may be some monsters there. Yeah, interesting.
I think she'll just make the call. She will make the call and she's going to receive the bad news that Steven had her crushed all along. Top set for the man who's now at 911,000 chips, 91 big blinds. Retakes the chip lead and probably puts himself second in chips overall, just behind Taylor.
Like it's not one of those you look at Jack, you're like, wow, the best hit I've
Assuming
gotten.
Taylor has not done something too silly on the other table. Did lose obviously a decent pot to Mendoza.
Look at Maris with his 3 chips. He's got 10 big blinds, I think.
Yeah, exactly 100k. You are correct. What is that jacket that Louis is wearing? Where is that from?
It's
Red Dragon Pub?
yeah.
Oh really? That's the local room here. It's not the Red Dragon room.
You gotta get aces.
That's
Have
what it
them
is.
hold.
Yeah, before I had aces, they failed.
On top of that Burberry.
Ace Queen offsuit for Yisha. Not slow down. We'll continue playing her good hands. Honestly, she could have lost a whole lot more. Great river bet, of course, by Steven. Goes check, 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 check. Fires the big bet on the river, the overbet, and gets looked up by King Jack. That's really good for Yisha that she checked 2 streets. Otherwise, I think she could have lost a lot more there.
What's the chances?
It's just not a very scary run out for her hand.
From commentating previously with some high stakes player, like when it's just like
Literally zero?
a very slight overbet, usually they tend to kind of describe it or reduce it as like a pot bet.
30 minutes has gone by, no one's bought.
For them, overbet I think would be like 125%.
Sure.
I mean, maybe that's 20 big blinds.
It was a little more, but not a lot more.
Still when like...
One big blind more than the pot.
How max? 6? It was 6... It was 26 before?
I think it was 117, right? And we bet 125, so... You can lump it in as a pot size bet, that's fine.
It goes in pretty easily.
20 bigs is a dream.
But then I think we should just say
Dream
pot.
having 20 bigs.
Pretend we're playing PLO over here.
It's just folding in behind, yeah.
Jack 7.
That was a very weird thing actually. I did play some PLO
You like the 20
when I was
big
in Vegas
max?
recently at the Venetian
that.
because every dealer change
I
they
like the
do a
10
bomb
big
pots
max.
double board PLO.
Yeah,
Big max.
And then
That's
I had never played and people were like saying pot. I was like, what the hell is going on? And then even the way it was calculated. I
double
didn't-
board bump pot.
Yeah, yeah, well, they need to like, they need to
What,
start...
did I not say that?
or, like, make sure
You changed the
everything
order a
goes
little bit, but it's alright.
before it starts.
Yeah.
Right. They can't have people waiting, like, then it's bullshit. But
Those are fun. Martin Nielsen decides to send it with his last 18 big blinds. He decided to pick a queen 5 of clubs in the small blind, hoping to just get this one through. And he does. He chips up a little, 5k above starting stack.
I personally like 10 big blind max. I feel like 20 is like, it's not even... Might as well just...
Did you win any of the double board bump pots?
Yeah, but actually like that day
Yeah?
I ran so bad. Like I remember I flopped top set and the nut flush.
Yeah.
And then people are calling me with like bottom 2 on one of the board and then he bowed it up on the river. I was like, are you joking me? So I had like on the second board I had the nut flush.
Yeah, and that's why they
He
made
has
the
bottom
full
2 and he called pot twice.
Yeah.
Like multi-way and then he made the boat.
But you at least won the top one with your
Yeah,
top
but
set.
like it's I think from that day I only played like maybe 4 to 5 hours. I was probably 1k under EV by the end of my session playing 1-3, which is they were hitting everything, especially in the bomb pots.
Yeah, but those are wild, right? Because it's everyone gets
It's
in.
high variance, but like yeah, if they have anything, they just call the whole way. But it was very taxing mentally though.
Yeah, if you don't have to play PLO and you have to play 2 boards at once. It's very different, for sure. I like it a lot. I played a couple of them as well when I was at the lodge in Austin.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I was shuffling there.
Yeah.
If I
King Deuce raises it up and takes it down. As we are still 5-10. These should be the final 2 levels of the day. The blinds will go up one more time, probably in approximately 15 to 20 minutes. There it will be 6K to 12K, and that should really be the final level of the day. After that, the players can get some rest, and of course tomorrow, I assume they were going to start around like 1:30 p.m. Local time over here in Korea. It could be a bit later, and we'll play all the way down until we find our champ. And then later that night, the 25K should start too.
Yeah.
That's insane.
You know, as someone who had never played PLO live either, receiving 4 cards is so weird. Like after I received the first 2, I'm like, all right, and then it's like one more comes, you're like, wait.
I played a decent amount of PLO live. I like it.
Live?
Yeah, absolutely. In Holland Casino, I played it. I've played it in America.
It's popular there?
And during series, yes. During regular nights when there's like no event going on, then it's not
Yeah.
that popular. But if there's like a big festival going on where it's like 5-6 days non-stop tournaments, there's a lot of extra cash games running, and then people do love playing PLO. Queen 10 of spades is gonna ship it 16 bigs. We don't have much of a decision with the 7-3.
Yeah.
Marius is now down to 7.5 big blinds. Could always decide one more time, but if we're rebuying now for 20k, we only get 20 bigs. It's obviously tough when some of the best players, like Steven Song, are sitting on monstrous stacks.
They have a karaoke place.
Yeah, that's normally where parties happen, isn't it? There's Chinese parties happen.
Martin Nielsen and his 20 bigs and looks down at 6-5 offsuit, but he's gonna let it go. Throughout this entire week, we have kept on bringing this TV a little bit closer. On the first day, it was really far away. Oh my goodness, Marius Gierse. I'll save this TV story, but now we can actually see everything very well. Pronouncing some of the names is still going to be difficult, but Marius Gierse jams ace-5 suited. 7.5 big blinds from the button. And Chen has the easiest call of her life. Oh my goodness, Christopher Park might rejam with the 9s here. Might think this is a good moment. Goes all in, and the immediate snap call by Yisha with her aces. Oh, massive pot here. Marius is going to pray for a bunch of low cards or a lot of hearts. Christopher Park needs a 9. And Yisha is just hoping for a relatively dry board, or perhaps the final ace. A 3-way all-in here in the 20k on the 7th day, technically the 8th day, as it's already way past midnight. Over here, the Lord Poker Tournament Series. Aces versus 9s versus ace-5. Flop is king 7 jack. There's not a whole lot there for anyone, which is obviously something that Yisha would love to see. Marius is already giving up. He's like, I'm pretty daddy right now. Oh, wait, a queen he would chop. So Yisha needs to avoid a queen and a 9 on the river, and she absolutely will, as the deuce of diamonds is a total brick. And in one hand, we lose 2 players. And Chen Yisha goes all the way up to 1.1 million. What a moment to pick up aces. Yewan has stepped away for a little bit. He's going to come back and he's going to wonder what on earth has happened.
Give us all one extra hand.
Where is this battlefield? Wonder if we're going to grab somebody else from the outer tables, as we obviously now have not 1 but 2 open seats immediately.
Yeah, 2 people are
Two people plus zero.
Oh, okay.
As Johan makes his way back. The double KO.
I guess it's just...
What?
Marius Gierse jammed 7.5 big blinds, ace-5 suited from the button. Chen Yisha wakes up with aces in the small blind, makes the call. Christopher Park in the big blind looks down at pocket 9s, comes over the top, gets snap called. Even Yo-Yo would have been proud of that call. And the aces hold. Bit of a sweat, but nothing too crazy.
And they can still re-enter, actually, right?
Yep, they could. If they want to, they could. They would have 20 big blinds.
Now it's starting to get a little short, those ribeyes.
Yeah, yeah.
He's still in.
It's
Twen-
not even the last level where they can enter too.
That is true. But it's also like the 20 big blinds is one thing. Like if you look at a field where you see a bunch of businessmen having whiskeys and they're tossing chips around, like, yeah, then I think it's a bit appealing. But if you like, all right, 20K, 20 bigs, what am I working with? And you see Steven Song sitting at 70, 80 bigs. I'm like, well, this might not be the best investment. We have at least found someone. Who did we bring over? Man, rocking the GG hoodie. It's a cool hoodie as well. I've seen it in the past.
I have this one in grey.
Oh.
No,
Do you wear it?
I think they
Do you rock it?
No,
When you go for that poker stream, do you
I
dress?
don't wear much hoodies.
I love hoodies. man.
Not a lot of dead money.
Hoodies are my favorite. Hoodies and sweatpants. That is life.
very true.
Oh, wow. What? They brought him over here and he's got... That can't be right. Is that right? They really moved this man to the future table with 4,000 chips?
Keep your hand here. I'm sure you're
That can't be. Honestly, I would refuse. If the floor comes over, they're like, sir, we want to move you to the future table. Like, man, I've got 4,000 chips. I've got less than a small blind.
What do you guys want my execution to be public?
Wow, by the way, look at you, chef. From
Oh my
aces
God.
to kings. We are running hot.
And Yule limped?
With ace queen.
Oh my god.
He thinks he's setting the trap. What he doesn't know. Actually, a real hand, by the way, for the man with half a big blind. Wakes up with
Wait.
nines.
Yeah, he didn't look. Like he was all in by default.
Yeah. Well, he's got a real hand, and he's still crushed. We're gonna come over the top here, right, with ace queen. Oh, this could become a very, very, very painful hand for the man in the cutoff. I think he's gonna bump it up to like 110, 120. And Yisha probably can't believe her luck. Last hand we have aces. Someone jams into us. Someone else comes over the top.
It's a limp raise. Maybe she's thinking aces, you know?
He's never folding kings. I do not believe it. I don't even think we're just calling here. Let's ship it. It's big enough at this
I was
point.
joking, of course, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing at micros.
Yeah, yeah, no, for
People
sure.
do this, and then you just put them on aces, pretty much.
The limp raise is a classic.
So
So-
yeah, ace queen, obviously not doing great against the 4-bets.
It's too strong for Renji.
Let's see how big she goes.
Okay,
It was
yeah.
115, the 3-bets.
Again? No. Kings? Okay.
240, 250.
Well, it seems like Yule got out of the way because we are opening our cards. So I guess I see 4-bet to 300k. And we had a very quick fold of ace queen. Pure pain, by the way.
That's kind of big compared to how much you got.
Okay, I thought you had 3.
Pure pain now, by the way. If you see an ace in the window as well after you fold ace queen there. I can't believe they brought this man over to the future table to play half a big blind. He's like, I've got nines as well. It's a real hand. It's a 9 and a 9 only so far. Ace queen has been a perfect fold. He's like, all right, thanks guys. That was really fun. I hope everyone
Where's the
enjoyed.
floor so I can punch him?
Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed that appearance of my half a big blind. You guys want me to do a little dance as well before I go? Like, is there anything else I can do to make y'all happy? Chen Yisha's like, I'm already pretty happy. Aces and kings, and both of them. He gets paid. A little more on the aces, but
Probably wishes this was a bounty tournament at this point.
yeah. If he was Leon Edwards, he'd be screaming, boom, headshot.
How much you got?
Yeah, 129.
It's a nice run of cards.
I'm just thinking about the next hand.
Getting aces into kings is always fantastic, but actually making money on both of them as well is amazing. Joseph Gary, working with 18 bigs, looks down at the 10-9 offsuit. Calvin Lee. Good fold, by the way, with ace queen, even though it was maybe at that point for like some of the pros an easy fold. I still think it's always good. You're obviously already somewhat committed. You put in a lot
Yeah.
of chips.
I would have been interested to see against the smaller sizing.
So like he made it 115, and you're thinking if C makes it
He
like
had like 500k, right?
Yep,
so
that is
like
correct.
If you make 300, you're essentially saying like
it's all
you
in.
have to go for it. But then ace queen off for 50 big blinds.
Yeah, that's too much. But
Yeah, let's say she does like 240, 250.
mhm.
Now with ace queen, you're like, my god, like I'm tempted, you know?
Might take a flop at that point.
Yeah, it's.
But
I
it's
don't
hard,
know.
right? Because then even if you
Yeah,
flop
yeah.
an ace, you still don't
Still
know if
really
you're
tough
good.
spots. But no, it's not an easy folds, maybe.
Following hand, the man has found ace-4 offsuit, and he is good this hand. There is no way for Steven Song to win this unless he would go absolutely bananas. But that's not something that Steven Song does very often. And that is why he makes deep run after deep run.
You know, you need to be careful about giving too good odds to someone when you have kings, because they call and you see an ace on the board,
Yeah,
you're
you
gonna
hate
regret it
life.
real quick.
Yep. And every poker player feels that whenever they have kings, there's always an ace on that flop. I don't have it too often. I love kings. Did have it in the cash game 2 days ago.
Yes, because you don't care about aces on the board.
Insta tilt. I definitely cared, but kings are still kings. I'm not gonna give up on kings just because there's an overcard. Especially not if it's the big blind that called. But well, sometimes they do have it. Some ugly ace-7 offsuit ace.
No backdoor.
6 deuce of diamonds. We've got 1.2 million chips. 120 bigs. No, we're not gonna open the 6 deuce. Steven in the small blind looks down at 9-5 of diamonds. Probably wants to size up. Oh, did he go all in? All in and a call, perhaps? All in and a call. Small blind against big blind. Gary loves what he sees there with Queen Jack. And he says, Steven, you ain't stealing my big blind. And obviously 9-5 is at least having some live cards. One of the diamonds is on the side of Queen Jack as well. This looks really good for Gary. But Steven Song flops trip 5s. It's unbelievable. This man should never leave Jeju. Now, there is a queen on the turn. Can we find running queens? That'd be sick. But that is not the case. The man jams 9-5 from the small blind and flops trips. That's it. I'm buying a condo here. If I'm Steven Song at this point,
As long as I'm in the
they have advertisements here. 1 billion Korean won. You get a sick condo. Look, sign him up. Should never leave.
That's $1 million. Oh, actually, well less, right?
No, a bit less. Yeah, like 600-700k maybe.
Yeah. Well, that's what he won yesterday.
Yeah. Think you guys take cash?
Reinvested.
Think you guys take cash?
You take chips?
Yeah.
Although I guess 45 bullets, that wasn't bad.
just drop like 71 million chips for 700.
No, well, I know
Like
you're
this.
targeting. Well, but
And they've actually got
I
the
think
10.
we're
They've
gonna
got
do
a.
a break, by the way, because one player has to be swapped on.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
So about 7 minutes break, and then we'll be right back.
For the final part of the 20k day one, we'll continue tomorrow.
AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Greenshout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Greenshout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Greenshout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of...
Three, I think.
I'm sure it's the right side for you if they kept you at 3.
Yeah, well, gotta do what you gotta do, but I usually don't fire that many. I really don't.
Wouldn't be the right side for me.
This one they made it easy for you to fire a lot, though. I mean, they added 4 levels of layer right.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the Lord Poker Tournament, and it looks like we got our newest addition here to the featured table with Dominic rejoining us. It's been a bit of musical chairs, actually, since we're going back and forth from one table to another, them being swapped in between the breaks. And Dominic has got 434k, so decent stack. The blinds did go up. We're now at 12k big blinds.
No straight draw either, huh?
Stevenson takes down another one, 91 big blinds now. Martin Nielsen, our short stack. Calvin Lee, 21 big blinds. And we see 6 players at the table, meaning we're either...
They added that
Well, we could be
like,
11, I guess.
yeah,
11 to 13.
They added an extra hour
Left
or
in the
whatever, and then I
fields.
fired, I busted and fired 3 more, and then I shortly busted, so I was out 100k instead of the 25 that I would have been out if.
That's kind of messed up, isn't it? Because for that reason, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean,
If they do it here, it's fine, I think.
yeah, because it's smaller, and they're obviously giving a lot to us here.
It usually doesn't look very much. It's a different player pool as well.
Yeah. Also, they take 3% from the prize
I think
pool,
we're
so they don't even
11.
need to hit the full 50. They just need to hit Yeah.
And there's a couple short stacks.
Yeah, he literally fired like 3 bullets. Or the last one.
Registration is still open. Like I think the level just started. This is the final level of the day.
I always say I'm not going to go back and they fucking trick me into going back. But this year, actually, I'm probably just going to stay to win.
So about,
Yeah.
I'm guessing
Although the
around
tournament's
45 minutes
really-
left
like
to
that
register
main
for the
was,
tournament once
like,
more.
Super sick. Like, yeah. I mean, how often do you get to play a 25K 50 mil, right? Like, that's just such a sick event.
I think you get like 16 big
And,
blinds
like,
also.
I got there on day 1A, unfortunately.
If you
but
register
were, like,
now,
playing on day
somewhere in the
1D
next
and
45
stuff,
minutes.
Like, there were guys who were like just blind shoving like
Level is up, Kev.
bigs, like
6K, 12K.
on the stream, off the stream.
And
supposedly
Dominic's
it's happening
back at
everywhere,
the
people
table.
traveling a bunch, like,
And we got some proper shot
Yeah,
stacks.
yeah.
And I believe we're down to
I
11.
assume
Ooh.
maybe that's why like 1D.
So we'd
they
probably just
stopped
play
doing
down
it.
until there are 9 players as well. They
Yeah.
might just wrap it up.
I think so.
If we do go down to 9, they might just call it a day.
If not, this is the last level and last
you want it to
opportunity
be like
to
a worker or
register once more.
Expect 25 to 30 minutes of poker. Maybe a little bit longer, but I'm
I
gonna
think
go with
45. I think the level just went up. So.
yeah. But we might be down to 9
They probably don't get
in
that
20
much,
or 25 minutes. It's completely possible.
are they? I would assume it's like 20.
Let's see who is going to make it to the final table of this 20K $500,000 guaranteed tournament. Is it really going to be triple final table for Steven Sung? Oh, Dominic Nietzsche. Look at that. He's not just back at the final, future table, I should say. We're not at the final table yet. He's at 428K and he finds aces in the small blind.
Just for when they
Kelvin
were-
Lee looks a little sad. Doesn't have a whole lot to work with. This would be the wrong moment to make a power jam with Queen Deuce.
What-
Wait, Dominic opened big.
How is it?
Mm, yep.
I guess
36, three
technically
three
not
big
stable, it's just
blinds.
a group of guys who-
Maybe trying to seem weak. Kelvin's gonna let it
it's a
go.
group chat basically of
No
guys
action
who are
for Dominic and his
Oh, it was
aces.
done on
back
black, yeah.
deals, right? Like,
Never
they're just
mind.
getting free-rolled, right?
Small blind, big blind.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like
Yeah.
you meant to open 3x.
Usually when I think of stable,
I
it's
thought you
like-
opened 3x in other position. I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah.
That would be very
Is this
unlike.
micro stakes?
Would be very unlike Dominic to do that.
Oh, sure, that makes sense too. This is like before COVID, I guess.
I like that Burberry jacket.
I mean, yeah, no one plays on
With a
it now,
patch
right?
of his poker team.
Besides Stead, I heard.
I like his hair as well. Get some cool highlights going. Good earring.
I think my account's closed.
Where are the shades at?
Yeah. And the watch. I don't know if he has one. He might be hiding it. Pocket fours. UTG. Wow. Folds the pocket fours for us to act. This man doesn't want to make a set. That's crazy.
Where's the faith in the fours?
Steven Sung is the one to open things up with 7-6 of diamonds. Dominic Nietzsche getting hit by the deck right now in his face. Aces last hand didn't get a lot of action on them, obviously. Now looks down at ace king offsuit on the button as well, right after Steven has opened. Steven, by the way, is really big. 1.1 mil. After making that pot size bet on the river earlier. A little bit more than a pot size
He's
bet.
large and in charge, Kevin.
Yep. This man really is about to final table the circuit event, final table the 15K high roll and main event. Well, I mean, I'm a powerful jinx, but I don't know if we can really jinx Steven Sung losing 1.1 million chips before we get rid of a couple of the shorties.
You can't jinx a blessing, can you?
I think Steven would laugh at my jinx. The 3-bet is large to 72K, but Steven is going to make the call. So we're going to play a large spot here. 174,000 chips in the middle.
Yeah, they're deep enough that I think he can afford to call there with 7-6 suited. Plays pretty well. Actually, I was going to say in position, but it's not. He's out of position. Flops a pair on an all hearts board.
Yep. Triple hearts. Takes the lead regardless. Ace king gets nothing, and Steven finds a pair of sevens.
And this is why I hate ace king.
There's still 2 streets to come. Dominic will continue. This is a very difficult spot now for Steven. The bet is so tiny that you kind of have to stick around. I think for 40k we can't really go anywhere. You do kind of hope for something nice on the turn. Did he just announce a race? Steven Song! No, he just called. Well, that is a very pleasant turn card to look at if you're holding 7-6. Because you know you're ahead of the ace king, ace queen, king queen, ace 10. We'll most likely check. And now it's on Dominic once more. The man who 3-bet pre. If I had a very tiny bet on this flop, decides to check back on the turn, that's going to make Steven feel pretty good about his pair of sevens. The river is a 5 of diamonds. So no additional hearts came in. And there is a good chance that Steven is going to win and not a big pot here. Poor Dominic, you get aces and you get ace king and you actually end up losing 100,000 chips. Unless
Yeah,
he finds
exactly.
a way.
I don't think Steven's gonna lead.
No.
Well, you never know. And yeah,
It goes check, check.
full give up from Dominic.
Steven Song. That was a great call on the flop, but the flop bet was very tiny. I don't think you can really go anywhere there. Even if it's 3 hearts and you're not holding any hearts, you're going to have to play a turn. The turn was pretty safe, and if you can then just check it down. I know Steven is great. I love these hands. Getting a little fortunate there as well.
I mostly just use my buddy.
Finding a 7.
Brock. He just kind of does everything for us.
We've got 6 players on this table, which means we've got 6 or 5 on the other. If Johan, his prediction was correct, that it is down to 11, there should be 5 on the other table. Younger man still in.
Let me see.
Daniel Cates, we haven't seen him in a while.
I think he was short last I checked.
Alright.
It's worthwhile for both of us.
One point he was not doing too bad, right? 400k when he left the table. That's not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean it's like mutually beneficial, right?
Oh, what?
There's a lot
He's
of people who
6
actually
in
want to do it
chips.
with
Oh, that's
too.
good.
And,
Might have
39 big blinds though, nothing too massive.
39?
Yeah.
Ah, that's healthy. That is very healthy. Our 2 chip leaders might be going at it here. The 10-9 of spades has opened things up. Steven Song makes the call with pocket 6s. Dominic Nisha lets go of the Jack 10 offsuit. Just a little too much action before him to play Jack 10 there.
How much did, okay, Martin Nielsen, 175k.
It's very short. This is not the moment with Queen 7, and Martin knows it. Comes down to the man on the big blind, who's also holding 10-9. It's a 10-9 offsuit. And that's obviously a pretty hand to see a flop with if you're the one closing the action.
The 3 shortest stacks should be Istvan, Martin Sedlak, and Martin Nielsen.
So you're telling me, don't be European and don't call yourself Martin. Got it.
I guess Gavin is also, he's close to them. He doesn't have much more.
If I have a son, I'm gonna name him Steven. And if he runs half as good, or if he is half as good, I'll be so proud already. Ace Queen 4 Rainbow. Pocket 6s against the 10-9. Kind of think that the 6s will just get it done here.
yeah, Brock's like I think he does when he does private
the
coaching.
rich
he
get
charges
richer.
Like 1,000 an hour, so.
Dominic Nietzsche actually the most aggressive player pre-flop.
Well, we've been good friends forever too.
Steven Song not that high, 18%.
Yeah.
Just picks his spots incredibly well. And so good post-flop, obviously. Very rarely makes a mistake. He's working with a nice mountain of chips there. I know I sound like a broken record, but what a week of poker has it been for this man. It's just ridiculous. And you gave him props already on the first or second day. You saw he was here. He said, keep your eye on this man. Well, I won't forget him.
Yeah,
I should look it up, but I think
stuff that you wouldn't ever actually.
that was a summer I was in Vegas
Like, sure, it's
and
cool, like,
I was
and
going by
sick, but like
the area with the
rock is all about,
future
like, fundamentals.
featured tables
Mhm.
Okay, this is
at the series, and I think it was him. He got like he won a gigantic
was
pot
this
with
one
aces
right
against queens because the very previous hand he was playing with a player and like, they kind of like 3-bet and 4-bet each other, and then
maybe
it
the
was
aces
ace king that time. And then the very next hand he gets aces, and then the guy,
all about like fundamental.
they were both pretty massive at the table, and then the guy went for it with queens, and
Yeah, that's way
Stephen had
better.
aces. So after that, he was like overwhelming
Chip leader.
chip leader, and I remember I talked about it with a good player who told me that
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
just
exactly.
a bad ICM play what the other guy had done
I mean,
because
once
it's like
you know
you just run
everything,
into
then sure, it's cool.
into aces or kings here with queens, so he was
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
more meant to
Yeah.
like call
Just stuff that
the
comes up
re-raise
often.
and then maybe like call like 1 or 2 bets.
That's what's worth more, right?
But yeah, I remember this kind of like stuck with me because I was like, yeah, this guy apparently is not only crushing, but he's also running kind of good. And apparently, to this day,
You're not gonna say you
it's
use
happening.
PTO. He's got his own.
Final tabling an event with 500 players. Final tabling an event with 191 players. And now potentially final tabling an event with 35, 36 sign-ups. This one obviously the smallest one of the three.
They gotta get
20k. Seemed like we had a misdeal in the previous hand. We have had a very few misdeals. Maybe it was Steven's fault because he grabbed one of the cards of Dominic.
No, he had 3 cards.
Yeah. Yeah, because like I think one was
Oh, okay.
not meant for him.
Maybe the dealer gave him a 3rd card, and he's like, come on, I'm already crushing these guys with 2 cards. What are you doing to me?
Maybe he tried to give Dominic 3 cards so they can finally fight back to Steven. It's like everyone gets 3, he just gets 2. We need to patch poker once more. Pocket nines and Queen Jack could potentially play a fun hand here. You from the small blind is gonna make the call. Yisha on the big blind. Looks down at Queen 6 offsuit. That's not very appealing. Still 1.2 million, by the way.
It's pretty interesting to look at the hand-on mob of Stephen actually, because it only starts in like late 2016, and then his initial binds is all like 500, 350. So like moderate, you know, like nothing too big just yet. And I'm guessing it's gonna go up a whole bunch eventually. Yeah, in like the next year he starts playing a little bit more expensive stuff. A lot of World Series entries.
We've got pocket nines making the call. It's a fair fight. So far the nines are good. There's obviously 8-5-3 with 2 spades. It's not the worst flop that pocket nines have ever seen. You was in the lead, is still in the lead. Now Steven has under the gun razor. Could obviously pretend that this king has hit him. And that is what he's going to do. I kind of expect you to call at least once. And if the river is... Oh, that's a big bet. 125k. Let's go of the best hand immediately. And Steven shows us that he doesn't need to flop the goods to win one. It's pure aggression here. Takes one down with Queen Jack.
I think I found the tournament that I was talking
So
about.
GG is just like a drilling.
It was
software.
2019, the 1K,
Mm-hmm.
and he won, and he
Is it
won
just chipping me right now,
341.
or-
Okay, imagine how big the field was.
Yeah.
Flop ice?
Times 340.
That's so sick.
Post? Really? How accurate do you think it is? I guess.
Yeah, those 1k buy-ins, they do incredibly well over in
Really?
Vegas. Talking a little bit about Vegas with Selena earlier today. And Selena is apparently not a Vegas fan at all.
Yeah, but there's ICM, right?
She loves Macau. Not a fan of Vegas.
No, it's not for everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Actually, pretty sick. That tournament in 2019, Zoke One was in it. He finished 14th.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's so sick. I just like open it randomly and I see his name.
Mhm. Maybe that is where they first met.
Wait, Phil Hellmuth.
Yeah, it just seems like the
16th.
more people left, like,
Probably got
can't really
busted
go
by
wrong with
Steven
being
Song.
tight, right? Like on FTs at least, right? Like,
Yeah, I see a French and a Spanish, so probably some idiot from Europe.
Yeah. Northern Europe.
Well,
Those
those
are-
countries are not.
Those are the worst. King Jack of Spades for you. He's gonna open things up. We're gonna fold King 6. Steven is in the big blind with 9-7, and at this point, I absolutely expect him to defend. As he's defending everything, he's winning everything. Might even get very creative. Is that just a call, or Have we spiced things up? What just happened? 3 bets to 130k. Takes it down pre. Steven Song is running over this table at this point as he chips up to 1.4 million. The man's got no fear. And he's winning hand after hand. What is that? 3-4 in a row?
It seems like once he starts to have chips like this, it's just relentless.
Yeah.
It's interesting to attack so much now because the bubble's not even around the corner, really, right? If we have 11 players,
But there is the final table bubble.
who cares, man? It's
A lot
only
of
the
good
money.
hands.
Told you, these guys, they want to sleep well. I know you said that you haven't been sleeping well, Todd. Try making a final table, you sleep better.
Yeah.
Sweet dreams guaranteed.
I had like 700k early. Like going to like.
You're saying I should
second
grind on my
break or
phone and
something.
hope to get lucky before bed?
Absolutely. Fire some
I'd
hypers,
around, like,
speed races,
8 to 9 for-
spin it up.
Once late rage closed, then I.
Check 8s get folded. Martin Nielsen, one of the shortest stacks in the tournament, looks down at an offsuit ace from the hijack. It's a spot he could take. He could also let it go. And he decides to let it go. There's obviously no real need yet as he's way over 10. Big blinds playing 14, 15 approximately. Yu looks down at King 9, but he's probably a little tired of opening because every time he opens, he ends up losing chips to Steven Song. So he's going to let go of it. And we've got ace, a 6 of clubs for Yisha on the button.
Easy open.
We'll probably get it done. Don't expect Dominic to get too fancy here with the Queen 4 offsuit in the big
It's
blind.
Dominic, man. His pre-flop raise stats, we saw, is the one raising the most.
And he did just see Steven find a lot of success with 3 betting pre. It seems like we are going to put up a fight. That is a race. We have raced to 85k. Honestly, I wouldn't hate a call here by Yisha. 60k extra, we got a suited ace. You can take a little look at it. Even though Dominic, his stack is somewhat small. He's got like 20 big blinds behind. And it does kind of feel that you're immediately going to face a very big bet on the flop. And that could be annoying. But he's going to make the call. Or is that even an all-in? I think C4 bet. Oh my goodness, our queen's got moves.
Wow.
4 bets to 320k, and Dominic is forced to let it go.
How does this keep happening? They're like reading it so well.
Power poker. And this obviously really does favor the chip leaders. They can make these moves a lot more comfortably. And they can go for all of it. And be okay if they're wrong. Well, you won't see them tango with each other, but you'll definitely see them tango with all the shorties. Unfortunate return here for Dominic to the future table, because he opened up this table after that tiny break we just had with like 460k. It looked pretty healthy. Now we are down to 249, so we've lost half our stack in what felt like 10, 15 minutes. It's almost 2 a.m. by the way. I predicted a 2 a.m. closing time for us. Seems like we'll go a little past that. But I do think we're getting close to the end. As soon as we are down to 9, we will call it a day here. The 7th day of the
Or
Lord.
the level ends.
That is also a possibility.
Me and Calvin were the same table, I think. But he didn't mess
Martin Nielsen has a suited king under the gun. He's going to go for the min raise. Yu wakes up with ace king of hearts.
It's been pretty quiet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he just played a couple hands, but then he got 3 bet by Steven Song every single time. He decided to slow things down a little. Yesha looked down at aces and kings not too long ago. Just made an amazing play with the ace-6 of clubs against Dominic, showing us that he's got no fear at all. I'm excited to see more of her tomorrow. Kelvin Lee looks down at the hand. That always makes a set. But he's not going to go for it. And Martin Nielsen will let go of his king 9 as well. It means that Yule picks up a couple extra trips. He was up to 37 big blinds. Kind of like a middling stack. Definitely not in the danger zone. Not quite the chip leader either. Outside of that, nothing but shorties.
Yeah, Martin Nielsen already being short, having to pay the big blind now. It's gonna put some urgency on him having to pick up some good cards to get in there.
and like every time they had like a non-pro on their table, they would snap get moved to ours. It's pretty funny actually.
Let's see here if Yule can pick something up under the gun. Nope.
Well, yeah, you were
Not
on the
looking
other
to
team.
suited. Chinese shot pocket threes in the hijack.
It's like a big blind.
But there is a short stack in the big blinds.
Mm.
Lets it go.
Maybe that's why she's gonna let it go, and also because he's got Steven Song to worry about. And with 1.4 million chips, he's gonna raise it up to King Jack. Selena's probably asleep at this point. Can't wait for her to wake up tomorrow, take a look at the remaining players. It's like, there he is again, Steven Song. Probably at that point 1.7 million.
It's pretty sick to have this stack.
Yeah.
The short stacks, look at that. They're like, this guy, come on.
Mm.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Ace 8 for Kelvin Lee. He decides to go for it, knows that Steven is opening pretty wide, has been very active. And did we get a call by Steven Song? Did he just make that call? No, right? Yeah, he did. We're all in. Wow, King Jack calls for 13, 14 bigs. And obviously King Jack is pretty live here against Ace 8, but...
I think he knows for this amount there are hands that he beats, and in this case he runs into one of them. 8 on the flop, but a jack as well.
And the jack is a little more significant, as Steven obviously needed to find something to improve his hand. Hello? Another 8 on the river. Wait, but that's... Why does it say that Calvin Lee is eliminated if he made trip? No, is it the 7 or an 8?
April's full. Oh, it's a 7.
It looked like an 8.
Nah, I just
And he's not getting up.
for sure. That was
I think
It
there's
was
just-
an 8.
Yeah, I think it's an 8.
Must have been an 8.
It's a little late for us, guys. It's 2 a.m. I'm kind of trusting the overlay here. But it seems like the overlay was wrong. And man stays alive. Finds another 8 on the river. So that first 8 did matter.
I didn't see the
Strip
I
8
just
is
saw
good
that they were
enough
both red.
to defeat the King Jack of Steven Song.
I was
Good to
actually
see that
considering
Steven
going
does not
to
win
Korea,
every hand. And also very nice for Calvin that he finds the double up there.
My left eye.
Still an 8,
like
still
misreading.
alive.
Yeah, no, he's got chips now, like over 400k.
Sometimes.
I feel like over 400
I
is
really
legit
have.
quite good.
Well, I don't misread
Over
the
30
board. I'll
bigs, we
sometimes,
can play, we
someone
can be
will flip a
patient.
hand over, and I'll
We
think
can
it's something
absolutely
else.
dream about not just that final
And then
table,
I'll be
but
like, oh, he has this.
maybe
and
the money.
I win, and they're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh,
still
shit.
not quite
Show my hand for
determined
no
how
reason.
many players will finish in the money, but we expect it to be
This is my left
at
eye,
least
like,
6, and 6 I think is pretty safe, but
This
probably
one, three is
7.
pretty good, I heard.
And maybe they'll make a deal as well for the guys that make the final table 8 and 9.
Nah,
You don't think so?
maximum pain.
I think
Okay.
I'm supposed to have glasses, but...
Ultimate bubble.
Oh, how many? Oh, that flashed, that flashed. Flip it.
There's obviously an outer table running
Oh,
as
that's
well. We
worse, 'cause
currently
this
have
one
2
was under.
tables left in this
Wait,
tournament.
wait, this one flashed.
I think the most we had simultaneously was 3. But the third table broke a while ago. It just comes down to these 2 at this point. Our graphics are missing a little. Today we will play a little bit longer, approximately 15 minutes more, and tomorrow we'll be back at 1:30 Korea Standard Time.
So you won 7.
It's very early for the Europeans, and honestly kind of late for the Americans.
If I open jam, the king jack diamond.
7 hours difference, right?
Yeah, with Europe. So if it's 1:30 over here, it would be 4:30. Is that correct?
I believe
No,
it.
sorry. 6:30 a.m. 6:30 a.m. for the Europeans and 30 minutes past midnight if you live on the East Coast and you want to root for Steven Song.
6:30 a.m. if you're healthy. That's when you wake up.
Sure. Joe Rogan. And then you grab your crossbow and you shoot some elk.
Cold plunge,
Yeah, you dive into your ice
Sauna.
bath.
hot yoga.
Got a little upset over Big Pharma. We're good to go.
Take some ivermectin.
Fucking Evans open things up with Steven Song. I mean, what the hell are you talking about waking up at 6:30? Unless you are like married with kids and you need to take care of the little ones. I don't think too many people really enjoy waking up 6:30 when they don't have to. Nothing wrong with being an early bird, but I think every day
wait,
Don't get
6:30.
mad because you go to bed at 6 a.m.
I never get
That was
mad.
a big pot too, right?
Life's too short to get mad. What is there to be mad about? We've watched 7 days of awesome poker over here live from Jeju, South Korea. And definitely became a fan of a couple of these guys. Can't wait to see the final table tomorrow of this 20k. And after that, we've got 2 more tournaments we will cover. A 25k no limit hold'em and the 50k short deck. I am a tiny bit sad there was like no PLO at all. I was really hoping that I would be able to cover a PLO tournament or two. Even though I find PLO cash
Not
games.
as popular.
No, PLO tournaments are just not that popular overall.
Yeah.
Like obviously it's a thing, and I know there's bracelets for it and stuff, but
Yeah.
I feel like everywhere you go, like PLO cash games, like yeah, they run, but PLO tournaments just seem to be kind of rare, at least in all the places that I've ever gone to.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that there is that
He had, like-
many
he had, like,
players
half a
that
big
play
blind or
both.
something, and then he-
Kind of feels like
he, like,
for a lot of them, they specialize in one or the other.
I don't think I. No. He double
The
blind,
Legions
blind.
definitely play PLO.
No, that was
They'll
Ivan.
play both.
Ivan doubled him, and then he.
So we are
doubled
reaching
his
in the end
Maris
of this
queen
day.
back,
As soon as the
and then he
612k
wins
level
Jack's
is over,
queen, and then he has, like,
it will
five.
be
He
the
went
end,
from,
or
like,
perhaps a
200K
little
to,
bit
like,
earlier if
5
a couple
mil
of
in
players will
three
bust.
hands. 3 consecutive
We've
hands.
got
It's,
ace 10 in the small blind for you. Needs to be careful obviously because he's got Yusha in the big blind on his left. And so he's got a lot of chips.
Yeah. he
Okay,
tripled up.
battle of the blinds, ace 10, small blind, 3 bet.
Really fucks
Not quite 3 bet, but 3 xing.
He opens up,
Making it
like,
36k.
15 bigs,
Now the action is back on Shen Yusha.
and, cut off
Needs to call with the ace 7 offsuit.
James is in the big blind with, like,
And we'll take a flop. As there is 84k in the middle.
He has king queen off. He opened from.
Flop comes 10-8 deuce with 2 clubs. So nice that the TV is this close. I can finally see which suits all the cards have.
Yeah.
Who's chip leading.
To be honest, like it got better and very quick. But the very first day, the TV was really
Yeah.
far. And this TV is not big.
You know, I kept asking, like,
Yeah.
it's me, like,
Like
I better to
closer.
move.
Closer.
And then I was like, actually, from
And he's
before
he's
yesterday,
second
already I
last,
was
so
like,
he's got him covered
the
by one
TV is
big.
right there. Why don't we just put it on the desk? We might as well.
Yeah. Flop,
And then
flop
today I
queen,
asked, and the
queen,
technician guy
nine,
was actually super
six,
nice.
two clubs.
He always agreed to
Jack,
everything.
bet, like
And an 8 of spades roll off on the turn. So the board pairs. There are some cards that we will chop with. Actually, that's not true, sorry. Because obviously we flopped top pair with ace 10. 4 minutes past 2 a.m. I am now no longer seeing pairs. Even with the TV right in front of me.
cut off calls. What do you do now?
It's actually not that close. Compared to like when you play at home, the monitor is closer, right?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
So anything past that, I can't see very well. After
No.
20 years of using the computer.
And,
Ace 10 fires at 35k.
Jack 10
I
with
mean,
the
ace high is good on this board from time to time, so I do understand that Yesha wants to stick around, wants to see a river.
He doubles up.
But we can see that he's in very dire straits, and there really is not a whole lot that he can hope for. The river being the 3 of spades against the small blind open, that open 3x
Feels tight, right?
He has the ace of spades.
as well.
Interesting.
Yeah. Honestly, I think he will bet again here. He must feel really good. Probably a tiny bit worried about an 8,
Well, I was a big chip leader.
but you gotta try to get some value here from your top pair, top kicker.
80k.
Maybe targeting a weaker 10, or perhaps knowing that like any deuce or other smaller pocket pairs may stick
Also, you lost
around.
aces to deuces, you know. That would have been
86k is a very sizable bet though for the 340k that he had. With just ace high. I think that's just a little too much for Irsha, but let's see what he decides. We have seen some power poker from her. Toss is in a time bank chip.
Oh yeah, it is 6%. Yeah.
We've seen her make some moves. I just don't know how much full equity she would have here if she was to jam. In terms of stack depth. And looks like a call.
So
We'll get the
1,
bad
2,
news.
3 more hands.
And Yulei chips up.
Wow.
He's been patient. He had a couple difficult spots earlier, but this was better with top pair, top kicker, obviously.
Bit of a hero call here with ace high, the ace-7 offsuit, not having any spades. Technically, like blocks.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe if a jack-9 was going for it all that time. Couple of missed trades out there, obviously. A queen-jack didn't really improve. Well, it had 2 overs to the board and I got shut. But first real mistake. Well, mistake. First time we've really seen Yesha be wrong in one of the biggest spots. Great pot for you, though. Excellent way for him to chip up a little. As we are nearing the final 10 minutes of a poker here on the 7th day of the Lord Poker Tournament. Lots of different events have been running. On stream we have covered a $600,000 free roll on the opening day, exclusive to players from the AA Poker app and purchasers of the early bird package, so people who very quickly signed up for some events, got the flights, got the hotels, the whole shebang. After that we covered the circuit event, a $500 buy-in. Took a couple days. And yesterday we wrapped up our third event, the 15k high roller main event. That went to Steven Song. Martin Nielsen finished in 4th place. This is our 4th tournament.
Going to limps 6-5 offsuits. Jenny shine a small blind. Stephen Song with jack 2 offsuit in the big blind. Checks his option.
Yeah. See, obviously he still has a massive stack. So Stephen knows that he needs to tread carefully here. Seems like we're also coloring up a little bit, getting rid of a couple of the tinier ones. We flop bottom pair with 6-5 on King 10-6 a rainbow. Not a whole lot going on for Stephen. And when you say that, he spikes the jack. What a man. It's a tiny pot, but still feels good to win it. The river is another 10. The jack is good for Steven Song. He's gonna fire a tiny bet just to be annoying. 25k. So it's so silly, it's so annoying, but you're gonna have to call. Yesha will make the call with her pair of 6s and receive the news that it's no good.
Obviously, it's a very small pot, but Yesha a bit of
a downswing,
downward spiral.
Yeah, I mean, she was only at like 1.4 was her best, right? So yeah, definitely has been losing some chips, but still at a milli. Anything north of 600k, I'd say right now is still very, very good, and she's way above that.
Happy feeling in the chat said, do we have Rotterdam commenting on poker now? What a treat.
It's very sweet. Yeah, so been here for 7 days, been a lot of fun. We got a little bit lucky, as there's obviously other tournaments happening right now around the world, and they took up a lot of the commentators, so they looked elsewhere. And I've done some poker commentary in the past. Like, I actually had a few interactions. They're like, wow, is this like your first time ever? It's like, no, I did like 100 episodes of the Super Millions, which, sure, it's online, but... And I just stepped in once or twice at a Unibet event way back in the days where I also hopped on the mic for a little bit, talked over some hands, but mostly played in those.
You've streamed your fair share of like
poker
yourself too.
Oh, I've done a lot of poker hours. Hard to say how many exactly, but there's a website where I could look it up. But I've had phases. Like in the last year, the last 2 years even, I've streamed very little poker. But there was an era where we were making serious hours.
What were the biggest buy-ins you streamed that you bought in yourself?
The one case. Played a couple.
You played one case on stream?
Yeah, of course.
Mamma mia.
500 euro to 1k. King's here for Yesha. As Calvin Lee decided to open things up with the 10-9 of diamonds. And he is facing the 3-bet from the lady you said was downswinging a little. So he's like, I'll show you. No downswing to be seen over here. It is not the biggest 3-bet ever. 44k to play for 166 with a beautiful hand like 10-9 of diamonds. I wouldn't hate it if Calvin makes the call here, but he is going to be playing out of position against somebody who has him out-chipped 2-1. And that's just going to make life very hard.
Wow, I like that.
Yeah.
Well played.
Awesome. Yeah.
So Chen Yixia wins a couple of her chips back up to 1.1 million. As we have entered the last 5 minutes of the day. We can announce it. Martin Nielsen still in there.
Should have ordered. Takes.
He was at a very good ending to the day.
Yeah,
Kind of looked like things were going wrong
I can
for our
promise.
player in seat 5 for a little while, but he has truly turned it around and he's got a very healthy stack at this point.
Yeah.
That ace-10 hand was big.
Like 20, 30 minutes. Yeah. Well, they're 24.
So funny, Kevin.
But it's a
More
4
Chip
a.m.
stack.
No, I was just looking at Martin Nielsen, his facial expressions. Long day. He's probably thinking, I enjoyed that 15k more. Like, we had more fun over there. It's very late. This is actually one of the latest that we have gone. 2 a.m. over here at the Landing Resort Casino.
Do you think he's ever thinking about how Thursday he's never gonna see a deuce ever again?
Second?
Thursday there's the short deck, so he's never gonna see a deuce.
Every time he sees a deuce, 3, 4, or a 5, that man is fuming a little. Maybe he's using this tournament right now to tell everyone about the beauty of short deck over and over again. He's like, I just want to chat with people and get them excited over short deck. Since Martin Nielsen is supposedly a big crusher in short deck. Short deck obviously a game with a lot of variance, because you often flop very big. Hands will run very close to each other in equity. A lot of spots where you're just going to have to go for it. Dominic Nietzsche had over 400,000 chips not too long ago. Is now down to 130 and 183k. And he has made the 3-bet again with Queen 3. That didn't work out for him earlier, where he faced a gem. The power poker of Yisha with the ace-6 of clubs. Now gets at least looked up by ace-3 of diamonds. We're off to see a flop. No one flops anything, which means ace-3 of diamonds is still good.
It's interesting. He keep on making this play, even though he's so shallow. Like we can see 183k, as you said, behind.
Playing 15 bigs. He's gonna bet here though, and obviously that flop was not too pretty for Kelvin, but he did pick up the wheel draw. So with any deuce, you make a straight. This would be a lot easier for Kelvin if there was a single diamond on the board. And he does still make the call. It is potentially a correct call. As we've got a lot of activity in the room behind us. This could turn into the final hand of the night, Todd. It's been a fascinating day of poker. I believe we still have 11 players remaining. Jungle Man should still be alive. And the man of the week, Steven Sung. Obviously, chip leading here. 1.3 million chips. Another phenomenal day for that man. Honestly, I'm going to find him. I just want to touch him. I just want to touch his arm one time and hope that something gets transferred to me. King of Diamonds rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, it seems like Dominic just has given up at this point. Since he's got absolutely nothing. And he actually had only one out for the queens. Like all the other two were folded. It's pretty sick. He just accidentally rubbed shoulders with Stephen Song while registering a tournament.
It's like bump into him. Sorry, man. Sorry. It's like, what the hell? This is weirdo. Leave me alone. It's like, I just need it. Oh, we do have a 3 on the river here in our absolute final hand of the day. The 20k buy-in, a $500,000 guaranteed tournament. Tomorrow, 1:30 Korea Standard Time will continue. Very early for the Europeans, very late for the Americans. And that's where we'll probably start off with 11 players. And we'll play down to that final table. Then we might have a little final table break. It's going to be probably a very long final table, but hopefully one full of amazing poker action. Do we have any fireworks in this final hand of the day? As Dominic Nietzsche throws in a time bank chip.
He could win if he went for it here, but it's for his tournament life potentially, or he just gives up. And Calvin Lee is going to check back.
Dominic hopes that his 3 is good. Unfortunately, his 3 is no good. Smiles all around, and that should do it for the first day of this 20k buy-in, 500k guaranteed. We'll continue tomorrow at 1:30 local time over here in South Korea. I had an amazing time. Watched a lot of fun hands. Excited to see more Jungle and Steven Sung tomorrow. Any final words, Dot, before I send us to bed?
Thanks for tuning in, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Can't wait. We hope you guys enjoyed it. Bye-bye.